sink into the ground. I am buried, but I'm still alive. I'm a wasted dream. I know I was so naive, but I'm standing up to fight this time. It's not too late to change my mind, to give another try. I'm learning how to I want a love that's so medicinal. Gets me high just thinking about it. Get even higher when the two of us are in the same room. I want a love that's horticultural, plant magical, roots deeper than the two of us, growing over every inch of us, our bodies in bloom. I want a love that's so medicinal. I want a love that's so medicinal. I want a love that's so medicinal. In a wild world, lost in its vines, make a sound, it comes to life. Scream and shout, tell it to the skies. Make it loud, reach for the satellites. Is this the legacy we wanna live? Give up the ghost. Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Won't light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside me, I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way, okay? I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, 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 oh. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things. You had it coming, babe. Welcome back to the wicked game. Don't you know there's a price to pay? Eye for an eye. I see your darkest dreams, 'cause they're no longer make-believe. You ain't met someone quite like me, the kill of the night. I hear voices screaming in my head. They stop me feeling sad. Psycho, fell off the tightrope. Tell me why it feels so special. Dancing with the devil. Baby, don't call me crazy. You know that it feels so special. Dancing with the devil. You had it coming, babe. Welcome back to the wicked game. Don't you know there's a price to pay? Eye for an eye. I see your darkest dreams, 'cause they're no longer make-believe. You ain't met someone quite like me, the kill of the night. Psycho, fell off the tightrope. We sink into the ground. I am buried, but I'm still alive. Burn my wasted dream. I know I was so naive, but I'm standing up to fight this time. Fight this time. It's not too late to change my mind, to give another try. I'm learning how to drop my pride. I'm standing up to fight this time. Tell me in the night you can trash that. Put me in the bed to get out back. I've been tossed aside. It's not too late to change my mind. I'm standing up to fight this time. Kick me down, watch me sink into the ground. I am buried, but I'm still alive. Burn my wasted dream. I know I was so naive, but I'm standing up to fight. Standing up to fight this time.
An update is required.
Financial system updating.
System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocked at will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners!
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go. Play the local way, pay your way. Have you ever seen the Great Wall Play the local way. Pay your way.
Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight!
So slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo, Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
The loyal, the unwavering, the faithful shall be rewarded!
It's at Worlds where legends will fall.
This series has taken a turn! And he still lives on!
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
Through all the doubt! Through all the disbelief! They earn their place!
Winning is not a matter of chance.
It's a choice! Jin! He's in the base! Jackie Love just found everybody!
Body block kick it up! Who's he called? Pick it up!
Oh, hell, the new kings! Samsung Galaxy! Double circles, double gallios! Pain Gaming have done it!
Look at the teleport!
He stopped him! These guys came to fight! What's a god to 5 non-believers? Oh! Are you ready?
Welcome everyone to Worlds 2025 and the last day of our quarterfinals. Today we have the reigning champion T1 facing off against LPL's second seed, Anyone's Legend, as they step into the Mercedes-Benz Arena. It's amazing to see this matchup. I think it's one of the most highly anticipated ones and probably, Emily, or perhaps we hope the closest of all of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is going to be pretty close between these two teams. We haven't seen AL in a while, meanwhile T1 making their lower, I guess not even lower bracket,
well,
I guess,
it
but
kind
yeah,
of feels that way.
Through the Swiss stage to qualify here. But yeah, I'm hoping for a really close series.
And we started off really strong, you know, with Genji Hanwha, and then we had two series that were a little bit more one-sided. So I hope today we can end strong in quarterfinals and get that 5-game banger.
Yes, we have T1 on the docket today with Faker, who's such a big part of League's history. And of course, Riot has been posting the bracket of the most memorable plays of the 15-year anniversary of Worlds. And today we have DRX's Last Stand versus Ruler's Varus Flash.
Dead. It's going to come down to a smite fight. King and the ult is off. Beryl has the ultimate back up. No carries on the flashes. Look at the trap line. Look at the Caitlyn. He's trying to stun him away. Owner goes in. Owner is down. The Drake secured. T1's jungler trying to do it. T1's going to the base. They're going to the Nexus. Can they do it in time? Kingan comes back. Elder Drake at the ready. But what can he do? Q3. No damage just yet. Elder Drake, the execute. Zayas is down.
To hold the front line. Samsung Galaxy push mid first. You see the flash hold left. They've caught Faker. They've got the CC. The mid laner is down. The unkillable Demon King has done just fine as Ruler stays in, life stealing. In the back line, they found more as Hootie does not have a way out. Pops the Yolt, but he has.
Who do you think won?
I gotta go DRX. I think that game 5 in a finals is kind of hard to beat.
It did, but it was very close. 56% of the votes for DRX's Last Stand. So this is how the bracket plays out. I love it. We've got some all-timers in the top 4, right? And I think I can envision a final, but we'll find out how it gets populated as we run through Worlds. But I love how the bracket with Faker's Azir Shuffle and the moments he was involved in is leading us seamlessly into the quarterfinal today. T1 is up versus Anyone's Legend. And Anyone's Legend has kind of morphed into the hope of the LPL, Emily, over the time of the year. I think also because of how they burst onto the scene at MSI into the global consciousness.
Yeah, I think going into MSI is really where a lot of people first heard about this team. I do want to call out when people first started getting hype for them was a little bit before this entire roster was put together, when Tabe joined from BLG, and obviously Tarzan joining as well. He has been a massive difference maker for this roster. I'm super curious to see because, like I said, we haven't seen AL in a while, right? And when they are able to punch up against teams that quote-unquote should be better than them, it is through really smart drafting. It's through Tabe's game plans for this team. So we'll see what they've done with their time.
Tabe is a bit of a kingmaker, but you said with their time because they went 3-0. Now, Maurits, we have seen great teams falling in the quarterfinals after a run like that.
Yeah, it really has been a struggle. The funnest part to me is still that KT somehow has looked possibly the best out of any 3-0 team that we've seen since the introduction of Swiss, which I think is funny. But we've seen this with Genji last year when they looked quite rough coming out of the break. We've seen this with LNG in 2023. And in their case, they did lose to the eventual world champion. But still, I think that the level of gameplay and keeping that momentum up and basically qualifying in what kind of feels like a different meta. It's not completely shifted, but there are some big differences between when they qualified and where we are now.
That's a very interesting point we can dive into a little as we talk about T1 as well. But now it's time for a new installment of Draw My Life with Emily.
Yeah, and this one is going to feature Flandra, the top laner of Anyone's Legend. So Lee Flandra Swanjun was the founding top laner of Snake Esports. Snake was a really fun team to watch back in 2015. He made a name for himself there for his creativity and flashy plays. His in-game name, Flandra, actually comes from Toho Project's Flandra Scarlet, if you can remember back that far. But yeah, his little weeb game right there. Flandra was and remains an LPL and global top lane pioneer. Most recently this year in the Demacia Cup, he pioneered the tank Jace build that everyone was kind of running. Flandra won his first LPL title in 2021 with EDG. He became a world champion that same year. And Flandra is also a big fan of K-pop group Idol, and his World Skin Recall animation is actually a nod to this with a little light stick. On every team he's been on, Flandra has been lauded by his teammates and coaches for his shot calling and game knowledge. So now on Anyone's Legend, he hopes to help them reach the championship and win his second Summoner's Cup for himself. And yeah, just talking to everyone who has played with him, they just all call out how smart he is about the game, what a stabilizing influence he can be on a team.
Thank you for that wonderful episode of Draw My Life. We are so happy to have you do these, to dive into these stories. But let's start talking a little bit about their opponents as well, because it's T1 versus the LPL again in this bracket. So Maurits, what kind of spiel do you have for us this year?
I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed because if you only watch Worlds, which I know many fans do, and you have watched me the last 2 years come in and go to quarters and be like, you know what, guys, T1 really looked like they were struggling in summer. We're seeing some underperformances individually. The meta doesn't really fit them. And then I looked very silly. And it makes me very apprehensive about talking about them today.
I'm going to make
how
you talk
I feel about
them.
top esports.
Yeah!
I'm going to make you talk about them, but in a little, because what you're alluding to, the story of today also feeds into that. It is that Faker is the LPL killer, and he awaits them in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
It's a clash of titans in today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Anyone's Legend faced T1 for a spot at the World's 2025 semifinals. At MSI 2025, T1 narrowly escaped with a 3-2 victory. But today, AL have a chance to turn heartbreak into history.
Carrier is chasing hope. Owner is there with the CC, and it's T1, baby!
For China, this is more than revenge. It's a chance to prove that the new generation of LPL can rise again. Faker and T1 have long been China's nightmare, repeatedly ending the LPL's dreams, denying the title in both 2023 and 2024. Now, they look to crush LPL hopes once again. Will AL finally break the curse, or will T1 march once again towards another world final?
That is $1 million question today to see our final team that will lock into the semifinals. Will it be this man? And Maurits, when you look at kind of the performances that T1 has had in these previous years and how they've been able to glow up, do you not see the same scenario playing out?
Well, there are a lot of parallels you're highlighting because we keep saying the same thing. Struggling in summer, individual underperformances, a meta read and drafts that don't quite work out. But I do think we really need to be honest as well. The comparison to the last 2 years to me feels substantially different. I think that the level of play, when you look, has not just been subpar for T1, which is a very high barrier, but just not that great. This was a team that was the second best in the world at MSI, and those highs, they will have to need to reach today, and thus far the tournament, we haven't seen them even close to that.
I'm glad you touched upon the meta, though, because in both of these cases in 2023 and 2024, like 2023, I remember tracking Carrier's support picks as this bot lane just was running absolutely demonic pushing 2v2s that really caught everyone by surprise. So now with Fearless, I actually am really curious to see what their meta read is going to be coming into today and if they can warp it to something that they're really comfortable on.
It's one of the questions going into today. We know that Owner, if he plays as he usually does, he will be on point, and Lore was able to catch up with Owner in Beijing in the Verizon Game Day interview.
Owner, thank you for joining me after Swiss stage. You just drew Anyone Legends. What was the reaction from the team?
방금 막 이제 스위스 모든 여정 마무리했고 대진이 끝났잖아요. 방금 AL 뽑혔는데 반응이 어땠나요? 첫 반응.
뭐 어떤 상대는 어쨌든 다 잘하는 상대라고 생각했기 때문에 그냥 AL이구나라고 생각했고, 또 이제 반대편 조가 젠지 하나가 걸려가지고 그게 좀 재밌는 포인트였던 것 같습니다.
I mean, every team is really strong at this point, and after the draw, we were like, okay, we got AL, and then we looked at the other side of the bracket, and we got Hana, Life, Genji, so that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, at least you don't get to face off against an LCK team again. Talking about T1, it has been a pretty rough Swiss stage for you guys. Any specifics that you guys want to work on to get ready for AL in quarters?
이제 스위스 스테이지를 좀 놓고 보자면 T1이 많이 고전하는 순간도 많았다고 생각합니다. 이제 8강 준비를 위해서 어느 부분을 가장 좀 나아지게 만들고 싶으신가요?
그래도 뭐 저희가 초반 뭐 설계부터 해서 나아지고 있다고 생각하지만 그래도 중후반에서 저희의 집중력이 좀 더 올라오면 좋을 것 같다고 개인적으로 생각이 들어서 그런 점을 조금 더 보완해야 될 것 같고 그리고 뭐 라인 수업 단계에서 더 발전할 수 있는 것들이 너무 많다고 생각하고 있기 때문에 그런 부분들을 좀 더 잘 고치면 좋은 성적이 나오지 않을까 생각합니다.
Oh, I think we have been improving on the early game setups. I think we still need to focus on our mid to late game kind of focus and how we play out the map. And also, I think we still have a lot of room to improve when it comes to the lane swap meta. So yeah, we are working on those.
Talking a bit more about you, something that we've been saying on the desk is that you've been pretty consistent the whole year. How do you reflect on your performance at Swiss stage and what do you want to work on personally for quarters?
올 한해 또 오너 선수 굉장히 안정적인 경기력을 1년 내내 잘 유지하신 것 같거든요. 본인의 스위스 경기력을 놓고 봤을 때 어떻게 생각하시는지 또 여기는 조금 더 내가 좀 정진하고 싶다 하는 요소가 있을까요?
뭐 그래도 제가 월드를 꽤나 많이 온 걸로 아는데 이번 연도가 그래도 뭐 아픔 이슈도 살짝 있었고 그렇다 보니까 폼이 왔다 갔다 한 전적도 좀 있고 그러다 보니까 이번 연도가 제일 아쉬운 것 같아요. 개인적으로 제 폼이. 그래서 이 부분을 8강에서는 좀 보완해서 좋은 모습을 좀 보여주고 싶은 마음입니다.
Well, yeah, I believe I was pretty consistent throughout the time. But this year, especially at Worlds, there were some like injuries going on as well. So I had a little bit up and downs in my performance. So I hope I can do better and feel better and perform better at quarters.
Well, I hope you feel better indeed. 이tam유 너무 감사합니다. See you in quarterfinals. Jisun, thank you so much as always. And over to you at the desk.
Not firing on all cylinders yet, and I think that's something we've come to expect. Owner has been incredibly stable, though, for T1 overall, but he has a difficult matchup today versus Tarzan.
And he really does. And Tarzan, for me, thus far at the tournament, has been performing better than Owner, which for me comes as a surprise because Owner, not only domestically, has been a really big deal for T1, but also internationally. If you look back at the last 2 years, right? Some of the most iconic plays, the Rel flash over the arrow. But thus far at this tournament, Tarzan, to me, has been the consistency, and if he can keep up the level that we've seen of him both domestically and at this international, he should be favored in his matchup going in.
Yeah, the big thing is, can he show up like he has domestically, right? Because he's been such a huge part of this kind of AL glow up. I talked about how important it was for him to join this roster, and he and Kanavi have kind of been those top 2 junglers across the entire year.
And now I'm really going to ask you to step up to the plate because we've talked so much about Anyone's Legend and their strengths because they should come in here sovereignly off that 3-0 with a T1 who had to beat FlyQuest, 100 Thieves, and Koi and didn't even look that good. But is this history of Faker versus the LPL, is it still prevalent today? Are you willing to say that AL should be the favorite?
And this is the stuff of nightmares. When you look at this, I'm dodging your question, Abe. I'm putting it forward because I want to draw attention to the numbers here. Specifically, look at how many of these are starting at 2022. When the 4-man core of this T1 roster, that is still there obviously, only with Doran being the swap out, took place. So many of these are in the current era of League. And if you go beyond the current era, if you go to Faker, he has always made it to top 4, which is still, to me, one of the most ludicrous stats ever.
So what's the answer?
Okay, I'm gonna go. You're gonna go. Let me go first, Emily. I find it impossible, despite all the evidence in front of my eyes, to predict against T1. I just think that this team gets it done when it needs to.
There it is. Let's see what the fans voted for so they can bail out Emily for a second in our MasterCard fan vote on the day. You can vote every day at MasterCard GG on X. And usually they do call the vote for T1 because the fan base is just so big. And it's the same today, 71.3%. Since that went relatively fast, Emily, who do you think is going to take it?
I mean, I unfortunately agree with Chronicler because you want to go into a matchup being like, based on everything we've seen here and based on the analysis, right? It should be AL. I am wondering if they're able to overcome that 3-0 curse, right? And also this T1 curse. But I'm still calling it for T1. I can't go against them.
Okay.
It doesn't make any sense.
I see it. It's too strong. We've been there 2 years in a row. We've seen it happen in front of our eyes, and that's so hard to dispel. But Anyone's Legend, they want to dispel it. They are the hope of the LPL. They want to make it happen, and what better place to do it better than on home soil here in Shanghai? Let's get into our last quarterfinal, T1 versus AL.
also how kind of weird the situation is with T1.
아무래도 올해 시즌 초에 좀 힘들었던 것 같은데 이제 교체 과정이 있으면서 좀 옛날로 돌아간 듯한 기분이 들었는데
Really for the first time since he and Teddy swapped positions back in 2021, we will be having T1 Gumayusi out.
저희가 스위스 스테이지에서 많은 고난을 겪으면서 올라왔는데
They will be pushed into that elimination situation, which is not a situation we've seen them in.
모든 것이 막다른 길처럼 보이기 시작했습니다.
This T1 roster once more make it to the knockout stage of the World Championship.
하지만 막다른 길의 끝은 항상 T1 팬들의 응원이었습니다.
A1刚组成的时候，我们当时想的种一下4号种子，能走到现在是没想到。你如果一个赛段打得好的话，我觉得是黑马嘛。但是如果你一直都是保持在前面的话，这样才能够称之为是一个强队。
AL 为师一役，承载着 LPL 的另一半希望，而对手 T1 虽跌跌撞撞，但5冠加身，谁敢小觑？
우리는 작년에도 사시드로 월드 챔피언십에 도달했었습니다. 그리고 그곳을 떠날 때는 트로피를 손에 쥐고 있었죠.
之前没有 LPL 的队伍能够在世界赛的 BO5当中赢过 T1。外界的舆论不管怎么样，我们都是不会在乎的。不要来到世界赛就想着怎么样才能够走到最后的舞台嘛。
一单输者，当破强敌。
很多人说它是英雄联盟最高的山，最长的河，但我觉得它只是我们下一个对手而已。
훌랑들의 선수, 우리를 단순한 상대라고 생각하신다면 이미 패배하셨습니다.
In the new T1 dynasty.
T1 AL Prove your legend and earn your legacy.
"全球的英雄联盟粉丝们，大家好，欢迎来到上海梅赛德斯奔驰文化中心，一起见证2025全球总决赛8强赛。今天的2支战队将会为了半决赛的最后一个席位背水一战，胜者晋级，败者退场。上海，让我们用热烈的欢呼，有请 Anyone's Legend 以及 T1。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2025. It's time for the final quarter-finals battle here in Shanghai before we proceed on to the semifinals. 3 challengers have already taken their places in those matchups, and today, Anyone's Legend faces off against T1 for that 4th spot in those penultimate showdowns. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Dagda and Kobe to bring you the action here between the reigning world champions and China's most powerful team at the tournament thus far.
Everything points to this being an exceptional series. When you look at the 2 titans that are taken to the stage, when you look at the series at MSI, when you look at what is on the line here, everything must be left on the Rift here today.
I, for one, am ready for the latest episode of T1 versus the LPL. Daniel Dracos told me that T1 liked those odds, but AL have been looking better at this tournament so far. They are undefeated for a reason.
AL, the last time we saw them play was October 17th, 2 weeks ago on the dot, because they cleared out their opposition so swiftly. And let's not think that that opposition was an easy road. Remember that their best of 1 victories were against powerful opponents, were against powerful Korean teams. It's Gen.G and HLE that AL has already proven that they know how to get through. They took down CFO then after in the best of 3, dropping a single game, but still winning the series. Anyone's Legend is looking powerful coming into this quarterfinal.
Whereas when you look at like T1, the fact that they end up being pushed towards those elimination games by CFO, it really does start to raise those questions. Where do T1 stand coming into this? Because they don't look as strong as they have in the past coming into these quarterfinals.
They certainly don't, and a lot of people are looking at the support matchup with Kyle having that big performance, especially versus Gen.G, the Poppy putting the grounding down on Ruler, and Keria not looking like himself, having some mistakes here. T1, they actually had to have Faker, the oldest man at the tournament, carry them here. The thing is with T1 though, they can just play better on the day.
And it's about time to see who's going to lock in here as our teams prepare to enter Champion Select, powered by Omen and HyperX. For the first time here in this best of 5, it's Bard and Azir, banned out by AL. Bard has been banned against T1 for every game except that FlyQuest best of 1 so far. Keria earning a lot of respect on the pick, while T1 will ban away the Trundle and Yunara.
Yeah, unfortunately the West has become the experimentation chamber here, because it was the Bard against FlyQuest, it was this Azir against MKOI that really made teams take notice and go, okay, we don't want to give these ones across. So AL making sure that both those champions aren't going to go across, but with Trundle banned away, are they trying to bait Flandre into this Sion first pick?
I mean, very well may be the case. I feel like with, Ambessa and everything up, maybe not worth the investment. But we'll see. Talia also here, pretty big pick up and available. The Rise as well. A lot of things to choose for as far as the priority.
Okay, Nico and Orianna, the last 2 bans here in the first half. Both, of course, very high tier picks in their respective roles. So no Azir, no Orianna. First pick of the entire draft is going to be the Kiana here for Tarzan.
And this has been such a strong pick in the LPL. Now continuing on towards Worlds, Tarzan has already won on this champion at Worlds as well. It looks like they're going to try and focus on, okay, let's get some early aggression here, see if we can snowball off of early skirmishes and really take it in those objective fights later.
Yeah, the team fight is so big for it, the execution so big. With the Trundle ban that you're looking at though, of course the Sion does rise in priority, and T1 are happy to grab it for Doran. Flandre, we'll see what the response is, but there are plenty of options for him to still go into it.
Okay, and we do have that Talia locked in here for T1, one of the most picked mid laners throughout the tournament thus far. A lot of power roaming to those side lanes, a lot of opportunity to make big plays there with the seismic shove. And like you already talked about, Kobe, Faker's been the one doing a lot of heavy lifting for this team, so giving him the playmaking feels good.
And as far as the options into the Sion, Flandre has been one of the best, if not the best, Rek'Sai at the tournament, and that looked very good into the Sion.
The only thing I'm nervous about, though, is with the Talia now locked in, it opens up for Owner to go for the Wukong, and I think that's been one of his best picks when he's able to have this level 6 power spike that you can play towards those early objectives at, and with the Talia Wukong is such an exceptionally strong combo if you can manage to make that one work.
And back on the AL side, we've got the Rise, we've got the Rek'Sai locked in for Flandre as well. He has played this pick 3 times already at Worlds, by far his most played, considering they've only had to play 5 games to get here so far. But it is not the Wukong on the T1 side. Instead, going for the Pantheon, most likely for Owner, of course, still could have a support angle there, so we won't rule that out just yet.
Yeah, the guaranteed point and click for the seismic shove setup here, and the double, almost triple globals with a Sion ultimate as well, so lots of ability to try and answer Rise split push, but we're looking at the bottom lanes now.
Yeah, it looks like T1 are trying to set up for either the Caitlyn or the Varus pick with the Ziggs ban, so I'm curious if anyone's Legend want to try and shift and take those 2 priorities away. Instead, focus on towards the support role, taking away the Poppy, maybe looking towards an Alistar as well, try and pinch that pool for carry in the bottom lane.
Yeah, honestly, keeping Keria down, you need to add the Poppy. There they go. That's kind of the trifecta there of the big Keria champions. Put some extra pressure down there. As you're saying, the Caitlyn does look quite good. Pushing lanes have been so valuable here at Worlds.
It's also just Gumayusi's Varus popped off against MKOI, and it has been such a strong pick for him for so many years. I think it'd be good to try and get rid of that, but we'll have to see if anyone's Legend want to try and focus on that on this last ban.
Okay, so alongside the bottom lane carry bans of the Sivir and the Ziggs from T1, it's going to be double support bans from AL, looking at the Alistar alongside that Poppy. Poppy, of course, we know the power of the pick in being able to stop engages, make team fights unfair with the ultimate. Alistar just giving you so much dive opportunity, so much ability to start things off. But there it is, the Gumayusi Varus.
I mean, he's so exceptional on this pick and has been renowned for so many years, whether he's stealing Barons or stealing the hearts of so many fans after he's broken them. But here we go, Ezreal going to be locked in on the opposite side. I don't mind this actually going to be swapped. I think the only thing with the Ezreal is going to be trying to get through that tank front line. Jhin going to have a very similar story, so I wasn't sure if anyone's Legend would try and swap away from it, but definitely want something that can try and get through this very beefy front line.
Yeah, and something that can follow up on plays that are pretty far away from you. You know, if you're looking at Qiyana and Rek'Sai dive or Ryze Realm Warp side lane plays there as well. Gonna need something that can follow up and cover some distance.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they're gonna go for something like a Thresh Jinx or something along those lines still to try and have some play in that realm, but I know we haven't really seen a huge amount of Jinx, and I think again you're just gonna struggle here. So this is why I liked the Trundle ban coming out from T1, kind of posing that question of, well, AL, what do you value most here?
Right. If you're saying you want that Qiyana, that powerful LPL assassin jungler like you were talking about, Dagda, well, you're going to have to trade the meatball of the Scion for it. You can hear the arena getting excited at this hover, but we're not going to be baited here just yet. We'll see exactly what they want to go for here. Most likely for Keria. Again, it could still be the Pantheon as the support. I don't think it will be. No, it'll be Keria's Rakan as the final pick of the draft here for T1.
Yeah, pretty good matchup into the Braum. All the extra movement that Rakan does have here for that one. And honestly, the engage looks very, very heavy here for T1, opening up with a pretty standard draft.
It does feel to me, though, that if AL don't get off to a good lead early, they are really going to struggle in this matchup. Gumayusi can opt in towards the on-hit, as there's not a huge amount of threat in that backline apart from the Qiyana. But either way, you have a beefy front line, great engage for T1, and on AL side, no one who can really get through the likes of this Scion. So if T1 just set up for objective fights and they have a lead, it becomes very easy to play out their composition.
Yeah, for me, I'm definitely going to be looking at the mid jungles and the mid jungle synergy, especially early on. Shanks here will definitely be a target. Pantheon plus Taliyah, even pre-level 6, they can go wild. They can put a lot of pressure there. So we'll see if Tarzan can track jungle, can keep owner under wraps.
And focusing on the mid lane early will feel great, and then if they can get the ball rolling, like you already mentioned, the double semi-global ultimates, any sort of lead you can get allows you to apply that pressure to the side lanes, to the objectives, to make picks, to force fights that are not fair, even if AL might originally believe they are so. So for AL, particularly if you fall behind, it's so scary when you're trying to set up these plays.
Yeah, and you know how aggressive AL is going to want to play this. Like the last time we saw Tarzan play this champion, he was diving mid lane turrets to just set up a kill for himself. They really want to invest in getting this Qiyana ahead. So all eyes are going to be on Faker to make sure that he does not fall prey to it.
All right, we're on to the Rift for game one in this quarterfinal, best of 5, AL versus T1 for the last spot in the semifinals and the opportunity to play top esports for a chance at the finals. Runes coming up on your screen right now. We can see comment on the Varus, means lethality and poke, double summoner spellbooks here for our supports for the extra opportunities, utility, and playmaking.
And they sweep out with the early Oracle's lens here to grab that ward, take down the possible lane swap ward there, and it's just going to be the regular reset. Sign back up to the normal lanes here. Remember, this series was exciting at MSI, so I hope that we can just continue right off that full 5 games.
And so far throughout this tournament, 100 Thieves and MKOI pressuring T1, I think more than we expected them to in those best of 3s that T1 had to play, where I think a lot of people were expecting these gold graphs to be just straight up and to the right.
Yeah, we expected T1 to come out all guns blazing and being able to find those early pressure, find those kills, and suddenly skyrocket in towards their objective control where they like it the most. But when it came towards, especially that series against MKOI, there was a lot of picks going across, there was a lot of skirmishes that ended up going in favor of MKOI, and it really relied on those late game fights over T1 where they were able to excel, at that objective setup that really made the difference.
Yeah, I mean, we were seeing individual mistakes from members of T1 as well as team mistakes with, like, some fights you would have Doran engaging in a completely different direction from where Owner was going. And so it has made people a little bit worried here as to the form of T1 coming into this series.
And of course, that does mean that T1 has had more time to practice. They've had more stage games, right? Like I said at the top of the day, Anyone's Legend, because of their success, it was 2 weeks ago that they played their qualifier match in that 2-0 bracket from the Swiss stage. So although that does give you extra time to prep, it gives you extra time to plan, look ahead and try to figure out the meta, figure out the things that other teams might not be wise to just yet. It does mean that you haven't had as many games under the lights.
And that's why I think this matchup in the top side is super interesting, because T1 off of that extra games played have thought, no, we're actually going to get rid of the Trundle and try and get this Zion for ourselves, which is their big investment in the draft. AL, at least off the games they play, believe that the Flandre is going to be good enough on this Rek'Sai to outperform it. So I think that's where, when it comes to these team fights, how both these top laners perform is going to be the focal point of who comes out on top.
Yeah, 100%. Plus, we haven't had to show anything extra here from AL in the opening game. A lot of people looking forward to what AL have been able to cook, specifically Tabe, as far as the drafts, with all of the extra time that AL have had to observe the other teams. In game number 1, though, they're not showing anything new at all. You know, these are the normal priorities here with the Qiyana, with the Rek'Sai that you do mention.
Okay, as we have Tarzan making a quick stop in the enemy jungle here just to place down the common ward near the enemy Raptor camp. Keep an eye on what's going on there as Owner has secured the bottom side. Scuttle Crab drops off a Raptor ward of his own. Both junglers will pass through the mid lane. Tarzan going to see Owner, who is coming around maybe for the play on to Shanks, but as soon as he knows it's a 2v2, he thinks better of it.
Yeah, first clear, very easy to track for both of them. Both of them having information, and as we were looking forward to from the draft, it was going to be an early convergence towards that mid lane, because you really can snowball it either way there with the extra pressure. So far, though, just clearing out the extra ward and the slight roam up from Kyle. Again, another use of this sweeper. He's gotten a couple out of the early oracles, and keeping this pathway between mid lane and bottom lane clear is huge to be able to get those roams off.
Yeah, especially, like, Owner will get the information that, oh, the Raptors were just about to spawn, so we'll be able to track where Tarzan is going for the moment. But I think it is a case of trying to make sure you can also keep Tarzan safe in a lot of this, because Pantheon early matching into the Qiyana, if you have the support from Faker, you can very quickly burst out this Qiyana, and she's nullified entirely in these early skirmishes.
All right, taking a look down here in bottom lane, you can see the farm even here, as it is pretty much everywhere thus far. We don't have any of these lanes pulling out to a major advantage early on. 4 seconds left on the clock before the Drake spawns is a Chemtech Drake, which often means you're not going to have as much early priority on it from junglers and bottom laners as it could be for something more valuable, especially considering, like I just mentioned, the neutral state of the lanes. Nobody's got prio over the nearby area.
Yeah, I think if you're T1, though, you can try and look for Bakuma. It might be caught. Yeah, force the flash.
Gumayushi losing the flash there, especially on Varus with the no innate mobility. That could be an opportunity for AL.
And what I was about to say was that Gumayushi and Kerry have actually had a decent job of pushing in this lane on the bottom side, and that should open up then Owner to actually go for this dragon, especially as this wave's crashed and they get to bounce it back out. But now, down a flash, it makes Gumayushi a little bit more vulnerable if AL try to contest any sort of early dragon take.
The other thing to consider for the dragon, Flandra also still with a teleport. Okay, just uses it now on the Rek'Sai.
Extra tower shot here for Shanks, but not too big. I was gonna say, Keria there was coming out of base off of his reset and had hovered towards mid. Now we're seeing another hover towards mid, but it is spotted by the warding here from AL. So good vision around mid lane. AL have known, yes, Shanks is going to be a target on this rise. We know that T1 want to be able to compound off of this Taliyah, but the other side is not warded.
Oh, Owner with the flash into the stun going after Shanks, but he flashes to buffer through it. So no seismic shove there for the follow-up. You even saw Owner using his spear on nothing beforehand to charge the passive.
Yeah, really good job by Shanks there with the preemptive flash, because if that flick goes through, you're in a lot of trouble. But now Faker having to escape. She'll be able to walk out on towards this bottom side. and it should just be Owner picking up the Raptors for himself.
Yeah, interesting here, because Tarzan is able to leech to level 6. He got that topside Scuttle Crab, so Kiana very threatening with access to the ultimate, but nobody finding actual blood quite yet with all the focus towards mid lane. But Flowers, your #1 goal when you're trying to kill a mid laner is first step, blow their flash.
Yes.
So Shanks, no flash here. Very good trade for Owner to just go in and trade that, even though Faker was unable to follow up with the close seismic shove.
My eyes are drifting towards 50 seconds until that next Void group though, and if you actually look at the bot lane, Keria is already preemptively swapped towards teleport, which means that then Keria can just stay on this bottom side and work alongside Gumayusi to keep this pressure and then TP to that next fight. So I'm curious if Kael is going to try and swap as well to keep himself in check and match alongside Keria.
And we mentioned the leeching of EXP to get Tarzan to level 6 there on the Kiana. Owner now level 6 on his Pantheon. Whether they want to use that to try to make a play on the now flashless Rise or make a play for the Void Grubs that you mentioned, Dagda, I really want to see some value out of this for Owner and T1.
Meanwhile, the lane's going pretty well for AL besides that Gumayusi lead that you do see. Flandra, we kept on talking about it, but he has put so much time into this Rek'Sai. You know, looking at the solo queue accounts, spamming this champion, and he's gotten results because of it. And so they feel pretty confident in that matchup. He's earned his own lead so far, and here goes the movement towards those actual Void Grubs.
AL have a nice setup though. They've already pushed him bottom side as Shanks has moved down. They're trying to shift the Talia down to match, but this opens up Shanks to move quicker with that Realm Warp, and AL should be able to keep T1 at bay. I don't even think T1 can test here.
Yeah, for sure. With how much pressure Flandra has in the 1v1, the Rek'Sai has a Scion under tower already, and you see Flandra proxying even, so T1 looks very good for them, or excuse me, AL looks very good for them to grab the grubs. Will T1 even try and answer anything on the other side of the map?
Exactly. You don't really see any movements immediately towards the Drake or anything like that. You saw a ping right now from AL onto the Drake pit, expecting that T1 might be trying to make that counterpunch there, but 3 grubs for the side of AL. When you already have all of this pressure, particularly in the top lane with your Rek'Sai having the lead over Scion and proxy farming him, feels really good to secure that this early. Now it will be T1 heading over to the Drake. A little bit delayed compared to the exact timing for the taking of the grubs, but they're still going to secure it without a fight, and that means it's 1-1 in the objective count as Doran heads back into lane here with the Scion ultimate to continue trying to farm.
This is a much slower early game than I was expecting. When you glance back towards MSI, there was so much activity in the early stages of that series across almost every single game, but both teams now at the World Championship trying to scope things out and see where they can get that small little advantage in this game #1, because for so many of the players on the Rift, it means so much, especially on AL side, if they can take down T1.
And I see one of those advantages already manifesting. The gold that we were talking about for Flandra, the lead that he had, the pressure, it has turned into the item here. Titanic Hydra. This thing feels so good on Rek'Sai because auto attack resets really enable you to stack up your Fury even quicker so you can get your true damage bite. And it gives you massive wave clear. So again, pushing the extra tempo here if he's able to annihilate the minion wave, move into proxy again. You know, him plus Tarzan are well equipped now to make some plays.
And those plays are going to be made looking at one person in particular, and that is Gumayusi on the Varus. He is the 1 point of power right now for T1. He's the 1 role with an individual gold lead, and Rek'Sai and Kiana want nothing more than to erase him at the very start of the fight.
And that's why both supports are doing a really good job of teetering through mid into bottom side as well. You can see all the vision that Keria has set up on this bottom side of the map, and it's now being slowly cleared out by Kael, essentially trying to keep both of their mid laners safe and those vulnerable AD carries in the mid safe as well.
And we know when AL are at their best, it is when both Tarzan and Kael are controlling vision and oftentimes linking up to work with each other to apply that pressure. I remember the interview that we had with Tabe, where he was talking about the close relationship of those two players outside the game as well. and how Tarzan really opened up Kyle's confidence with communication in game. Because Tarzan's Chinese is so good. He kind of came in and acted as this older brother figure for Kyle. So we'll see. At the moment, Kyle has been kind of like handling the vision on the bottom half, while Tarzan by himself had been handling the vision on the top half. But if you see them link up here with Braum and Kiana, that is so much CC and possibilities for big plays.
Looks like they might be trying to right now as T1 trying to set up on this bottom side. Keria has to walk out from underneath the turret as AL moving towards him.
Keria with the grand entrance back over the wall. TP coming in now for AL. Shanks arrives right into the seismic shove. Doesn't take a whole ton of damage there, gonna back away. True Shot Barrage fires through, back from all the way over in mid lane, but not gonna find any targets. Owner also hanging around the area, but again, gentlemen, it just seems like nobody wants to be the one to force something that doesn't have to be forced here in this first game.
Well, AL want to make sure that they're not falling vulnerable to Owner, but a little bit of a play there on the bottom side, because Owner at any point in time can show up mid, can show up bot, and similar to Faker, where he's already pushed in this bottom wave, if they don't want to go for the dive mid, they can always try and rotate into something happening on that mid wave. So now T1 investing everything onto this bottom side.
Okay, Faker, Owner, and Keria squared up here to try to at least grab a turret plate, and they will be able to do just that. Faker collects the money. Keria still just trying to distract Tarzan and Kyle. Shanks at 40% HP on the rise, but can still clear the wave away as Gumayusi applies pressure over in the mid lane. Going to secure the second plate on that turret as well, as T1 tries to claw back some of the distance from this gold lead. But again, Flandra is constantly running the show up here in the top lane, finding a third plate for himself.
So good, so comfortable on this champion. Again, though, everybody is always really happy to have a Sion on their team later in the game.
Yeah.
As long as he's not significantly behind, will provide a lot of front line presence. Doran, though, has had a rough tournament thus far, and so people are definitely looking for him to step up as it progresses.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that will be now at the next, or the Rift Herald in a minute 45, because you're going to see these first item completions, like things like the Triforce for Hope starting to come through. You've already got a lot of your top side of the map for AL in a decent spot, so I think that's where they'll be looking to try and play. And with Dragon in 40 seconds as well, you can continue to put that pressure down as well. So I think it's more on T1 to find picks with Owner and Faker right now to disrupt the opportunity for AL to hit these spikes and play for this Dragon.
Yeah, let's see if they can get some early vision control. You see Keria at the moment through mid, through the control ward here, trying to go get some. And he can do this because his jungler is Pantheon. And Owner's always ready with the ultimate. But Flandra, the Flandra attacks up here is almost an entire turret already. Now Faker under tower. Tarzan has joined.
Okay, Faker throws out the Unraveled Earth, wants to make sure he can find his escape route here.
There you go.
And this is also the additional power of what I commented earlier, 3 Void Grubs with a side laner that's already winning this hard. This is AL. There's not a kill on the board, and Flandra's forcing down the first turret 14 minutes into the game. Now T1 starting up the second Drake. They want to try to keep stacking here. Keria disengaging as AL's on the approach. T1 grouped up as 4. The Drake is down to 2,000 HP. Faker joins up with everybody. It's a 5v5. They go in immediately as Doran tries to lead the charge with a blast estimating smash, but he's only going to be beat down himself. A lot of damage on the Doran, but he is not down. Keria into the back line. The major engage from T1. Tarzan finds a supreme display of talent and making a 1-for-1 so far, but T1 have the health bars. Faker rides the Weaver's wall as Keria's about to die into the back line, but Kyle falls. Tarzan falls. T1, they'll lose Keria as Gumayusi fights back, and Shanks is on the run. Faker and Guma looking for a little bit more with a piercing arrow going over the wall, and Faker's ready to flash. Another rock is thrown, and Shanks is buried. T1, 4 for 2.
Once again, it's Faker in the clutch in the fight, finds the flick to send AL into everyone on T1. What a play from the T1 mid laner.
The team fights, baby. And Doran's gonna go for a flash ultimate here and just start out the fight. We're talking about the Sion value is always gonna be there. He immediately got the Braum ult and the Braum wall out, and then Faker gets that shove into the Keria engage. Keria charms up 4 members, and even though they sacrifice the Sion, they get such a lead in the fight, they can then go for the chase.
And the fact that Doran ends up forcing Tarzan to flash out of River sets up so nicely for T1, because your biggest worry is a massive Kiana ult in the middle of that fight, but you can't find your moment if you're not able to be in that fight.
T1 team fighting, man. 14 minutes into the game, we're at 0-0, and now it's T1 with a 4-for-2 lead. Damage dealt to champions in the last fight. It's Guma, it's Faker, it's Shanks, it's Hope. The carries on both sides doing all the damage, but now we might have yet another one as the Rift Herald makes its way onto the river.
And you just saw Guma's got some pretty good stats on Varus at Worlds. Yup. He's also stole some Barons that had a pretty big effect on some pretty important games. AL, though, this is not Baron. This is Rift Herald. They're going to grab this one. No Guma around to steal it.
Yeah, it looks like instead T1 going to try and push in mid and collapse onto this bot tier 1 to see if they can pick that one up for themselves, match the top tier 1 that AL have already taken. So T1 still getting value as Flandra actually does a good job of clearing out the wave to slow down this T1 play.
Flandra still obviously the point of power here for T1. Individual gold lead of 1.3K is the reason why T1 is not ahead in gold despite winning that team fight 4-2. We do also have a very interesting state with the feats of strength. First turret went over to AL. Obviously, feat of warfare went over to T1, and we're 2-2 now in neutral objectives. So this next Drake spawning in 3.5 minutes, or if we want to get really crazy, maybe the Otacon spawning even sooner than that, will be what decides who gets the better shoes.
You know everybody loves an Otacon fight.
Yeah.
You know it. These things are always exciting, and it is about the setup for those fights. So we'll see if you can control the area first and get the perfect engage. The thing is, with a Rek'Sai lead there, that is not a lead that just like wins you a game. This champion does a lot of setup. It can provide a lot of pressure, but it in itself is not a win condition. So they actually have to find, you know, like a flash knockup onto Gumayushi or something to actually put a stop to the T1 team fight. And look at this, the river control for T1 is pretty early.
Yeah, for AL, it has to be a way of finding a bypass to Doran, but Flandra going in.
Yeah, Flandra goes in for the flash. He wants to try to find Faker here. Needs a little bit more damage. Ulti to drop the aggro, and Shanks gets the kill. TP coming in from T1, but it might be a little bit of a problem. No, Doran has the ulti. Guarantees he does not get locked up, but still, that's T1 getting caught off guard. That's Flandra making the flash play that you wanted to see.
Yeah, immediately. Flash ultimate onto one of the carries. It's not Guma, but it's Faker, and they get the kill. That is Flandra coming up big on the world stage.
That is, though, no flash now for this next dragon that we were just hyping up how crucial it could be, or the next Otacon. So although it's a nice pick, they don't actually get much more out of the back of it. So for AL, we'll have to keep track if they can still find that moment in the next fight, sans flash.
Yeah, exactly. You can't get an objective after that. It's not like it led into a turret take. It's not like it led into a dragon or an Otacon or anything like that. It feels good to get the extra money in the pocket, but still, AL are going to need every tool they can possibly get. These big fights come down to the carries, to the positioning. We saw the damage charts from that first big team fight, from the only big team fight, and both sides, it was mid and AD doing all the work. If one of those dies instantly, that's going to completely warp the landscape of the battle.
And that's why I want to see AL still going for these pick plays. And you can kind of see Kyle and Tarzan are linking up to try and find ways where they can get some deeper vision down, find these moments they can play into the jungle of T1 and use those tight corridors. But at the moment, T1 get to clear out their waves. We got a minute now where everyone's starting to reset until this dragon comes through. And that's where we're going to see our next big fight.
And along with those resets, we're seeing second purchases. Shanks is about to hit 10 stacks on his Rod of Ages as well. We've got the Muramana almost ready to evolve for Hope. We've got it almost ready to evolve for Gumayushi as well. Those should both be fully stacked by the time the dragon fight comes around. Seraph's Embrace going to be completed for Shanks, already completed for Faker alongside that Rylai's. Everybody's hitting these big power spikes, and I expect that to also be a huge factor.
And we've got Otacon here. T1 pushing on top side, trying to set up around it very early on. Again, the flashes will be critical here.
Oh, Hope goes forward, but immediately Carry is ready to try to respond here with the grand entrance. Hope tries to get over the wall. He sidesteps the seismic shot, but the damage from Owner is way too much. A big mistake from AL, and a bigger punish from T1. Tarzan goes in! Supreme display of talent under 3, but there is no follow-up. Tarzan has to try to flash away. Owner goes after him, but now he's trapped. Shanks with a little bit more damage, kills off the T1 jungler. The Realm Warp's ready to go in, and Shanks wants another. The arrows fly out as Doran charges in. Shanks with a flash to the side to avoid the engage coming out from T1's top laner. Doran's gonna try to run. Another arrow flies out from Gumayushi. Gumayusi, as now Carrier's got to be careful as he battle dances in and out of the fight. Hold on, we've got a respawn from Kyle. He teleports back, and now it looks like AL is going to take the opportunity to go after the Otacon.
AL have to try and rush this. They know that they've only got a couple of seconds until Owner's back up, and he has that ultimate available. The interrupt is huge because that will stop T1 responding with the Dragon.
Exactly. Big interrupt there on Gumayusi, and AL, despite the fact that their bottom lane duo gets caught out, despite the fact that that fight looked so good for T1 at the start, claims the Otacon. Here it is again.
Yeah, the counter engage was so good for AL. Hope here, he arcane shifts forward, that immediately gets hit with Gumayusi's ulti. They are able to buy some time, but immediately Owner flashes over, they get the kill. Here is the counter engage though. They pop down the Rift Herald, and they got the big Kiana ult, as you know, but back to live. The Dragon is important. T1 already starting it out.
Crucially, Tarzan had the Axiom Arc, so his Supreme Display talent is nearly back up. AL want to fight this.
This is sole point if T1 secure it. AL know that this puts them in a very bad spot. Dragon down to 1,000, already going to be secured by Owner. AL continuing to walk forward, but they decide better of it. There's nothing left to fight over. So Otacon plus feats of strength over to AL's side, but T1 then claiming Soul Point and in a position to claim Soul every 5 minutes hereafter.
A very tense position in the game, Flowers. Everybody's looking at the next Dragon now. With the power of the Otacon, it's not super big at the moment with only the 19 petals being picked up. It's a pretty early one there. It does give the nice on-kill effect though for AL, and this is a team that has a lot of burst damage in it, so you might actually see the use of that extra on-kill effect. I mean, Tarzan, we saw the big Kiana ult just before we went back to live in the previous one, and he might be able to find another.
And with that Otacon take, securing feats of warfare for AL, look at the inventories of Flandra and Tarzan. They both already immediately upgrade to the tier 3 shoe, so while everybody else in the game, particularly on the T1 side, is at their 2-item power spike, it's that 2.5-item power spike for the AL side because they can afford that extra upgrade for the 500 gold after having the 2 full completed items right beforehand, right before that Otacon timer. I'm very curious how much that's going to pay off here for Flandra and Tarzan. Shanks oftentimes too, you see mid laners go for that tier 3 boot very quickly, so this could be a big power spike for them if they want to fight again soon, but it's still 3.5 minutes until that next Drake spawns.
For T1 though, it feels like the 2 tower power spike. The fact that you managed to get that mid lane tower down makes it very easy for you to abuse Gumayusi's wave clear and start shifting constantly down, putting pressure on towards this bottom side of the map. And once you get that last tower down, then it becomes much easier for T1 to establish that vision for the upcoming Infernal Soul, for these picks that they can try and find, because both compositions incredibly strong when they can play in these pockets of vision.
Yeah, both of them have so many tools to make picks and quickly get those kills. See about the lockdown and the chain CC here. T1, they fully reset and come all the way back out, down to the bottom side of the map. So this is going to allow Flandra to push in the side wave. You see top lane will be in AL's favor, but he doesn't have teleport, so it's not going to be any sort of big teleport flank play or anything. It just means somebody from T1 will have to go answer, and looks like Faker elects to go pick up the extra gold.
Okay, we do have Faker also. 2 needlessly large rods in inventory means the Rabadon's death cap. He will certainly have enough gold for that 2.5 minutes from now in time for that Dragon Soul fight. And it's Mountain Soul as well. Putting that on a Scion when the enemy team already has an Ezreal as the AD carry instead of a tank buster is very scary.
Yeah, the Infernal Soul with like the poke from Gumayusi is going to be incredibly strong. You're good, you're good. It's going to be so strong, and honestly for Faker as well. But crucially, Gumayusi and Faker, Flash is just about to come off cooldown. Same when you look at Owner as well, right? Like, you have so many of those tools now up and available for you for this next Dragon fight, or even if you want to go for a sneaky T1 Baron.
Right, Baron makes his way onto the Rift. I was doubting a little bit that we might get as early of an Otacon as we did. I was proved wrong. We'll see if we get an early Baron in this one as well. The gold lead still less than 1,000 gold for AL, despite the slight kill lead for T1, and neither one of the teams has really pulled away any further than that throughout this entire first game.
Yeah, I love the way that you bring up the sneaky T1 Barons, because as the team with the Soul Point, they get the luxury of dragging you across the map. They can go for either side, whereas AL, it's much more difficult here to spread your vision resources, keep track of both of these objectives, and make sure that T1 don't sneak the bigger of the two.
Yeah.
Regardless, though, T1 would still be very happy with just going over to progress here through the Dragon area. This is up in only 1 minute.
And with 1 minute on the clock, powerful items are starting to come online. You can see the Seeker's Arm Guard available for Shanks, especially on Rise, when he can use the Realm Warp to put himself in the middle of everybody. This can be a massive, massive playmaking tool for getting in there and playing aggressively towards the backline of T1. Taking count of summoner spells, gentlemen, it's everything. Every single summoner spell is ready. Ghost swapped in for Keiria's Rakan. Exhaust swapped in for Kyle's Braum as AL try to force T1 back from the bottom side river. 30 seconds to go until the Infernal Soul spawns for T1.
And Faker's recalling right now. That's got to be a death cap for him. He has teleport. As you said, all of these summoner spells are available. He has the cap just in time.
All right, Faker's got some headwear, but it's AL with control over the bot side river. Owner and Gumayushi wanting to step up a little bit here. TP coming in from Doran. He's going to be the one to try to face check. Keria takes some damage from Shanks. Has to use the Grand Entrance to get himself back away. AL with control over the river, still for now. Flandra looking around in the blue buff area, but he won't find anything. Kyle down to half HP already from the T1 poke. That's only going to get scarier if T1 secure this objective. Kyle using the Unbreakable, blocks the piercing arrow. Poke trading back and forth still between both sides. Keep your eyes on the engage, keep your eyes on Keria. Flandra digging into the pit, putting that tunnel down, making sure he has some extra mobility for the upcoming fight as T1 want to step forward. Doran then going to crush the tunnel. Kyle, half HP still, going to use Redemption early here for AL just to make sure the health bars stay topped off. Flandra marked on the side, seismic shove onto the AL top laner. Chain CC on the Flandra, he's already down. T1 have found the pick. Supreme display of talent, tries to hold the line, but into the back line goes Owner. Hope is being chased. Tarzan's being killed. Anyone's Legend is being crushed as Shanks tries to fight back in a 1v4, but he'll get nothing but an epitaph as T1 kill 4 and take Soul.
T1 go fishing and they find Flandra. They pick him off and they decimate AL in the team fight.
Hope is trying desperately to hold on,
Faker.
but T1 are chasing.
Faker's riding the wall in. Hope's going to be the last to die. A delayed ace for T1, and the delay makes it even better because now, even when AL respawns, they are not going to have everyone all at once. They will not be full strength. T1 won't just take the soul. They're going to take the whole enemy team. They're going to take the top lane turret. They're going to take Baron, and they're going to take a hell of a hold on this game.
And all of it is because Keria was doing such a good job of matching Tarzan. The Tarzan tried to move, and they sent Flandre into his death as T1 find the pick they need, and the immediate follow-up with Keria, with Owner. They find Hope. They shut down AL's Hope as the rest of T1 clears up in the pit.
Oh, Keria is back, baby. He camped on that control ward. He starts out the play onto Flandra, setting up the seismic shove, and then he continues the play, as you say, jumping over the wall, finding the rest of the members. Keria Rakan finding multiple big engages.
And it feels like this is now T1's game entirely. They'll be able to push in these waves. The poke that was already so difficult at that last dragon, now only amplified thanks to the soul. And T1, they're going to start to move down here. They will spot out Hope, but do they know AL are in the bush?
AL trying to set some kind of a trap. They know a fair fight doesn't favor them any longer. Kyle going to be trapped on the wrong side of the Weaver's wall. Seismic shove connects onto Shanks, who immediately goes golden. But it's going to be a 2-for-1 deal. Supreme display of talent at least takes Keria out in the process. But T1 have still won the fight. They're going to keep pushing forward. They've got the Baron, they've got the Soul, they've got the enemy tier 1 turret down. They've got Owner diving into the back line. But the escape is there for the rest of AL. Flandra trying to distract, get something else back over in the mid lane here at the same time, try to get an objective bounty because AL know they are not fighting back in the bottom lane. T1 take the tier 2.
Gumayushi's Chains of Corruptions locking down Shanks, making sure that neither him or Kael could get out of there. T1, they are in the heads of anyone's Legend.
I mean, it's T1 at Worlds versus the LPL. And T1 down here, after they've already gotten so many big objectives, Flowers, you were just talking about how much they won off the previous fight, they get right back to it. Seismic shove here, gets Shanks, and they immediately get his Zonias. The response from Tarzan to try and get at least something back from AL, does get them a tiny bit, but T1 are not stopping.
Oh, Flandra, he's got to try to get out of there. Rek'Sai, luckily very slippery, takes the blast cone, gets knocked back to safety, but T1 are not slowing down anytime soon. Still about 45 seconds left on that Red Bull Baron power play as they continue to take more and more of the map from anyone's Legend.
And that's the biggest issue. We've already seen how quickly T1 can collapse, how quickly T1 can find those picks, and now the map is dark. And T1 continue to push in this top side. AL are attempting to get here, but this tower is gone.
Nothing left of the tier 2 top. Another one falls, and T1's gold lead climbs back over 6,000 as the Baron, still 20 seconds left on this one. Another wave about to come towards the tier 3. And it looks like this is going to be the last wave that T1 get to push with. We'll see if they want to try to make the full break of the base. Here's your Weaver's Wall. T1 going to summon the Redemption immediately just to make sure they can power through this. Realm Warp from Shanks just to make sure he's not caught on the wrong side of the Talia ulti. And that's T1 using every second of the Baron to grab their first inhibitor of the game.
Getting the TP here from KL and Tarzan. Looks like they're going to try and make some sort of sneaky play as T1 are coming back out of the map and try and find something in this, because we're 2 minutes out from Elder Dragon. That is going to be the death warrant of AL signed.
How powerful is T1 Aura at Worlds?
They're strong, man.
Yeah. Honestly, strongest thing I've ever seen.
The plot armor is crazy, man.
They said it themselves last year, come in as the 4th seed, and they left holding the trophy. This tournament, they came in not looking super strong, and yet coming out in this game, they win that one fight at the Dragon. They win it very heavily, but they get so many rewards. The Dragon Soul plus the Baron, and they immediately just take over the entire map.
But it's not even this tournament, right? Like, you look down the roster of AL, it's Hope in 2022 lost against T1 on JDG in quarterfinals. It was Tarzan who lost against them in semifinals. Oh. And then even Flandre, the year he won Worlds, still lost to T1 0-2 in groups. It just feels like it is so difficult for LPL teams to match up against T1.
They have looked a lot better at MSI, but this ain't MSI. All right, T1, let's see if they can finish the job here. Flowers, again, this is a full best of 5 as well. We are going the distance today. T1 here in game number 1 have jumped out to a very sizable lead for themselves. Now all that's left is to push in for one split push. Since they already have the top inhibitor down, they can just do mid and bottom. Currently, though, they're actually split a little bit more, with Faker going back using his, I assume, extra teleport being at the ready here. He'll just answer the wave that Flandre is pushing and then join at the next cause.
There is some vision in behind T1 though, and maybe that's what AL are looking for. You can see they're pinging that ward that's just over by the T1 blue brush, and that may be what they're trying to get Flandre onto, as Faker going to match that push in the top side, but they need to go very quickly if they want to make this play work.
Exactly. Elder spawning in 5 seconds. This objective, for how powerful the buff is, dies very quick.
And the money at this point in the game, it becomes really, really difficult to overcome because you get to purchase all of these like one fight power points. The Guardian Angel here on Owner just makes Pantheon a completely different weapon. You can just ult right into the back line. You can go for flash point and click stun plays, and you have so many other defensives. You know, the spell shield here for Guma with the Edge of Night. You've got the arm guard for Faker. So the luxury of creating some more spectacular plays is now afforded to them because of the gold lead.
You can see Flandre's tremor senses are tingling. He knows T1 is in that fog of war, but it's so dangerous for AL to step up. Keria with flash, with exhaust here on the Rakan. Kael swapped over to a ghost on his Braum.
Looks like T1 don't know where Tarzan is though. There was pings going over towards their own jungle, wondering if Tarzan managed to sneak his way in, but Dragon now started and Tarzan spotted as well.
Okay, Owner and Keria are the only two around the Dragon Pit for now. TP coming in. Faker is ready to join back up with the rest of the team after purchasing the Crypt Bloom. AL starting up the Elder Dragon now. T1 watching on, waiting for the rest of the team to approach. Elder Dragon down to about 1/2 HP. Hope taking a chunk of damage. Dora charging in. Weaver's Wall over the top. Kael's going to be caught. A ton of burst onto the support of anyone's Legend, and he's already down. T1 charge forward. Double killing Gumayushi. Pressure onto Tarzan. Triple kill Guma. AL are cut to pieces, and T1 holds the sword. Flandre's last to die. An ace for for T1 will be the end of game one.
Great force there from T1. They use their wallets and they destroy AL at the Dragon one more time.
Doran putting the last touches here on the Nexus turrets. The Elder Dragon is claimed, but there's no one left to execute. The game was quiet. The game was close for so very long. But when it came down to the clutch, it's T1 who prove why they are the reigning back-to-back world champions. They out-team fight AL, and they'll take the first game in this best of 5.
T1 looking to silence any doubt that was thrown their way. Cool, calm, and collected. They take one game off the LPL.
If you think we're a normal opponent, then you've already lost. Game number 1 goes to T1.
I feel like this has to be a team that can be called anything but normal. Desk, what do you have to say?
Well, Captain, it's that T1 magic all over again, but at least it was only one game, so we won't parlay it into something bigger than it is. The problem is, Mao, that we set up the entire pre-show talking about how they don't look like themselves. They've not shown good things. Their early game isn't good. Their top players aren't playing as well. So what do you say?
Yeah, we do a little check-in. Welcome to the tournament, Carrier. I'm glad you're here.
Let's go.
Would you like to hold that?
No. I'm not getting. No, this is just game 1. But what I do like to see is that both Doran and Carrier, with the big token points going in, had a much better performance here today, right? Carrier on the Rakan in particular, 4 bans going his way, by the way, still had an incredible performance.
Speaking of Carrier, I think him and Faker had a game-winning moment very early on, thanks to a reliable Cisco network. The synergy between those two was absolutely on point as a charm comes in hot.
Yeah, and this was kind of the big game changer up until this point. They've been really, really tense. Doran goes in. They blow so much on Doran, and then watch the Rakan follow-up, flick back, and it's just, it ends up destroying AL. And with this AL composition, I actually thought they did a really good job early playing around Flandra's pressure, setting up vision, getting that top side turret. There's a very clear game plan, but once you fall behind, as we saw, A, they lack damage, and B, the only initiation really is Flandra flash initiate, right? And so they kept falling further and further behind in these fights when Flandra would have to look for these flanks.
And when it comes to another fight that AL really should have won about 27 minutes in around that Drake, you see that really they're looking for a way to do a pincer move, right, in terms of AL's comp, because they can't engage.
Yeah, this is, obviously it's unfortunate for Flandra, but this is his job. He is the one that needs to find the angle, because this comp, when you start falling behind, the actual snap engage is so minimal. Really, it's just Tarzan or Flandre, unless Shanks wants to like flash into multiple people. So what we're seeing here is the payoff for T1. They were able to navigate the early game, gave up a lot of objectives actually. They didn't go for Otacon, they were very happy to give up the grubs, and I think that they just had the knowledge that thus far I think they have been lacking of when are we strong and when can we play. And Guma, I was a little bit skeptical because the last Ferris, he recovered well, but he had a lot of early game mishaps. This game was insane, and the early game team fights on his end were what I think were so important for T1.
In conclusion, they were firing on all cylinders in game 1, and that's exactly the thing that we were doubting coming into the series. Now, I'm also not going to be a game 1 Andy or a game 1 if here. It's just that the history is so strong, Emily. So give me a way in for AL. How do they adapt into game 2?
I mean, I'm curious to see what they end up drafting, right? If they have more hard engage. You saw from that team fight, Flandre essentially has to find the flank to try to set this up and more damage, because I did think they had what this comp needed to do in mind as they were playing, and their early game was still pretty good. So
it was, but maybe we just need a bloodbath in the early game from AL if they want to change it up and if they want to beat T1 in this next game. We'll be right back.
Flandra marked on the side, seismic shove onto the AL top laner. Chain CC on the Flandra, he's already down. T1 have found the pick. Supreme display of talent, tries to hold the line, but into the back line goes Owner. Hope is being chased, Tarzan's being killed. Anyone's legend
is being crushed as Shanks tries to fight back in a 1v4, but he'll get nothing but an epitaph as T1 kill 4 and take Seoul.
大家好，我是来自滔博的 T-Club， 希望 LPL 战队能和我们一起加油。大家好，我是 TS 戴康纳比，谢谢上海粉丝们你们的支持，后边比赛不会让你们失望。
Hey players, I know a lot of you have been asking about the winter map and why we haven't been able to do it, and I'll tell you, it's really difficult. Our tech and tools need some work. Hand painting everything in the map itself is a lot of effort, and not to mention there's gameplay clarity. And can we just talk about how even though it's winter in the northern hemisphere, in the southern hemisphere it's summer? And isn't that where Medler's from? He's from New Zealand, right? So I don't know if we're gonna be able to pull it off. But you know what? Because you really asked for it, we're just gonna do it anyways. Winter map is coming back, everyone. Winter 2025 and summer 2025 somewhere else. It's winter everywhere on Summoner's Rift.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he'll hold it by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen G, they are just going to ace them!
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners! Kindred locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence.
Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight!
So slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
Nah, it doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the fourth and final quarterfinal here at Worlds 2025 between AL and T1. Game number one was close for a very long time, but when push came to shove, it was all about the fight at the Dragon Soul, and T1's immaculate team fighting came out on top to secure them the win. Now we're back, jumping into Champ Select, powered by Omen and HyperX, to see if AL can bounce back after the Game 1 defeat. AL's back on the blue side. They're going to continue banning Bard and Azir, while on the T1 side, it's Yunara and Orianna taken off the table.
And I want to see Tarzan on something where he can be proactive in the early game. It felt like it was a very, very quiet early game from him, and almost every time Tarzan kind of joins a team, he becomes the soul of that team in the early game. How aggressive he can be, how he can dictate how early kills are going. But weren't able to get much out of him in the last one. We'll have to see if he can bounce back.
As far as jungle, there's a lot of power picks up at the moment. Wukong, the Jarvan as well, and Xin Zhao, all really highly prized. Personally, I'm a big fan of Wukong. I just think that team fighting on this champ is so incredible. Although, of course, your pre-6 influence isn't the biggest, but I still think the payoff is definitely there.
Wukong actually has not been played yet by Tarzan at this event. In the 5 games that AL played to get to the quarterfinals, they didn't have to use that champion a single time. We'll see if that changes here, but no, the priority instead is going to be on the Poppy. 7 wins and 3 losses on this one. It's been a very successful champ so far.
Yeah, and it's a flexible pick, so opening up with it as first pick is definitely viable. And now you don't have to continue to ban that one of Keria champs. The Poppy definitely pairing well with the Bard as well as the Nico bans that usually find him. But he's just going to slam a Nautilus very quickly into it.
I mean, you think back to MSI, and it was actually Owner who was able to snipe Kael on the Poppy over the wall with that Skarner ultimate and turn things around for them. So we'll have to see if T1 trying to opt in towards a similar strategy, but I like it. Go for the hook champion. The value's still there into a potential Poppy flex. And then, again, you can opt in towards more range stuff if you want to here, but it looks like it's going to be the Xin Zhao for Owner.
Yeah, and speaking of the Poppy, Kael had a very good one at this particular tournament as well, as we talked about in game number 1 versus Gen G. But as we say, doesn't have to go into the support role this early on. So let's take a look as we progress. Are we going to get the Wukong? I really do think it is so exceptional for these team fights. And AL already, these first couple of picks, I think, are setting themselves up with a really insane-o team fight.
I agree, and I think that's where a lot of the focus is going to be now, in trying to deny a lot of T1 any sort of pressure that can go on towards the Sivir. Like, dive is already going to be alleviated a lot thanks to both the Wukong and the Poppy. But I don't think, like, unless T1 will opt in towards things like the Hui and maybe some of these more long-range AD carries, I think you should be fine as AL to just find these big team fights as you start to roll on through.
Okay, clock ticks down, and it looks like T1, alongside that Xin Zhao and Nautilus, they'll go for the power pick there in the top lane with the Rumble.
Okay, yeah, you know, I like red side third pick Rumble, because then you can throw the bans at like Galio or Ornn if you feel like. The two most common matchups into Rumble, and take those away. So it's kind of blind, but blind plus protected.
Also, the opportunity, though, to go towards Gwen, which we did see the other day, very successfully piloted. So I wonder if Flandre wants to try and go towards that. That was the old school kind of answer to the Rumble after those nerfs to his magic resist. But I imagine there will still be a lot of top lane focus as we move through these next bans.
Yeah, I mean, Flandre also likes Yorick. He could go Yorick into it. Aurora is available. So definitely a lot of possibilities here still up for them to choose from.
Okay, quirky ban coming out from the AL side, just trying to protect that Sivir down there in the bottom lane a little bit. Aurora going to be the other ban for T1 instead.
Yeah, so takes that one off that we were mentioning. Definitely a good one into the Rumble, a good viable flex pick for the solo laners.
Plus, it's a champion that I think most T1 fans don't want to see Faker on, so you're not worrying about denying it to yourself. You're denying it from AL at the same time. You're pretty happy overall, and Jhin will be the other ban here from AL, so double marksman banned out in the second half for them.
And I do like it, because AL, kind of, that's what their worst problem is going to be here, is going to be range. Like, if you opted in towards these poke champions, but instead it's Guma Yushi slamming the Draven.
Yeah, and this is all confidence. This is all skirmishing from T1. They've got Draven, Nautilus, Xin, and Rumble. They are going to give us the action we wanted, Flowers. They are going to have fights pretty early on and play very aggressively here. Now, quickly the responses from AL. The Galio that we had previously mentioned as a possible pick into the Rumble, looking like it is going to be played in mid lane if we actually get the Ambessa lock in.
Yeah, that's curious. Obviously, you expect the Galio into Rumble. It seems like one of those natural counters. But then, what do we got to get here?
I wonder if you just try and swap to an AD mid laner here for Faker. Could try and go for something like the Yone. You still end up in melee range with a Galio, which is not exactly great, but it's the Anivia!
Faker Anivia as the 5th pick of the draft here for T1.
That sounds painful for Galio. What is Galio gonna do? I mean, Anivia laning is gonna be annoying, and Anivia scales so incredibly well. This champion, it just makes it very difficult for short-range champs to play the game. So while usually you're like Wukong, Ambessa, and Galio is like a crazy engage, you know, maybe the Anivia can make that really difficult for them.
You jump in, you have a bad time, you try to run away, the wall goes down, an equalizer comes down, and you're having an equally bad time. So I love this adaptation from T1, and especially when you have a lane on this bot side to already try and play around and start to snowball, it gives you a very clear win condition in through the rest of the game.
I love seeing champions that almost never get picked, and the only thing that makes it better is when it's happening on the biggest stages with the best players in the world. And now we get to see Faker on the Anivia here in the second game against anyone's legend. I really want to see how well the wall placements are going to work in this one, because a properly placed wall can decimate a team fight.
So much on the line here for AL, going down 0-2 versus T1 as the LPL second seed. Would not be the way that you were expecting this one to try and start off, but T1 once again looking strong in game 1 versus the LPL. We'll have to see as we get onto the Rift if they can continue that trend.
Faker has a lot of good career win rates for a lot of champions, but Anivia 8-2, another very good one for him.
I feel like all of his win rates are like 70 or 80% on something.
It turns out if you win 5 World Championships, your win rates are pretty good.
One thing I also want to point out here on these runes, a lot of times you see the Summoner Spellbook matched by supports, but not this time around. It's Keria going for the Aftershock on the Nautilus for the extra fighting power early.
Also the phase rush on the Anivia. Usually you'd see things like the Comet in that because you want to try and poke out your opponent in the lane. But Faker kind of realizing, well, the only way this goes south for me is if I end up getting caught out by a taunt or by that knock-up. So being able to very quickly pop that phase rush and keep out of harm's way from Tarzan and Shanks is going to be crucial in these fights.
Yeah, and he's also got the Scorch there for the painful lane phase here to apply more and more damage early on onto Shanks.
All right, we've still got a little bit of time before our minions make their way into the lanes to collide. So remember, if you've got a couple seconds to spare, log into your Riot account on lolesports.com and watch Worlds Live to earn some exclusive Worlds emotes, icons, and capsules. Maybe you'll get an Anivia skin in one of those capsules so you can play just like Faker does. We're looking at our junglers, both of them starting here in their red side quadrants. A little bit of a tongue twister here in the second game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, everybody's going to be thinking about this bottom lane. It is Guma, Yushi, Draven here. Into the Sivir lane, and already they are scrapping, getting some summoner spells really early. Spinning axes are finding their marks here.
Popping the barrier just to extend that trade as well and make sure that he can win out as much as possible. So already with that trade and also having T1 pathing down towards that bottom side means that there is a very high chance that we see Owner trying to make something happen in this bottom lane early.
Yeah, 100%, because, you know, Xin versus Wukong early, you're going to have the extra advantage. So you want to play around this passive stacking Draven and see if they can get a cash in.
Okay, Faker with that early push here in the mid lane, crashing that wave into Shank's turret. As you can see, the same thing happening up there in top. Flandra crashing the wave into Doran. Flandra was the point of strength.
Level 3
gank? AL in that first game, but now we can see Tarzan coming down for the Wukong level 3 gank potential here in the bottom lane. Keria goes in with a dredge line. A lot of damage onto Kyle. He flashes away. Goyushi flashes after. One more spinning axe is going to do it, but no! Hope denies it as Keria has to flash over the wall to escape, and T1's marksman gets punished. Nice move from Tarzan early.
Tarzan gets there first. You wanted to see him, Flowers, with some early aggro. Well, he does it even on Wukong. This is something you don't expect. You think this champion is going to full clear, but Tarzan gets down there. Kyle does survive. That is also the critical part. You know, Guma's going to flash forward to try and get his cash in, but Kyle does gain just enough distance. Look how close that was.
That terror shot came in clutch. The auto attack was winding up, but Tarzan living up to the monkey trickster name in this one, immediately going bot side. Off of what was a very odd path because he did clear from his Krugs into Raptors, but now in mid lane.
Yeah, Shanks has to immediately get out of there. Justice Punch clears the wall, but now the follow-up there from the Flash Frost as T1 jumps in after the AL mid laner, but Shanks barely survives with Flash.
It's always what you do afterwards, after a level 3 gank, because then your opponent has the priority in jungle. And so Owner on the Xin is going to be able to grab the top side Scuttle Crab and then go into his read clear. Raptors are respawning for him. The visit towards mid, getting Shanks' flash here is quite nice, but I think that minion probably saw Tarzan traverse over to the bottom Scuttle Crab. So they will know that he's at least going to get that one.
Okay, let's see here. Down in the bottom lane, Kyle and Hope. They're feeling a little bit better than they did earlier, thanks to the Gumayushi not quite being able to secure that kill. But I still feel like Guma's Draven is going to be in the driver's seat in this head-to-head.
Yeah, it's a very early kill onto the Draven, which means that you hadn't really stacked up a lot of those adoration stacks. So still should be fine to continue to stack, and then if you can get that kill later on, should still be able to get a pretty sizable payout. So I'm wondering how much pressure wants to go to this bottom side, as it looks like Owner, with Flandre playing very aggressively on the top wave, wants to try and match a play.
Okay, creeping around from behind. Trying to time this so Owner can be in position right as the wave is ready to crash. They don't want to allow Flandre to try to clear this out. Cannon Minion going to absorb it here with a star. Wind becomes lightning. Flandre with a flash away. Doran going to burn him down, but he needs a little bit more damage with the flame spitter. The turret was so heated up, it makes it a 1-for-1.
Flandre getting one back, and this trend of T1 diving and Bessa and it not working out will continue for a third time here at Worlds.
Very, very critical for Flandre to get the counter kill there. As he turns around and the tower shot does deliver. He's got teleport. He's using his teleport to immediately go back to that wave since it is pushing away from him. Doesn't want to drop any more minions. Does mean that Doran will have the teleport advantage here with the Rumble, and him getting close to Rumble ultimate might have a big effect.
This is a decent start here from AL. Kill on the bottom side. Now also Flandre being able to cover on the top half of the map. Also, the fact that you've invested this time as T1 into that top gank means that Tarzan has actually managed to continue to farm up and now match some of the shortcomings in the experience he had. But Flandre has hit level 6, eyeing up Faker on the Anivia in this mid-wave.
He's looking for that public execution, and he finds it. Faker gets jumped on. Flandre going in, trying to proc the rebirth, and they get it. They've scrambled the egg, and there's the feat of warfare for anyone's legend.
Faker did not respect the ult combination. He tried to dodge the ultimate from Flandre, but then that Galio comes in, the ultimate layered on. He gets the knock up, and Faker flashes and dies and loses egg.
Exactly. Losing the egg is so big. The rebirth has a 4-minute cooldown, and Faker is so much more vulnerable now.
Flandre had to give up a lot, though, to make that play happen. Doran was able to shove in that wave topside very, very quickly. You can see it reflected in the CS difference there and the gold difference. Flandre up a kill, but bang on even when it comes to the gold.
The old men on the rift fighting it out there in the
Yes,
mid lane. Flandre makes his roam down, gets big value out of it. Let's see, though, Anivia does still scale well, but you have to worry about repeat ganks. When you don't have the safety of your flash or your egg, you are definitely a vulnerable target.
Exactly. That passive is such a powerful defensive tool, just at dissuading plays being made against you, and to lose it alongside the flash, like you already said, Kobe, there's now this massive target on the back of the Anivia. 35 seconds until the Void Grubs spawn. The Infernal Drake already on the Rift. You're seeing a couple pings around that bottom side river area coming out from AL right now.
It is a question now of how much do T1 value AL's ultimates being down. Shanks won't have his up and available, which is such a massive tool for these fights, and maybe they think they can actually take the scrap with their own ultimates up and available. It will be a very short window of time where those Void Grubs are up, but at least at the moment, with the push on top for Gumayushi and for Keria, looks like they should be able to start up these Void Grubs on spawn and at least get one for themselves.
Yeah, meanwhile, AL feel really happy that because of the early gank on bottom side from Tarzan, Hope got that cull very early on, so keeping the Sivir in mid and just farming and being content to just trade objectives. All right, my Sivir's just gonna mow down the minions in mid wave and then rotate over the dragon. We don't want this early confrontation since you've got Xin and Nautilus Draven, and so they will go for the dragon and they will continue to farm.
Exactly. Remember in game number 1, it was AL securing all 3 grubs, and then T1 securing that first Drake about a minute later. This time around, we swap them around. It's T1 going for the 3 grubs, and AL immediately handshaking the Drake in trade.
Yeah, and Kyle even TPing up to make sure that Flandre could get that wave without having to worry about the T1 dive afterwards. And one of the nice things here for Shanks too is because you're up against double AP solo laners, he gets a very easy build path. You traditionally want to go for the Hollow Radiance anyway, but it doesn't really matter if he ends up against the Anivia or that Rumble. Realistically, he's going to get value either way out of that item, which is just great for the AL mid laner.
Yeah, and we'll see about the control over the mid lane because they're keeping Faker mid to match this Sivir. Both of them have extremely good wave clear, but one of them is getting ganked.
Okay, Hope No, he's fine. He's Sivir. He's got a spell shield. He's okay.
And during that time, where Keria does show mid going for a possible gank, it actually allows Kyle to get really deep vision. Look at that jungle. He just lit it up. 3 wards left by Kyle, super deep. And you know that Tarzan can take advantage of that information. A Wukong plus a Galio ultimate being ready to go over the top definitely provides a lot of very threatening engage angles that Tarzan can go in. And they have perfect information on Owner because of those wards.
You can see the way Kyle is playing, though, to match these roams from Keria is a little late on this one, though.
Yeah, Shanks could be in some danger as the axes spin. Shanks forced to flash again, but the whirling death doesn't quite catch him. The angle wasn't there, and Shanks survives.
And Kyle was trying to move down towards this bottom side of the map to cover this play exactly, but thought nothing of it when T1 didn't show Keria on the bottom side. Starts to move towards mid instead, and that's when T1 pounce.
If I'm on AL, I am calling to gank Guma Yushi now because no flash on Draven, and we've got a Wukong Galio. Shanks, of course, did have to use his flash to get away and teleports back out to mid lane, but that is going to be some decent threat.
Yeah, I mean, Shanks arrives. He takes a quick burst there from Faker, but luckily for Galio, he's pretty resistant to that magic damage, so not nearly as punishing as it might be if someone else would find themselves caught in the same situation. We still don't have any neutral objectives to fight over here for quite a while. Still about 3 minutes until the Drake spawns, 4 minutes until the Rift Herald makes its way onto the Rift. We do have the first major item completed with Owner grabbing the Sundering Sky here on his Xin Zhao, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him try to find a play.
Yeah, I think if you're on AL, though, I like what Kobe was talking about, trying to punish Gumayushi with no flash. You can try and shove in this mid-wave, Galio has the ult, Tarzan has his ult, try and use that to catch out Gumayushi on this bottom wave and still have that timer for it to cycle through before these next objective spawns. T1, though, starting to set up on this top half of the map. Looks like it's only to see if they can spot out some defensive vision, and they'll clear it out.
Yeah, Owner does get scouted here, clearing out the control ward. Again, T1 constantly looking for angles to attack this mid lane, but some decent wards from AL on the bottom side. Also do see the attempt from Keria there.
Look how much is invested by T1, though, on this bottom side of the map to actually try and keep Gumayushi safe. They have a ward in this bottom brush. They have a ward that's just timed out of Raptors, and they had a ward as well that was in that entrance into River. They've been trying desperately to make sure that nothing can happen to their AD carry on this bot side.
And speaking of AD carries, on the other side, it's Essence Reaver completed for Hope, so Infinity Wave clear from now on, alongside the fact that he's already got a 400 gold lead because of the first blood, and his call is about to cash in just 10 stacks. AL's AD carry is set up to be in a great spot for this next objective fight.
Yeah, I mean, Sivir versus Draven starting out like this, where Draven has not gotten a cash in, had an early death, and Sivir has gotten a lot of free farm towards mid lane because of their assignments previously, is really, really good news for their side. Will say, though, you know, we are still looking towards the next big team fight. That is going to be the one that actually moves the needle here in this game. As you say, it's only 50 seconds away now. And already trying to get some setup work done here. Kyle, once again, he's moving in, trying to get a little bit deeper vision.
I'm curious how AL want to try and approach this fight, though, because at this stage you still have Gumayushi, his flashless, so I think that is going to be your focal point. It's Hope may try and stop them. But again, you're kind of in a position where it's difficult for you to hold on to pressure on this midway because it's against Anivia. And it looks like at least Tarzan identifying that, holding on here in mid, so that then you can play hyper-aggressive on this mid-wave and try and find something.
And you just saw it right there. Hope's boomerang blade, his ricochet, bouncing through the wave to stop Gumayushi's back as Doran goes in from a ton of damage here with a Flandra. The public execution plus the flash to try to get away. Flash Electro Harpoon coming out from Doran! But no! It's Flandra with reinforcement from Shanks for the shield, for the outplay to stop Doran in his tracks.
Wait a sec!
Makes it a 1-for-1. Gumayushi from all the way across the map strikes true, and T1 starts the Drake.
It looks so good for AL, but Guma finds the cash in with the ult from the opposite side of the map, and now AL, they need to be careful.
Yeah, AL's got to be careful here. Kyle gonna have a nice keeper's verdict to make the fight unfair. Keria is your first target. His owner wants to go in after Kyle now, loses half his HP. Boomerang blade takes Keria down to 150. Faker making his way forward, but T1's not gonna find
find anybody. They also
Doran's
using
in behind.
the teleport now. Doran coming up behind him. The Rumble's already arrived into the fight as Tarzan tries to find some damage onto Faker. Shanks looking to cut him off. The egg, again the rebirth is triggered as Flandra's made his way into the fight and Gumayushi goes back over the wall. Tarzan kills Faker and T1 is on the run. Keria Dredgelines back to safety as Shanks dives in beside Kael. A double kill for Tarzan and the Draven is dead again. Anyone's Legend comes to life in Shanghai and they're at a 2,000 gold lead.
They turn the play back around on T1. Doran tries to get there faster. T1 try to collapse onto Hope, but it's Anyone's Legend who may have just blown this game open.
And Tarzan's Wukong, he does so much work prioritizing this champ, gets onto Faker, the double ultimates there, he did so much. Got Owner's ult out, puts Faker into the egg, and Tarzan will finish up that kill there, while the rest of the team, they had brought Flandra in, he had teleported in, and they allow the chase. Kael knows Guma's got no flash, so he's dead meat. Gets him against the wall, and they get the second kill for Tarzan's Wukong.
Tabe celebrating as he always does when his teams do well, and I think he's going to be very happy with that one. The fact you get bot tower off it, you got so many kills, you're accelerating key carries like the Wukong and this Ambessa in a position where with Rift Herald now up and available, you can really start to focus down people like Gumayushi in this fight who has no flash.
Exactly, man. Guma is in some serious danger. He's got his Bloodthirster, so at least that's going to allow him to power through some of the chip damage. He's got his Serrated Dirk for a bit more power if he is not immediately bursted, but you know Anyone's Legend is looking after him. They want to make sure they can pop this Draven any chance they get. Tarzan's Wukong with his Trinity Force, with his Flash. This guy's going to be a massive threat in any fight, and right now, he's starting up the Rift Herald.
Shanks is on the opposite side of the map, though. His TP is available, but they will need to bring him in if they want to try and make a play. In T1 trying to scope out the area as that goes.
Yeah, Keria jumps in here with the Dredgeline, finds Tarzan, but to no avail. Kael jumps in with the point-blank keeper's verdict. Shanks has arrived. They're looking at Gumayushi and they find the taunt. Guma's already down. T1 are routed as they try to escape from the pit. Keria now focused, forced back again by Flandra. Doran's gonna get time with this bottom lane tier 1 turret. He might be able to take that, but it's 2 more kills for Anyone's Legend. It's Rift Herald to Anyone's Legend. It's another fight for Anyone's Legend.
As soon as T1 step into the river, AL close the trap shut. They teleport in, Shanks is able to lock him up, even with Owner's ultimate knocking him back for a second. He still moves in, finds the taunt, and they kill the Draven again.
Excellent stuff from Anyone's Legend. The setup with these wards deep to try and make that play happen was just perfect. And now even look at the top side, right? Sure, Doran got this tower in the bot wave, but I think Flandre might be able to stick around and get that top tower. We're going to have a look at the fight as Kael, the TP was beautiful, sets up with a double knock-up, and even though Owner gets a nice disengage, it doesn't matter. Able with the phase rush to get that taunt that they need. Owner does pick up one on the backside. But there's just so many members of AL there. There's just no hope of escape.
Yeah, beautiful engage from Kael. Getting the double knock-up, getting the chase down. And with this Rift Herald, they also are going to have the extra tool to take down these outer defenses from T1 and push that gold lead even further.
And when you look at AL coming into this head-to-head against T1, this head-to-head of the LPL against a team that has never lost to them in a best-of-5 at Worlds before, I think you're looking at Tarzan and Kael to have that synergy that they had back at the peak of this team at MSI, to be able to make plays and work together to find these opportunities to really take the fight to T1, and they did it right there.
T1 are trying to find a pick onto Flandre, though. They're matching Faker into this top side with 35 seconds until Dragon. Faker has no TP. He used it to cover mid-wave after they lost that last fight. So AL going to have to be a little bit careful of keeping Flandre safe before they realize exactly where T1 are on the map.
And Hope's got Infinity Edge, so that means this Sivir has scaled. This Sivir does some big damage. Have to be very careful about their positioning. Faker himself a little worried about his positioning.
Yeah, he's getting caught out here by Flandra. Public execution, though, not lined up
TPs
correctly. Now Flandra has to flash away. T1 committing to look to find the kill onto the Ambessa. Owner goes after it, needs the third talent strike, and Doran's damage is enough, but off to the side at the same time. Hope is going in. It's another kill traded back as Gumayusi dies once more. Anyone's Legend, they want a second, and they'll find it. A double kill to Hope as T1 reinforcements are coming in, but they're a little too slow. Rift Herald summoned up here in the mid lane. Tarzan, Kyle, and Hope gonna knock down the tier 1 turret, and now they're gonna drive it straight into the tier 2. Tarzan at the wheel. He'll slam that one right on in. Equalizer from Doran needs to be used just to clear the wave as Hope knocks down the minion spawning for T1. Faker's gonna take the turret up there in the top lane, and it's AL with more men on the Rift looking at Drake number 3.
Yeah, Hope's got an Infinity Edge and he wants to use it. He flashes over to follow Guma. He knows. He wins those.
And it's such a good counterpunch because you see that play in the top side. KL again flashing over, immediately picks off Gumayusi and sets up for this play. And Keria, trying to keep his AD carry alive, only gives more money into the hands of Anyone's Legend. And it's at the beginning a good play from T1. We think, yes, Trade Dragon, you can't really fight. But now they're on towards Atakan. Flandre, they're looking for his TP.
Okay, T1 not afraid to start this up. It's a 2,500 gold lead for Anyone's Legend, but nobody's here just yet. Otacon already down to 5,000 HP. Tarzan goes in for the Cyclone. Shanks ready to arrive with a grand entrance. Tarzan's low, and the Whirling Death's gonna find the execution. T1 still fighting back as the Otacon is slain by Owner, but he dies in the middle of the fight. Public Execution finds no target. Gumayusi on the run. Hope, Flandre, and Kyle still looking for a little bit more. It's a 2-for-1 for Anyone's Legend, but T1 critically takes the Otacon.
Oh, the bloodbath continues, and they do get the Otacon in the scramble there because T1 focused down Tarzan. They get the kill there. 2-for-1 is a little bit of extra gold, but you would definitely rather have the Otacon and the extra experience and stats that you get from that. Afterwards, though, AL will make you pay for it even more. They get the top tower and secondary tower on bottom side. That is a lot of gold.
I was going to say, I think that's third item for Hope now off the back of it, but it's a Hail Mary call for T1. They know they're in dire straits. Tarzan goes in a little bit early, and it means that there's no real follow-up for him. He falls before Atakan goes down, and it's a scramble from Anyone's Legend to just find these kills then after T1 get the snipe. Flandre just barely whiffing on the Public Execution. Could have given that little bit more over to AL, but T1 managed to get the objective.
Unfortunately for T1, the shutdown went to Keria to the Nautilus. And so it did not get picked up by Guma there. But still, they are definitely looking to find more picks. They have to get some burst damage here on someone because Hope, 3 items now. I mean, this Sivir is going to rip.
You really, really would have liked to get that cash in for the Draven. It looked like the Whirling Death had him, but going over to the Nautilus is so frustrating when you consider the 3,000 individual gold lead for Hope as the 80 carry here with the Sivir. They're moving into the enemy jungle now, and Kyle again just slams Owner into the wall, but now he's in danger. Tarzan and Kyle both so low, it's 2 dead on the AL side, but Hope is still alive. Faker flashes back over the wall, but Shanks is burning. Flandre caught in the middle of everyone. Anyone's Legend have overplayed their hand, and T1 is ready to punish. Hope should be next to die, and Guma cashes in. Only Shank still stands. That could have been the entire game. A dredge line from Keria, and Owner is ready to follow up. The wind becomes lightning and strikes Shanks down. Ace for nothing, for 1 for nothing, T1.
You cannot make mistakes against T1 in playoffs. This is a team that will fight you every chance they get, and a gold lead and a victory that seemed defined for AL is now slipping into T1 having a victory and a lead in this game.
That was like a 3.7 or 0.8 thousand gold lead that AL had before this fight. But look at T1, they kite back through their jungle. Even though Kyle gets his ultimate off before he dies, Faker still has flash, and it buys time for the rest of T1 to join and punish the super deep invade from AL.
And Shanks is basically useless in this fight. He doesn't have the ultimate up and available. He's trying to get into the fight for a lot of the time, and even the reset on the Poppy just meant that there wasn't the follow through that there they really wanted to.
Oh, the jacket comes off.
Oh, man.
That's a leaning 4 move if I've ever seen one.
They're locking in. This gold lead, gentlemen, was 4,000 gold for AL, and now T1 with the huge swing. This was AL's game for 22 minutes, and now T1 have the slight gold lead. They have the pedals in the Otacon. This game just got suplexed.
Exactly, getting more pedals for these kills as they exit through the jungle, and now T1 set up with their own gold lead. It actually just fully funded the hex plate here for Guma as well, the bruisery, tanky Draven build where we see him pop the ult really early on.
And crucially, they didn't actually have to burn a lot of Summoner's spells to make that one happen. So now with the Dragon in 25 seconds, you still have T1 in control of the area. They can fish for picks. They can make it awkward for this low-range composition to enter into River, thanks to things like the Anivia and the Rumble.
I still think if AL can keep space and keep Hope auto-attacking, they do have a lot of damage potential. You know, Tarzan and Shanks here have to have a really good setup to the team fight, though.
Okay, it's T1 with control over the river. They're going to start up the Drake. They have the control ward inside the pit. They're going to step back, group up as a clump, as 5 towards the bottom side of the river. AL looking for the approach. Tarzan wants to flank and he flashes over the wall. Now Faker's going to try to get away. Hero's entrance knocks up 3. T1 trying to scramble. The damage comes down and Flandra flashes back over the wall as Owner's first to die. T1 on the run. Kael wants a wall slam, but he can't quite find it. Hope goes in for Guma, and he cuts him down. AL 2-0 in the fight.
It's also 2 for 2 on Dragons, but the Baron is up and they're teleporting up to the top side of the map. Are AL going to go for more?
It looks like they will, understanding that this could be their moment to try and bring the game back in their favor. That fight, that flash from Tarzan, the TPs though.
Faker jumping into a spot that he should not be. He doesn't get slammed to the wall, but he's far back enough that he cannot stay alive. Hope runs after Doran. The auto attacks cutting through the Rumble. A little bit more is needed, and a little bit more will be found. Keria presents himself on a silver platter, and it's AL eating good. Ace for the LPL squad.
And AL find their moment to fight back. It looked like T1 had found that glimmer of hope, but the door is slammed in their face, and Shanghai comes alive for anyone's legend.
T1 were worried about the Baron, but they should have been worried about their lives. Teleporting in, AL will take from them everything. The gold lead has ping-ponged right back.
The gold lead returns to where it once stood for anyone's legend. Now 4,500 gold ahead again as we take a look at the fight that made it all happen. No, this is the teleport in from Faker afterwards.
It was so aggressive from Faker. Could have gone towards his own tower, but not having any sort of ability to get out of here means that AL pounce immediately, and even Hope here, having the support of Kael, means that Doran can't really go aggressive on the play and hope that he can trade something back. And even Keria, trying to again support a dying teammate, ends up giving over his life on the back of it.
Okay.
Look at these guys. All right, AL with the gold lead back in hand, and the Baron buff, so they can take a lot more. That little dip there is just a blink in the radar now. AL looking to siege.
AL with their Red Bull Baron power play want to get as much of a lead with it as they can. This is the 6th turret that they will take this game, which means the only targets left are inside the enemy base.
They're also a heavily Baron-reliant team. You are very short range, but they're looking for Doran.
Immediately, though, it's T1 ready for their counterattack, but the counterattack doesn't hit hard. The Redemption's going to heal off pretty much everything from the Equalizer. Tarzan's clone's the only thing that took meaningful damage, so T1's going to clear the wave away, but the cannon minion is still alive. The tier 3 turret's below half HP. Everybody on AL is feeling confident, and without the Equalizer, that's a big team fight tool that T1 no longer has.
Both lanes being pressured by AL. Gumayushi has to step forward to clear out these cannon minions because it's the only way you have a chance, but it opens up for AL to look for plays. Kael fishing for the Poppy ult, doesn't go for it.
Yeah, it's so hard to push on Anivia always. That's why the Baron buff is so important for AL in their attempts to siege. The Baron buff allowing so much of this extra damage to come through, empowering those cannon minions, empowering both lanes.
All right, top lane about to be the next target. Flandra wants to crash the wave. Still 1/3 of the cooldown left on the equalizer. Tarzan takes a little bit of damage here, but again, it's nothing super serious. Shanks leads the charge. Tier 3 turret drops to a colossal smash from Shanks as AL has found their way into the enemy base. T1 scrambling, regrouping between the top and mid lanes as they do want to continue trying to defend the turret. AL's gonna take their time though. Now they focus on the top lane, tier 3. Flandra's already got the wave. Hope steps up. Second tier 3 turret eliminated as T1 continue to retreat. Anyone's Legend still playing it nice and slow. Inhibitor under siege top side first. Hope plus the cannon minion, more than enough to take that one down. Mid lane's already down. Those two inhibitors within 10 seconds of one another, nearly perfectly synced up as Anyone's Legend take their exit.
They look at that 40-second Drake timer and say, right, we've got enough pressure. Mid and top wave's going to be pushing in our favor. We can reset, pick up a completed item, a 4th item for Hope. And he should be able to carry through this next engagement. I think for T1, maybe you just have to let it slip. A 3rd dragon, buy some time. Hope this Anivia can get to a position where she can be a massive threat in fights.
Yeah, AL here moving in 4 items now for Hope as well. The Sivir, the damage will be insane, bouncing back and forth, cutting the healing as well.
And look at the footwear of Anyone's Legend. 4 tier 3 Mercury treads purchased. The ability for the Anivia to try to do anything meaningful to so many of these champions is so restricted. And you can see T1 are making the call. We cannot go fight for this. It's not Soul. It's not worth it. AL with a 6,500 gold lead now find themselves also at Soul Point. The Whirling Death used to just try to maybe get the Miracle Steal. That cooldown's going to be available again before the Baron would be a fight, and that fight is less than 2 minutes from now.
And that's why you're seeing them just try and give as much gold towards Faker. He has the Seeker's Arm Guard for protection. Would love him to try and finish off his magic pen item, but unfortunately for them, you're not getting that time as T1 tries to clear out the mid wave while the bot siege begins.
Yep, no more Baron though, means considering Faker has the wave clear of an entire team as Anivia, he can take care of those super minions. Everybody else groups up to defend the only remaining tier 3 turret, but over the wall goes Tarzan. Faker's got to try to stay safe into the back line. Public execution onto Faker. Redemption's not there in time. The egg has already been procced, but he will not be reborn. A kill onto Owner follows. AL's already found 2, and they want Gumayushi. Doran and Keria will be next to die as T1 are wiped off of Summoner's Rift. Anyone's Legend with a clean ace to win game 2.
The Panda Warriors are coming alive in game 2 and showing that in Shanghai, this city will belong to them.
Beautiful counter from AL in game number 2 to even it up 1-1. Analysts, how are we feeling now?
Wow, we are amazed and elated at Anyone's Legend taking a game off T1, fighting back after that first game, which is the first time that a team does it since 2019. Take a game off T1 in the quarterfinal, and I hope from what I've seen that it spells more good coming out of AL, because this was a great game.
And I love the adjustments that came out of AL, right? Like we talked about the preparation, starting in draft. There were some really good, I love the quirky Jhin bands on 4-5 coming out of them. Even with this Anivia pick, they put a lot of thought into how they want to attack the early game with Tarzan's early gank onto the Draven to kind of try to set up the Sivir into a fairly good spot. It just seemed like outside of that one, the little
we'll talk about it later.
Jungle, we got a little dicey, but like other than that, really a lot of thought into AL's game plan.
Yeah, I obviously being more accustomed to LCK, I was like, what are they doing? And I was like, it's fine. It's just an LPL gold graph. As we take a look, we go way back in the HyperX Reflex replay, because Flandre for me was a large reason of why the early game felt the way that it did, because his ability to turn around, this is the second play that was made upon him, ended up being huge.
But then, this was actually really huge for T1. They ended up getting Drake off the back half of that as well. But for me, Flandra actually did have a huge, Flandra and Tarzan both, had a huge impact in this early game with both of their ganks.
And it happens for Flandre, I think 2 games in a row now. And the reason why I don't want to go and scream it off the rooftops that they finished that game cleanly is because of a replay we need to look at. Yeah. And Maurits was saying, oh my God, is this happening again?
Yeah, I was very upset because this is the point where this is too much plot armor, okay? This is not okay. T1 should be losing this game from this point, and AL really overstepped, fighting to choke points, I think, feeling emboldened because they have Poppy, which can turn fights in their favor, but you're fighting in a choke point against Anivia and against Rumble. And obviously, in the end, I want T1 to win, but I also like good League of Legends was up on the this point AL was playing.
He said it, clip it, clip it.
It's true, right? And up until this point, I think that AL had firm grasp with the game. Yeah. But what to me was the most impressive was that this was only a small setback and they actually bounced back. And I was worried that it wasn't going to happen. And I think that they deserve to win this game for 95% of it. So the fact that they're able to close it out feels fitting.
Emily,
welcome to the LPL.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, talk about the recovery, because as you say, right, in such a fight-heavy region, which it's not, I know people used to say, well, they don't just fight. That's not what I said. Obviously, they didn't, because they know how to get the objectives as well as fight, but you do see a form of resilience often in these back-and-forth games that they can put on the Rift.
Yeah, in this pre-Baron fight, it's up for them to taking Baron. Faker ends up TPing right into a trap.
That
here.
TP sucked!
It did?
And the biggest benefactor of this is actually Hope, who is going to get this kill onto Doran in the back half, and Sivir ended up taking over so many of these fights with her cleanup kills. This was the Baron. I'm glad Cass touched upon how important it was for them to get that Baron, and this, it isn't even a classic LPL goal graph where we have a few more of these in there, but you do see that little dip before that fight we just saw, and then into the AL win.
And what I want to highlight, and what I love about these first 2 games, is that it feels like in game 1, there was a moment for every member of T1. In this game, there was a moment for every member of AL, right? It was the early gank from Tarzan, diverting his pathing. It was the team fighting from KL. It was a couple of really clutch ults coming in from Galio as well. And the fact that we're going 1-1, and we are building towards what I hope will be a continued amazing series.
We shall see indeed. Where do you land upon kind of T1 being on the front foot after winning that first game, yet coming with a strategy in which you have an Anivia, which we haven't seen, I think, since 2016 for Faker, a Gumayushi 2020 special in Draven. What do you make of that? Because Hope seemed to have been the benefactor.
Yeah, when the Draven does not get ahead in this composition, which again, I think full credit to Tarzan in particular, because Wukong isn't expected to gank early. The fact that Hope was able to pop off, if Draven is playing from behind, Draven isn't playing the game, and if Draven is playing from even, he's also not playing the game. So really good job on shutting him down. T1's draft, I think, works kind of, but the Anivia, even though it makes sense into the enemy comp, I think didn't really work together that well with the rest. And Faker, unfortunately, also didn't have the best game.
Okay, we'll see how it evolves. As said, the trepidation is in the air. It feels like we are staggering towards that, hopefully, 5-game series like we did at MSI. It is AL that throws down the gauntlet against T1 as we head into Game 3.
A flash from Tarzan. The TPs, though.
Faker jumping into a spot that he should not be. He doesn't get slammed at the wall, but he's far back enough that he cannot stay alive. Hope runs after Doran. The auto attacks cutting through the Rumble. A little bit more is needed, and a little bit more will be found. Keria presents himself on a silver platter, and it's AL. Eating good. Ace for the LPL squad.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong.
If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Red Bull gives you wings.
A story begging to be told, a moment pausing to unfold. In the silence, can you hear it, anyone? A memory scared of letting go, fading to a distant glow. In the darkness, can you still feel the sun? As it's coming up, welcome to the start of something new. Welcome to the hour that waits for you. The time feels like it could be right for our dream to come true. Welcome to the start of something new. Start of something new. A whisper floating in the wind, the hair standing up on your skin, when the voice you tried to hide is waking up.
안녕하세요. 저는 AL 서포터 카일입니다. 이번이 첫 월즈입니다. 연습 과정에서도 잘 연습하고 밥 먹을 때도 잘 먹고 숙소도 되게 좋아서 잘 지내는 것 같습니다. 첫 월즈에 기대되는 거는 다른 리그랑 붙어볼 수 있는 거랑 여러 대회를 많이 볼 수 있다는 게 좋은 것 같습니다. 충분히 성장할 기대치는 높다고 생각하고 아직 단판제랑 BO3밖에 안 해가지고 BO5 다전제 나오면은 그때 잘하는 게 진짜 잘하는 거라고 생각해가지고 그때 좋은 모습 보여드리고 싶습니다. 지금까지 계속 응원해주셔서 감사드리고 그리고 더 좋은 경기력으로 부탁드리겠습니다. 빠이빠이.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
back to Worlds 2025 here in the last quarterfinal before we head to the semifinal matchups. It's tied 1-1 between AL and T1. After the second game had some pretty bloody battles. AL was ahead for 20 minutes. It looked like they might have thrown the game, but then they worked their way right back into it. T1 throws it themselves, and after AL get the Baron, they are just pushing straight to the heart of the Korean Nexus.
Friendly little game of catch flowers on the world stage here. Really action-packed, though. It was definitely fun. I will say there were marked improvements here for AL. I really liked how the bottom lane played. Kyle had a lot of very big poppy plays for them to find picks and set them up a lot. Tarzan as well on the Wukong, exactly what you want. Not only the early level 3 gank, kind of throwing them off as far as the expected clear, but then also how he played these team fights. You remember back to that bottom side Dragon one that got AL a big lead in the first place. It was him right in onto Owner and Faker, big double cyclone, and putting out so much pressure.
And that was the big focal point for us coming into game number 2 was how does Tarzan get more active? How can you get him involved? And he had a great gank, level 3 on the Wukong to set up anyone's legend for success. And I think that's where now you're looking going, okay, T1 have to find some way to fight back because anyone's legend looked like in game number 2 they've woken up.
And one thing that I noticed in particular in that second game, Faker on Anivia, a huge part of the champion is getting value out of the Rebirth passive, out of punishing your opponents for not having a strong enough play when they try to go after you. I'm pretty sure that egg was served sunny side up every single time Faker was forced into it. So AL knew the job, and they passed the assignment with flying colors.
Yeah, they certainly did. You know, props to Flandra as well. The Mbessa, not only did he get the better of Doran a couple of times with Doran trying to kill him under tower, but he also did that roam towards mid. When you're talking about Faker and the Anivia, getting not only the kill plus the flash plus the egg, that was a lot of cooldowns out of him very early into the game. And Flandra definitely doing some work up there as well for AL. So going into the rest of this series, as we get deeper into Fearless, it becomes a lot more difficult here for T1, I feel like. You know, AL are a very creative team with super duper deep champion pools in every role.
And they're basically keeping these same bans coming through. The Azir, we're going to get the Bard towards Kerry as well, making sure that they're not getting those comfort picks. And with the Orianna gone as well, it feels like a lot of those kind of picks that we started to see in the tournament with the Ryze, the Talia now gone as well, are starting to be pinched massively in that mid lane role.
And over on the T1 side, Alistar's banned away. The Trundle first ban of the draft lets me know that T1's got to be looking at something tanky, probably up there in the top side, that they do not want subjugated in these team fights. Corki, third ban in the first half for T1.
I am curious what T1's first pick is going to be, because it feels like the Aurora is kind of the other big mid laner that we've seen go through, and Shank's more than happy to play it. I mean, you were already talking about Flowers. It hasn't been the best of times for Faker on that pick. So do they end up just trying to take it as a pick away, or will it be anyone's legends they have to get their hands on it?
But that Bard that you mentioned, Dagda, it's through. Yunara is the final ban in the first 3 here for anyone's legend. Remember, Bard is banned against Keria pretty much every game. He's kind of a miracle worker on this champion. We'll see what kind of priority T1 want to place on it.
And the thing is, if you leave it up, you know, Kyle definitely can play it as well. Definitely likes to play it, so it's also a weapon for AL.
Well, there's the Cassante locked in for T1. First pick, 7-16 so far at the tournament. It is one of the most picked champions so far at Worlds 25, but very much not one of the most successful. T1 looking to hopefully change that a little bit for themselves here with Doran locking it in, but it does leave the Bard still on the table, and AL's hovering it.
This is what I'm saying. It is a big weapon for Kyle, too. Everybody knows, yes, Keria Bard is amazing, and quite probably the best in the world, but Kyle, big Bard player too, and they're going to snatch it right up.
And it felt like this was a plan from anyone's legend. This is the first time they were on red side, and this time they let it slip through, knowing that you don't really want to first pick that Bard. So instead now they get their hands on the Jarvan and the Bard, and already, you know, you're kind of looking at, well, what are the options that we have for trying to escape away from this Jarvan, where Ezreal's gone, Corki's banned, which means you have to go for something, I was going to say, like a Xayah or a Ziggs to try and keep yourself safe. But both of them relatively vulnerable to a potential pick on the Bard ahead of time before that Jarvan goes in.
Yeah, interesting, because if you grab the Ziggs, then you can, pick a counter roam champion for Keria as well, and just feel comfortable if the Ziggs does end up going to Gumayusi in the bottom. Of course, they could flex this still as well if it ends up being a good matchup.
I think the hope as well is to open up the Yone in the mid lane for Faker as well, so then he has another pick that you can go towards, because again, I think that Aurora is going to be the last pick coming through here. Jarvan Aurora, such a very strong combo, but it's going to be the Vi that's secured. I'll have to see if that Aurora is going to be last.
And I always love that combo, Vi ultimate into Ziggs bomb. The problem is Bard can kind of counter that play if the Bard is in a good position and is, close enough. So looks like we are going to get that lock-in as well that you're looking for.
Yep, there it is. Dagda called it. The Aurora locked in. Assume it for Shanks here in the mid lane. And we'll see now what we want to ban. It's supports, it's mid laners that you're looking at on the Anyone's Legend side, and they'll ban away Leona first.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Just try and make sure that you have a decent matchup on that bottom side. I am curious what they want to try and go for Hope here. The Xayah would be, I think, the best answer, just given what's on the opposite side. But a T1 can easily start to focus away those AD carries and just make this Ziggs Vi combo way more potent if you get rid of, like, Caitlyn Xayah.
Yeah, I'm also thinking like Jhin or something like that, maybe for AL, for Hope. That's a champion that can follow up on a lot of these plays with Aurora, Jarvan, and Bard having a lot of kind of chaos threat here, multiple flank angles.
Getting rid of the Cassiopeia, though, it looks like T1 not convinced that this Aurora is going to be going towards the mid lane to Shanks. I think it might be going in towards that top side to match up against Doran. It's something we used to see, but I think with the Rek'Sai gone as well, maybe they're a little bit more nervous, but I'd keep my eyes on more things like the Gwen and that. But there's that Pyke, that other roaming support that you were talking about, Kobe.
Yeah, take away another one. T1 Pyke won't show up in this game. What's it going to be the last one from T1's ban, though? Because I do feel like it is actually, a good angle for Hope Jhin. Even though you're looking at K'Sante, does get very tanky, and maybe the Vi. They do have a lot of options.
He's messing with us a little bit. I'm not going to react to any of these because he's jumping around to quite a few different choices.
I mean, banning the Kai'Sa is good. That also is a big threat. It also has, follow-up potential for some of those dive angles. So very valid there as well.
Yeah, I like something that has escape or long range. So the Jhin, the Zeri, Caitlyn, Xayah, I think you're all perfectly fine with. But I have to see, it is just going to be the Jhin for that long range follow-up. So again, now it's kind of on Flandre, I feel like, to have a little bit more damage coming through from that top side. So I think I would be looking at things like the Gwen or a Jax, decent matchup into that top side, and can provide enough of that DPS in fights as well.
All right, T1. Let's see what we're going to get here from that support, from that mid lane. We mentioned earlier maybe wanting a Yone for Faker in the mid lane. We'll see if that comes through. Supports both targeted here in the second half of the bans, but no, it's Keria Blitzcrank.
Okay, the blitz, the counter roam right here. Going to be looking to make some plays across the map, and the Sylas on top of it. So T1 will be a little bit light on attack damage, especially if Owner does not get ahead or does not get some early power. And so it looks like the Aurora is going to go try and abuse the K'Sante up in the side lane. And it is going to be Shanks here, looking to lock in one of those melee carries.
I really like this adaptation here if they go towards the Yone. It gives you a really strong matchup in the mid lane that you can look to bully through, and you end up with the Aurora having this push on the top side as well. I love what Anyone's Legend have brought to the table here. Great dive, great safety for your AD carry, and it feels like T1 have to find creative ways to be disruptive in those fights.
And if you want to disrupt something, one of the most disruptive champions in the game can be a Blitzcrank. We know what this champion does. The old phrase, one pull, one game. If you're not hitting hooks, you're completely useless. You might as well be a cannon minion. But the hooks can warp the entirety of any fight that you land a big one in.
Yeah, and I think they're going to have to in this game, because to me, I think AL are going to have a lot of pushing power early in this game. Push out your lanes and let Tarzan get some room to work with on this Jarvan. I think AL's early game is going to be fearsome.
Yeah, and Flandre, 10-1 on the Aurora. Incredible performances from him on this pick, and especially if he can get that better at Doran and continue to, keep that pressure and push up, suddenly the opportunities for Blitzcrank to try and find those hooks and find those places where you can play off pocket of visions becomes a little bit more difficult. But for Anyone's Legend here in Shanghai, what a day it would be if they could finally take down the T1, or at least continue to push themselves forward in towards that game number 4.
Let's do it, man. So far, the series has delivered. We're tied up 1-1. Game number 3 as we head onto the Rift to see who moves on to match point. On these big stages, at this highest level of competition, momentum can be so very powerful. As we head out onto the river now, I always want to look out for level 1 shenanigans when Blitzcrank is in the game.
Standard opening so far, so no early invades just quite yet, but we're just getting started here.
Keria spotted on the ward though, so anyone's legend at least aware of where the Blitzcrank is, which definitely alleviates a lot of the pressure.
Does have the sweeper once again as well.
Okay. Ooh, nice little quick trade there from Faker as he sidesteps, but Shanks gets pulled. Nice moves there from Keria, but now they got to be a little bit careful. Gumayusi going to take some pain from AL as they fire back, so both sides going to lose about half a health bar.
And T1 bottom lane actually pays for that with their heal cost, and Guma's pretty chunked out. So Ziggs here starting out very low in the early stages. Shanks also, though, is going to start out a lot lower. It's going to be up to Faker to try and abuse it, and he does.
Yeah, nicely done from Faker there. Just jumps in with the abscond, point blank range to hit the abduct for the early quick trade.
Yeah, that's exactly how you want to try and get ahead in this mid lane, but I think, again, as you were saying, like, anyone's legend hoping to try and abuse on this bottom side of the map, especially as Kael has the range advantage. If he can get some auto attacks onto Gumayusi, that's where he can start to put the pressure down. But we'll have to see if it's going to be possible.
Yeah, Hope was reloading.
Yeah, nice pull there from Keria. Doesn't get a whole lot of damage onto Hope because he uses that barrier nice and early for the extra trading potential. Remember that it is +1 extra combat summoner spell for the AL side since Gumayusi is running teleport here on the Ziggs.
Yeah, and he's going to need to use it because he has no more potions left pretty early on. Had to use those. So going to rely on the extra teleport. Maybe we can even things out. There's a deep ward up on top side too, you know, up in the middle brush, so we can look for some lane assignments later on. They decide to alter them very quickly. Another hook lands though.
Oh, in the tower! Underneath the turret, Kael has to flash away to avoid death.
The heal burned as well. Kael lucky to escape. It's a nice combo by T1. And nearly results in first blood.
Yeah, that one was exciting there. Lands it, gets the bounce back, the satchel charge into the tower shot. But is the flash, is the heal from Kael maybe a little bit more vulnerable? He's got his jungler pathing down towards bottom side though. So AL's bottom lane should feel fairly comfortable. They've got Tarzan here to grab the bottom side Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, I wonder how much this wave is going to push out. Looks like it will be pushing back in slowly towards Gumayusi, but might have given an opportunity for Tarzan to look for something on the bottom side. Still considering, but a nice ward spots him out moving towards mid here.
Shanks continuing to lose out in these short trades with Faker, but it's not really affecting the farm very much. You can see both of them very close in that count as Owner is hanging out on the side of mid lane. Shanks in some danger. Vault Breaker charged up. Shanks with a flash away as Tarzan comes in for the counter attack there with the EQ combo. Kael right behind him looking for a binding, but it does not stun. Shanks losing the flash here from the gank. No summoner spell spent by T1.
A nice gank timing here from Owner. He goes for the gank before the Scuttle Crab.
Flash pull from Keria, but not quite close enough to get the lollipop on the hook.
Yeah, Shanks just able to step away from that one. And now that flash being burnt on Keria actually helps out AL in keeping this Blitzcrank under wraps. It means that he has to be a little bit more honest when it comes towards the laning phase. Shanks, though, I was going to say with Kael, should be able to have that help to pick up a lot of this wave underneath the tower before he looks for his first reset.
And we did get that swap that we're looking for towards the early stages here, where Guma uses teleport, goes up to the top side. They want to get this Aurora away from Cassante. That lane is a little bit painful, and they swap them over to the other side. Guma should be fine to push out, as you recommend Jarvan just keeps on re-clearing here. You don't want to be too inefficient. So get those camps respawning once again. Tarzan just clear on down to the bottom side of the map.
It's really the level 6 where I want to see AL come alive. Like, Jarvan having 6, Shanks being able to use his ultimate alongside Flandre, those skirmishes become incredibly potent. So I'm curious how T1 want to try and alleviate that pressure. Like, you could try and go for these early dragons and keep that pressure up. You can see Kyle kind of placing wards already to make that very difficult. The push that you have on bot side going to make it difficult as well, because T1 have opted to swap Gumayusi top. But Keria is still fishing.
Yeah, wants to see if he can get this hook, but Shanks playing to the other side of the lane.
And they got a lot more value out of the level 1 chunk damage onto Shanks.
Ooh, Shanks, though, knocked up. Keria goes for the pull right after. No flash available on this Yone. They don't have enough damage to kill him, but with only 300 health to play with, he has to drink the potion, and Shanks is not in good shape.
It truly is providing a lot of value there. It's causing a response from AL. They've got control wards all the way through the river, so they can constantly roam up to mid lane as well. And Faker is getting dangerous.
Yeah, Faker walks too close to the brush. The deadly flourish right after the EQ coming in from Tarzan. Faker still on the run. AL thinking about going further. There's your fate sealed. Shanks goes in. First blood over to Hope.
Anyone's Legend collapsed onto the mid lane. T1 have put so much pressure onto Shanks, but the valve just popped in favor of AL.
Not only is it first blood, the jungler is the one killed, so it turns into that plus the dragon right after.
Yeah, I mean, Faker is the one who wanders into the darkness of river, but Owner's the one who pays the price for it. And that is huge. The 2 control wards that AL had on the bottom side leading into this river, constantly keeping this highway of ganks open for themselves, provides a ton of value here.
Also just great timing from Anyone's Legend to understand the spike Shanks had hit. Hit level 6 off the wave that was in that mid lane to open up for the follow-up play. Doran, a little dicey here.
Yeah, Doran's not loving this 1v2 situation. Deadly Flourish doesn't hit him, so he does manage to get back to safety with a little over half his HP remaining. But good stuff here for AL, pulling out to an early lead 7 minutes in.
Yeah, smart little brush camp there from Tarzan, waiting around for that little roam, and the rewards are big. Starting to sack dragons early is going to be very powerful for them, trying to draw them into the next team fights. Regardless, Shanks will be moved down to the bottom side of the map to try and pick up the side waves.
And last game we talked about wanting to see a more active early game from Tarzan compared to game number 1, and we got the level 3 Wukong gank. This time around, it's not a surprise to see Jarvan wanting to make plays earlier on in the game, and Tarzan leading the way is exactly the recipe for success you want to see from AL.
And that's why T1 tried to attack the mid lane, because this like Jarvan-Yone combo is so potent together. And if they could get Faker into a lead, that could actually shut down some of that combination. But now AL having that kill go across restabilizes this lane in favor of Anyone's Legend, and they're even shifting Shanks now up towards this top side as the Void Grub spawn. They want to really hammer home how strong they are right now.
Grub started up. And it looks like topside, Gumayusi forced back by Flandre here at the same time, chunking the Ziggs below half HP. AL still with total control over the Grub pit. They've brought everyone up here, so Doran's going to get some free firing time on the bottom lane turret, try to get some plates out of that one. We'll be able to secure the first, maybe even the second down here, but all 3 Grubs for AL.
Yep, T1 get a small consolation prize, as you say, with the plate there for Doran, but big power move again. AL, I like what I'm seeing. You know, Shanks over there isn't going to have too many problems. Meanwhile, just throwing out the ultimate combo from Flandre to get a big chunk onto Gumayusi as they're taking the Grubs here, softens them up, makes sure there's not going to be any real counterplay from T1. Now we're going to see the stages where Tarzan and Kyle really work together, though. The Bard and the Jarvan.
Yeah.
These two, there's so much mobility, so much potential to burn summoner spells and pick people off.
But this is the style of play that Anyone's Legend were so well renowned for, but Hope under pressure now.
Yeah, Keria wants the pull, and he finds it onto Hope, who immediately tries to get away with the bomb right over the top. They take him down. Gumayusi gets the kill. T1 sends more men, and they'll claim their pride.
Yeah, that's a just play safe moment. How do you survive that one? That is painful. Nice job from T1. They full send on it. Owner uses ult and flash to secure this kill.
And they should be able to get some of the plates on the mid wave as well. Although Tarzan is in position to try and hold on.
Doran versus Shanks down here in the bottom side. They're both just going to continue trading a little bit back and forth, but I don't expect a whole lot to happen from either one. You can see Doran does have the Negatron cloak for the laning against Flandra. That's not going to do a whole lot against Yone. There is still some magic damage in the kit, but most of it is physical. I also still going to keep my eyes very closely on the inventory of Shanks. We know how powerful Yone is when he hits Blade of the Ruined King, and I think that could be a big deal if he can get it before the next dragon fight.
Honestly, across the board, the one-on-one spikes for AL are terrifying. Sundered Sky for your Tarzan. Flandre going to have a ton of burst as well when he gets towards his Hex Protect Gunblade. And the fact that he's able to now, with these 3 Void Grubs, continue to put pressure on side lanes, makes these 1-3-1 threat significantly stronger for anyone's Legends. And now, looking in mid, they want to try and burn this flash on Gumayushi.
See what they can get. Kael on the Bard, almost level 6. No Tempered Fate available. Is going to hang around here and try to get it, I would assume, from this minion wave. Very, very close. There it is. Okay, level 6 available for Kael. Keria also level 6 on the Blitzcrank. Of course, the Blitz ulti generally considered much less impactful than the Tempered Fate.
All right, let's see. I think this is kind of hard for AL to enter since Keria's got the early teleport out here with the spellbook, and the Blitzcrank is very threatening for a Jhin with no flash. Hope has to be so careful. You need to keep your range if they even thinking about going towards this dragon, because a Jhin with no summoner spells is exactly what T1 want to try and attack.
Anyone's Legend do have some early ward setups though. You can see one at the back of Dragon Pit and one that just died in that picks up rush on bottom side. So having some idea as to where T1 are, they will spot that T1 have started this up, but reset for Tarzan doesn't look like they will be here in time, although Owner taking this one kind of slow.
Okay, both of our junglers have their Sundered Skies available. Proto Belt also completed for Faker. T1 starting up the Drake, have it down to half HP. Kael, Tempered Fate, trying to save his jungler. Tarzan survives for now, but T1 is bringing everybody to the show. Doran in the middle of the Cataclysm. The stolen Tempered Fate. Tarzan's already down. Kael's about to die. T1's found 2. Shanks is in the middle of everybody, and he has to try to get away. He wants to charge Q3. He gets over the wall for now. Anyone's Legend has already lost their jungler and their support. The 2 that they need to make the plays are dead in the dirt, and T1 takes the fight.
Hail make the call for the dangerous approach to this dragon. They try and flank around with the teleport behind the dragon pit, but T1, they do not hesitate. They immediately turn, and even though the Ziggs ult is immune with the Bard ult, wait a second, Kyle's getting in there.
Yeah, Kael on the approach, but no, the smite is there for Owner, and T1 take the Drake.
Maybe just hoping he could fish for stun off the back of the dragon and find a kill, but it will be T1 securing that second dragon. As you say, Kobe, well played on Faker with that second Bard ultimate to just lock everyone in place, and AL just couldn't quite find the engage they wanted with Flandre in the flank. And even now, it looks like they're moving topside. Shanks will have to be careful, but we'll see it here. Tarzan approaches blind, doesn't have the support there, but in mid lane.
Yep, we're right back to live, and it's Gumayushi. Already used the satchel, sidesteps the deadly flourish. Tarzan steps forward, and Hope's got the killing bullet. AL with their second kill.
I tell you, mid lane is a dangerous place in this series. It is a dangerous place, especially for the carries. The walk down here, even with the fancy feet from Guma. AL, they find the kill to bring this gold lead ever so slightly back in their favor. And once again, we have such a close game state here with Dragon Split as well.
The kills that were giving AL the chance to get back into the map and push the waves in their favor ahead of a minute 30 until that Rift Herald, and that's really, you know, what that difference maker was in that last dragon fight. It was T1 setting up in the dragon, AL having to force blind. But if anyone's Legend can find picks and find the push on side lanes with both Shanks and Flandre, it is easier for them to move in towards these objectives first and not have to just brute force their way past the Blitzcrank.
I'm loving this series, man.
It's so
this is a fun series. All of these early games feel like we're getting such a close matchup. As the turret plating falls, 3-2, gold lead only a couple hundred, less than 60 seconds until the Rift Herald spawns, and you can see T1 setting up in the area first, and it's so scary to be second to the objective when the enemy team has Blitz.
100% agree, especially when they've got all the follow-up of a Ziggs ultimate. We have seen how much damage Ziggs can do at this tournament. Owner as well on the Vi is ready to pounce, and they have the early positioning inside the pit. Control ward goes down as well to make sure that they have the possibilities of looking for these picks.
L kind of needs to make his way back up towards his top side pretty quickly. Shanks using that solo and bound to try and farm up the wave, but you can see they're very scared of a potential dive up towards this top side. And I think at this stage, it may be too difficult for AL to approach.
Yeah, whenever Yone leaves his spirit underneath the turret and then goes up and stabs the melee minions, you know he thinks something's got to be going on. So Shanks will try to clear that out as well as he can. Biggest individual gold lead for either side is Hope for the side of AL. Doran on the Cassante for the side of T1. Doran does have his Jack Show completed, so does have some resistance against both types of damage. Flaundra's coming in here on the flank. Jumps in, but he doesn't find the opportunity here just yet. Tempered Fate, no target. Gumayusi getting away. Caught up here with a deadly flourish. The shots fire out. The curtain is called, and Gumayusi is cold as T1 lose their bottom lane carry, and Anyone's Legend are moving forward towards the Herald.
The target selection from AL was beautiful. Gumayushi's flash was down, and they rotate Flandre early to make sure they can get the pick, and they will answer for tower pressure and the Rift Herald.
And Anyone's Legend gets the first turret. They've got the 3 grubs. They had the opportunity to force that down to the top lane before Doran can get the first turret down on the bottom lane at the same time, and that means it's feats earned for Anyone's Legend as well.
The pressure out of Kael's Bard is huge. The ultimate forces Guma to dodge backwards into the rest of the team. And AL, they find the pick, they find the objective. As you say, upgrading their sneakers once again.
But this is why Flandre has been so fun to watch on Anyone's Legend, and honestly in the LPL in general. His understanding of where he needs to be on the map. He's the one that rotates in towards mid. He's the one that forces Gumayusi into this awkward position on which Tarzan and Kael can capitalize. It's this old man experience that is so difficult to come by. It is, and Flandre has it in heaps and bounds. And it's working out, are paying dividends now for Anyone's Legend.
All right, fellas, we've got less than 45 seconds until the third Drake of the game spawns. Now, the first 2 are split 1 and 1, so nobody's threatening stacking towards a soul point condition for the rest of the game or anything here just yet, but it does look like T1 will once more be first to the area. As you can see Doran moving around, trying to make sure they maintain control. You can see all the vision set up by T1 in this enemy blue side jungle, just trying to have this solid ward line to see wherever AL is going to approach from.
Yep, trying to attack the side lane at the moment. Owner kind of trailing here. But Shanks is playing fairly cautiously, has a control ward there by the Gromp and just backs up as the minion wave coming to him. So nobody exposed just quite yet. All right, Rift Herald goes down in mid and we get the teleports.
All right, it's the classic summon the Herald right before the Drake, create a second point of pressure that the enemy team has to respond to. Herald trying to make its way over there as Tarzan jumps in. Doran sliding away, deadly flourish, not going to lock anybody up, and the Herald eliminated before it can charge. And now AL heading down into the bot side river. T1 on the approach, they have stolen the Tempered Fate yet again.
AL got what they wanted though, the switcheroo on who has control in the river. Now T1 need to try and break AL.
Okay, keep your eyes on Keria, keep your eyes on either one of the Bard ultis that could fly out here. Flandre hanging back near the tier 1 turret in the mid lane for the side of AL as the Dragon is already down to half HP. T1 trying to decide where they want to go. They're staying nearby for now as Faker throws out the Tempered Fate to slow down the Drake a little bit. AL secures the Drake. They try to defend the tier 1 over in the mid lane here at the same time. Ulti from the Aurora keeps the structure standing, but Gumayusi has the satchel to complete the trade. Dragon for AL, tier 1 turret for T1.
Yeah, T1, wait a second.
Nice Tempered Fate there, flies out from Kael, and now they're looking to go in after Keria. The Mega Inferno Bomb's not gonna matter, and AL get the free pick.
Kael finds another one, another pick, and T1 thought they were gonna get the better of the money exchange here. They decide, okay, fine, you've got the Drake, we're gonna delay you by using the stolen Bard ult, and we'll take mid. But then AL still get paid a little bit on the back half here with a good ultimate from Kael.
And it's difficult for them to really use the fact that this mid lane tower is down because Shanks and Flandre tend to have a bit more of an advantage in the side lanes right now. So at this stage, it looks like for AL, going to be an advantageous trade as long as that gold is staying even off the back of it. And you can see again Kael poking his head in towards this top lane, wants to see if he can pay a visit to Faker.
All right, let's see if Guma can stay safe here in mid lane as we see
hard.
so much pressure. The flash very important as well, and Keria doing his work to try and create at least one side of that mid lane where you can lean to, where you can stay safe. But the wards are hard to keep up. As soon as you put them down, either Tarzan or Kael move in, and it feels like they're clearing out a lot of this vision, opening up avenues for AL to try and create these picks.
And we're getting closer to those second item power spikes. The first man there is Hope on the Jhin. It's one advantage that Jhin has over a lot of other AD carries. His itemization is cheaper early on, and it makes it so he hits these spots faster. So Hope with a rapid fire plus the Yumu's Ghostblade, he could go for the upgraded tier 3 boots now if he wants to as well, but we'll see how they want to navigate that. Otacon has made its way onto the Rift, and it's bottom side this game.
AL would like a little bit of time though before that Otacon is started up, because you've almost got the Immortal Shield Bow completed towards Shanks. Flandra's very close to his second item as well, so I think if they can wait for that spike, it should be significantly stronger for them. And the only worry obviously is that Faker will have completed his, has the Seeker's Arm Guard. Actually, I thought he was going for the full Sonya's Hourglass, but he's going to stop off for a pit stop. So looks like, at least I think that 2-item spike is what AL can play for.
Okay, Keria and Gumayusi trying to maintain some control over the Otacon pit. There's nothing else on the Rift to fight for another 2.5 minutes, and even then, that's the Drake. It's right next door to Otacon's house. Everybody's still going to be on the same part of the map. As AL decide to make their way forward, Tarzan will use the flag just to try to get some vision as they clear out some of these wards from T1.
And everybody knows Otacon throws the best house parties.
Oh, he really does. Everybody shows up.
Yeah, Kael going to try and look for the reset though, because he's completely out of wards. Kerry's been doing a great job of keeping that pressure there, and off the back of a T1 looking to invade, knowing that Kael is going to be lacking on the vision.
Doran going in, wants the 1v1 against Shanks. The Cassante is all out. Shanks fighting back, sidesteps the third and Tofo strike. Got a little dicey there at the end. Gives him the Team Liquid thumbs up and walks away.
Shanks barely surviving there. Still though, putting out this extra pressure. Interesting that Shanks is now gonna have ultimate advantage because he just used his flash and his E to survive. And so if AL can actually create a fight where Cassante has no ult, maybe they can actually set up a big Yone ult and find something there. As you see though, a lot of the vision over towards Otacon's house is T1 blue. So they're the ones with the setup over towards the big objective.
Still though, I think this is a Mortal Shield Bow on reset here for Shanks, so he's going to be hitting a very strong point. There it is, alongside the 2-item spikes across the board. So if I'm AL, this is kind of the window that I want to try and play off of, as we just pressed into that position with item spikes and also that ult advantage.
Yeah, it's the 2-item power spike on everybody that's not a support, for everybody except for Faker. Tempered Fate, no target connection there, but AL is going all the way in. They want Gumayusi, who already gets away, so they're going to switch over to Keria now instead. Owner trying to fight back as Shanks is in the middle of everybody. He snaps back. Keria dies first. Immortal Shield Bow keeps Shanks alive as AL are now continuing to retreat. Kael and Shanks very low. T1 goes forward. Tarzan with a dunk, but he's only going to steal his own fate. Gumayusi barely holding on, but he burns down. Faker with a kill on Tarzan. Owner chases Hope. The Jhin getting away for now as T1 have lost their bottom lane, but they've killed 3 in response. Faker after Flandra, who has to flash away. Owner flashes to try to catch him with a ball breaker. Flandra needs more distance, but he cannot find it. Abscond, abduct. Goodbye to the Aurora, and it's a 4-for-2 trade favoring T1.
Great flash from Owner to secure this last kill, to chase down the Aurora and ensure that T1 will claim the objectives in the aftermath. Here's a look at how it started.
Kael uses that ultimate but doesn't actually catch Keria, who's able to sidestep. And as everyone in AL comes in, watch the hook. Keria denies Flandre that instant to burst out Gumayusi, and Shanks tries to follow but ends up getting caught out, can't snap back to the soul, and T1 keep the carry safe and find a way then afterwards to follow through as anyone's legend overextend to make the pick happen.
Yeah, Guma was barely able to waddle away from that Yone ult, and that was key. Keria is looking as they take Dragon. I think Owner's staying on the red though, so they're probably just going to sacrifice this. This will be soul point. not the actual soul itself.
Exactly, and that missed Yone ult that you're talking about, that's why they forced the fight, because Yone, like you said, still had it and Cassante didn't, but if you whiff the thing, you might as well already have it on cooldown. Anyone's Legend, they pick their fight and T1's ready. Now it's a T1 2,000 gold lead.
It also shows, though, for Anyone's Legend, like, they have a very strong wombo combo, but the pieces kind of need to be put into place correctly for it to work. Like, you want that slow from the Aurora, or you want that lockup from the Jarvan to enable Shanks to hit his ultimate, but you're not really seeing that setup, especially as Kael had also burnt that Bard ult early. So ult economy, incredibly important for Anyone's Legend in these upcoming fights, because if they can get a Mountain Soul for themselves, it makes things so much easier in these upcoming fights.
It certainly does. Adds so much durability to your team, allowing them to actually finally get on to Gumayusi. Guma, though, so far has been able to waddle away from a lot of the engage, and it does look comical, and it is successful.
It's the Otacon plus 2,500 gold lead versus that soul point threat that you're talking about for AL. And remember, Dragon Souls are worth about 4,000 golds worth of stats. So if you then manage to take that after winning a fight, all of a sudden, things feel largely catapulted the other direction. So T1 is going to try to continue building this gold lead as much as they can for the next 3.5 minutes. They'll take down the tier 1 there in the top lane. That is the final tier 1 turret that was left standing for AL. And honestly, AL, yes, they got first turret of the game. That earned them feats. It was that top lane tier 1. They have not taken another turret for the rest of the game.
Yeah, so much is riding on this Dragon Soul fight that is going to come very quickly. We've already got 3 minutes on the clock. T1 immediately getting some super deep vision down. Keria here trying to find some sort of pocket of Fog of War to find a very big hook. Maybe get an early summoner spell.
Okay, knocks Tarzan up into the air. Tempered Fate onto Tarzan to try to keep him safe a little bit longer here, and he does manage to buffer through the CC. Now Flandre putting some pain onto the T1 lines, but no! It's Owner going in, they lock up Flandre, they beat him down! Owner's on a killing spree, and that's -1 for AL. T1 find the pick, and then they immediately evacuate.
That Vi Ziggs combo is just deadly, man. Owner sees his target, locks him up, Guma throws the ultimate, and T1 once again with the pressure.
And it was Flandre just trying to help out Tarzan that ends up getting him caught. Didn't need to invest the ultimate, could have just escaped because Kael had bought enough time for the Demacian Standard to be used to escape. But now T1 another tower, more pressure to push AL back as Faker just looking to clear this wave and reset as well.
After shooting that stolen Jhin ulti back at Hope, Tarzan goes in after the T1 mid laner, but again, just not a ton of threat. Faker, very solid here on the Sylas, does have the Proto Belt and Riftmaker both fully completed alongside that arm guard that Dagda, you mentioned it getting completed 10 minutes ago. He's still not had to break it.
Has had no need to. There has been little pressure towards him. I wasn't sure if you were just going to commit the Cataclysm there with the flash to Sylas, where we get to see this play again.
I feel like this is how you got to play Blitzcrank. You got to go just create plays out of very little. You know, Tarzan is on his wolves, and Keria gets in there. Yeah, he gets away, but as you say, since Flandre's over here watching and trying to help slash peel, you know, he gets caught. Owner says, "You're not getting away from me," and they immediately turn it into way more than it really should have been.
Tarzan just had already escaped, so... And again, I think, sorry, coming back to the play in the mid lane, I thought Tarzan was actually going to commit with the Cataclysm because you could see the TP from Shanks to come in as well. They wanted that pick to turn in towards Baron, and then you'd have that opportunity with Baron buff to try and fight for this Mountain Dragon, but not willing to commit, and it means that now T1 back on the map, less than a minute until the next objective, and Anyone's Legend are just hoping that they can push out these waves enough to contest.
And I want to go back to something you talked about in game 1, Kobe, where the gold leads amount to something so huge when they get you certain specific items. How about a fully completed Hourglass on Faker? How about Guardian Angel on Owner? These one-shot items that can do so much in a single fight. You're seeing no such thing over there on the side of AL, and it means that getting this Dragon Soul is starting to feel pretty far away.
away.
And that's why we see so little variation in jungler builds, Flowers, because this spike of a Guardian Angel, having this in the mid-game, when you've got giant objectives, as Faker now has to run, does provide a lot of value when the soul fight is coming. But if Faker can't get away, this could be very problematic.
Yeah, Flash immediately into the binding, Tempered Fate right after. Faker trying to get away, goes Golden to buy himself an extra second. Through the wall they go, Tempered Fate from Faker, keeping himself alive as Doran's under the back line. Hope is under pressure, Faker's still alive for now. Hope gonna be cut down. Doran going in and Faker's already cut down first. Hope next to die. It's a 1-for-1. AL's in the middle of everybody as Tarzan has to try to get away, and Carrier's gonna be focused, but he finds a pull over the wall beforehand. Flandra pulled in, but Doran shut down. Gumayushi over the wall with another satchel as Tarzan wants to find a little bit more, but he dies. Gumayushi and Owner working together as Guma dies to Shanks. Owner wants another. Flandra needs to get away, and he hops between worlds. The Abyss can't chase him down. Flandra gets back over the wall, and Shanks is ready to flash. Owner will get knocked into the Guardian Angel. Carrie is the only one left alive, and that Guardian Angel will not hear the prayers of T1. It's a 4-for-2, and anyone's legend call their fight.
What an insane fight for anyone's legend. I thought this was the mistake. The ult from Kyle stops Shanks from following up, and T1 trying to collapse. But Vi and Ziggs take so long to get here that you end up in a position where anyone's legend can deal a ton of damage to Faker before Gumayushi really gets into the fight. Hope stays alive for so long, dodging away from Doran, that they manage to make a play. And then here, Tarzan flashing away, keeping himself alive, continues to get value as this fight moves on. Anyone's legend barely managed to scrap their way around, and that is the soul for anyone's legend.
Yeah, Owner's still dead for another 5 seconds. Unless you have some sort of a miracle blunder from the side of AL, there's no way. AL, off the back of a pick, will claim the Mountain Soul.
That's a MasterCard priceless moment for anyone's legend. For LPL fans that have waited over 12 years to try and take down T1. For AL to be in a position now where they can push themselves to 2-game advantage, or a game up, would be absolutely insane.
And the way that AL did it, they set their sights on the man who has caused them so many problems, the thorn in their side, on Faker. They attack him in the side lane. They find the pick. Yes, it took a long time with all those stasis, but they eventually are able to make the pick that turns into the team fight that gives them soul. Now, though, T1 looking at the Baron.
We still have a very, very close game state. It's still a 2,000 gold lead plus the Otacon power for the side of T1 compared to the Mountain Soul of AL. Doran is the only person AL could try to attack right now. They know that that is not the way you start a fight, so they will not continue their chase.
When you were talking about those spikes, though, for T1, look at it for similar for AL, right? Now in Mountain Soul, the ability to actually try and burst you out, which is what T1 want to do, is significantly more difficult. You've Redemption and Locus on towards Kyle, which makes it even more difficult to focus down just one member. For anyone's legends, they now have the safety nets they need, and with T1, they're looking for picks.
Yeah, Doran eats about 1,000 damage as he tries to approach that brush, and now Tarzan jumps over the wall. Tempered Fate fired out. It's the stolen one there from Faker, but the real from Kyle does not hit either. Doran continuing to try to get away. Shanks on the Yone also has his Infinity Edge now. If he can find that Fate Seal that we were talking about earlier, combo it with the rest of the team, it could seriously end the team fight right there. Doran has lost half his HP, but he's still feeling confident enough right now. As you can see, T1 moving over to the Baron.
It's a real ultimate used by anyone's legend, but Faker still has the opportunity to steal away another one. So T1 starting to move in towards this Baron. Looks like they don't want to fully commit. Just seeing what they can do as Flandre, at least pushing on the side now, going to be able to get finally another tower for anyone's legend.
The second turret of the game for AL. 33 minutes in. They got those 3 Void Grubs early, but just have not been able to find a way to effectively use them thus far. Flandra has his teleport to join the rest of the team whenever he needs to. I would have to think that he's very close to his 3rd fully completed item here as well. And you can see he recalls to base now and purchases the Crypt Bloom.
And honestly, the longer this game goes, I feel like it is good for AL. They've got this permanent power of the Dragon Soul that they will retain, and they have so many damage sources that they can scale on their team with so many threats that they can apply to T1.
They also now have the Tier 3 boots purchased on everybody that is not Kyle. Probably once the Bard has enough money, he'll be upgrading those as well, but a little bit hard to do that with a support budget right now. T1 starting up the Baron. It will be spotted out by the Scryer Trinket from Anyone's Legend. Gumayusi just trying to play defense.
It's a bit of a fake bluff, though, because their Baron take is not very quick on T1's side, and Anyone's Legend know it. You can see it there. They've been on it for a while, only half HP now.
Yep, but they are not backing off just yet. Kyle fires out the Tempered Fate, but he won't find a target. Keria wanted to pull, but he misses everybody. T1 backs away from the objective now as the Tier 1 turret also dies here in the mid lane. That's all 3 outer turrets now dead on the T1 side. AL going to be happy about that as they continue. Wait, not that turret. That one in the bottom lane didn't actually die. Flandra had to back off before it could. Owner looking for an opportunity. Shanks jumps in, finds the Q3, immediately resets. Doran's nearly killed at the very start of the fight. Owner having to get away now as well with the curtain call firing out. Faker sidesteps Deadly Flourish. Doran and Owner seriously injured as AL head over to Baron.
Now that is some good defense. AL got exactly what they want. They stall the Baron, they get you off, they then get the mid tower, and now they're gonna force T1 to come to them.
And T1 are ready to answer the challenge. Faker with a teleport ready to join up as immediately the engage comes out from Tarzan. The target is Keria. The Shanks seal finds everybody! Thanks in the back line as Gumayusi tries to get away. He's scattered, but he's knocked down by Tarzan. Faker scrambling as Kyle and Hope chase after him. Doran's going to be the next target, and Anyone's Legend have forced the world champions back.
What an engage from Anyone's Legend! Tarzan does not hesitate. He pulls the trigger onto Keria as he approaches the pit, and it is Baron for Anyone's Legend.
AL no, T1 are feeling the pressure. The entire stadium has erupted here in Shanghai.
And the gold lead now back under the command of AL. They've got the Dragon Soul, the Elder spawning in less than 1 minute. The binding into the wall does not connect to Kyle, but now T1 is overextended. Owner's in the middle of everyone. That's your jungler right before Elder, but the TP is a mistake from Flandra. He's shut down already. Owner's Guardian Angel will not save him. It's a 1-for-1. Tempered Fate collides onto Doran, but he's unstoppable because of Pathmaker, so he gets away. It's 4v4 on the map for the next 50 seconds, but one team doesn't have a jungler.
And one team doesn't have the GA. Tarzan just bought his off the reset, and Kyle makes T1 overextend as they manage to get this pick. The TP from Flandre was way too deep, ends up getting caught. But your life for the junglers with Elder Dragon arriving so soon is huge.
It certainly is. AL, they will be holding all of the cards in this game. It comes down to clutch moments.
Yeah.
Guardian Angels, though, are up for Tarzan. They are up for Shanks. AL, such an advantage.
T1 trying to approach. Doran's going to be the point man, trying to make his way in there as Gumayusi continues to throw bouncing bombs. Elder Dragon down to 3,000. Fate Seal cuts through, but the stasis going to lock everybody up. Tarzan's going to be your focus. Mega Inferno Bomb over the top of the Elder is secured by Anyone's Legend, and they're continuing the fight. Faker is about to be executed as Doran falls too. Anyone's Legend is murdering T1. Curtain call fires out. Most of the bullets won't find their target, but they won't need to. The final shot in Gumayusi is the victory shot for Anyone's Legend.
And they will head towards that T1 Nexus, taking this game, getting themselves to just 1 game away from what no other LPL team has ever been able to do. They will put T1 to series points here.
All right, the inhibitor falls. It's Owner and Keria versus AL. They have to try to distract. Owner jumps into the middle of everyone, but the Elder Dragon will roar with the might of China as Anyone's Legend forces T1 to match point and takes game 3.
The second seed from the LPL stands on the precipice of doing what has never been done before. 1 game away from beating T1.
It is an incredible showing so far from both teams. Analysts, do we think that AL has what it takes?
They've gotten further than any LPL team has in 12 years, so you have to give them the benefit of the doubt. Absolutely absolutely monstrous play out of AL to try and push aside this T1 legacy in front of our eyes.
And it's another Tabe masterclass, because we're going to talk a lot about that game, but I want to highlight which champions have just been taken away from T1. Jhin, Bard, and Jarvan, all champions which, if you see any of them on a T1 composition, make you go, whew, that's going to be a tough game for the opponents. Winning with those champs, taking all of them out of the pool, sets you up perfectly.
It did. And then we got to talk about those fights. If you remember Battle of the Bands, actually our viewers won't, but this is Battle of the Telestrators. We're going to start, Maurits, by a good fight by T1 where they do try and take the advantage.
Are we getting pitted against one another?
Wait, what? We're not bad.
I will score. No,
all right.
go ahead.
Let's start it off here. What I want to highlight was a great early game fight, or mid-game fight, because this game did quite go on for a long amount of time of T1, right? Because T1, they are, more than any other team I've seen, always looking for these side lane plays. So as we are, I'm drawing, believe me, are going to take a look here. This setup from T1 looks very dire, right? Obviously, we have 2 teleports coming in over here, but the entirety of AL is already on its way, trying to cut off Guma and Keria. So as we roll the clip, I want to show how T1, in an ideal scenario for them, stalls the game out. Guma is able to actually make it out, and while Keria gets taken down, look at the actual damage dealers of T1. Guma's completely fine. Flandre, unfortunately, is unable to really make an impact, and because both Owner and Doran are continuously pushing towards the backline of AL, there really isn't anything they can do. This leads to the Otacon in the long run as the rest of T1 chase, and it's these type of turn plays that T1 have relied on for as long as this 4-man core has been together.
Yeah, and that's why I guess we give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt in that, but when you look at kind of the state of the game and the way AL was playing and the way they were getting objectives, right, you need to be able to repeat that over and over and over. And Emily, can you now explain why it becomes so difficult for T1 to repeat that against this AL comp?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to go through another team fight on the top side where they're looking to get a pick onto Faker, right? And you and I were like, I don't know about this. I don't know about this. So Faker is up here. He was pushing up. AL see what they think is a good opportunity to come in and collapse, right? The big thing to take note here is we are going to have TPs coming in from the bot side, but I really, really want to highlight where Guma is because he is not going to be able to join this fight as quickly. So as we run through, they're going to try to get this catch onto Faker. We are going to see both Bard ults come out. First from Kyle. The next is going to be Faker Bard ulting himself. But again, the big thing is that Guma is still not here. So while we already have the TP coming out of the Cassante as we play through, and the Aurora, they're going to join the fight. But yeah, we then have Faker ulting himself. And the other big thing on the back half of this is that Doran is on to Hope, but that leaves so much room for Tarzan and Shanks, who are the 2 main focal points that you should be watching in this fight, especially with how they're able to get onto Guma at the very end of this. Tarzan blast planting himself over, and then really going on to Guma, and Shanks cleans him up at the end. And so it's very drawn out.
And with that, AL do bring themselves to match point first. And we need to talk a little bit about the historical implications here. Not a little bit, a lot. Because this is, no matter the state that T1 finds them in, this is still a hard thing to do because of the clutch factor they have specifically at Worlds, specifically in quarterfinals, specifically versus the LPL.
I mean, we saw T1 get pushed to the very brink last year at Worlds when BLG brought them to that Game 5 in finals. That finals was an insane back and forth, but coming into this series, we did feel like, and we keep falling for it, but it looks like this time it might actually be real. T1, this draft to me was also something that just didn't make too much sense. I think we saw it a little bit in the previous draft, but the lack of a mixed damage profile, plus the fact that we saw Guma not being as comfortable on the Ziggs as he's been, and Ziggs has been a thorn in the side of T1 for a long time.
I think in that context, it's so important for AL to have gotten to match point first, right?
Yep.
Because we saw already, as you mentioned, that they took away a lot of comfort picks for T1. I'm not saying they don't have any other, but the ones like the Bard that you usually equate with Keria Keria and equate with a win for T1. And the fact that you're giving yourselves a 2-game possibility to close it out with that might and with the Tabe tabulations, Emily, that does instill me with some hope.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing to me is what is Tabe going to prepare going forward, right? I do think he's done a really good job, and this is the depth of AL. When they were able to punch up against teams that you'd think maybe they have better players, it's their drafting and their coordination that would bring them on top.
And it's not just a draft prep, it's they know T1 in and out. You can see it in the way they catch them in these side lane plays.
They don't seem as burdened as the other LPL teams that have been taking on T1 in that long storied history. They get to match point first. And wouldn't it be so beautiful to do it right here in Shanghai in front of the home crowd? But T1 might have something to say about it. Please get us to Silver Scrapes.
Continues to throw bouncing bombs. Elder Dragon down to 3,000. Fate Seal cuts through, but the stasis is going to lock everybody up. Tarzan's going to be your focus. Mega Inferno Bomb over the top of the Elder is secured by anyone's legend. And they're continuing the fight. Faker is about to be executed as Doran falls too. Anyone's legend is murdering T1. Curtain call fires out. Most of the bullets won't find their target, but they won't need to. The final shot in Gumayushi is the victory shot for anyone's legend.
Players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in Gen G. They are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners.
Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again, cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in, Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight!
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2025 here in the quarterfinals. It's a best of 5 between AL and T1 to determine who gets that last coveted semi-final spot. It's 2-1 as AL have moved on to match point against the reigning world champions, and T1 is now in a must-win situation.
All right, super excited for Deep Fearless Flowers. This is where you really put the pressure on what champions are T1 going to have left here. You have to start digging very deep. Faker's not going to have access to Azir or Orianna the whole series. I can guarantee that. Those will remain permabanned. AL have no reason to change any of these bans. And so we're looking, once again, it's down to like, you know, the Cassios and Akali and LeBlanc sort of tier of champions.
Well, there's also the Neeko, this absolutely oppressive support champion with so much unique opportunity. The engages from stealth, the clone and the vision that it gives, the ability to tank turrets with the cannon minion. Neeko does so much of what other champions cannot do. T1's gonna draft that first. They ban out Alistar, Trundle, and Smolder. Yunara banned out next to those two mid laners that you already said, Kobe. And it's Skarner and Corki drafted by AL.
I like the Corki pick up early here, making sure that you have that safety tool for your AD carry when it comes to these fights, plus something that can help to neutralize a strong bot lane. And with the Skarner already taken, T1 hovering the Nocturne, I don't know if you, like, going further into dive is exactly what you want to do here.
I mean, better than going halfway, I feel like, maybe. Because looking like some full dive here. Yeah, they lock it in. They're going to get the Kai'Sa. So I would assume they want to get Nocturne before the next round of bans come in, because Nocturne just pairs so well with a Neeko. The engage just becomes insane. Yeah, Corki does have Valkyrie, but if you turn out the lights and you allow Neeko an easier time to get in there, then the dive can just be devastating.
That combo is a nasty one. The Neeko ulti can already be so hard to react to from stealth, but when that vision is so restricted, it gives you such an insane engage. And speaking of engage, it looks like the final pick of the first half of the draft is going to be some engage in the bottom lane. Leona for Kael.
Yeah, I'm curious now what they want to try and finish things out with, because when you know the T1 are already going to be playing heavily in towards this dive, things like the Renekton for Flandre, things that are enabled when you play into them, suddenly become very strong, which is why the Skarner, I think, is already in a fairly strong spot coming into this. We'll have to see, though, as the bans start to come through, what is the priority for anyone's Legend?
Again, I'm really wondering what the mid lane is going to look like between these two, because it is getting fairly shallow there. And you know that you need something that's going to be able to survive some of this onslaught, because both sides have pretty good engages. You know, obviously T1's going deep dive, but Skarner and Leona as well is going to put a lot of pressure there.
I do like the Cassiopeia brought up early, though. Like, that could definitely be something for Shanks in the mid lane, but taken away.
T1 does too.
Yeah, I was going to say also the pick he kind of made his name on coming up from the LDL, but now going to be taken away. But Hui, still a very strong pick that we haven't really seen come up too much in this draft phase, but also something that is very susceptible to the dive.
Okay, so Cassio, Twisted Fate, mid lane, the focus for both teams, but two very different types of mid laners. Obviously, the Twisted Fate can work well with things like the Nocturne, catching you by surprise, and the Hui is exactly the type of read that AL has, but not for themselves. They're looking at it for the other side, just removing one of those strong, stalling control mages.
Exactly, the big damage, the big AoE. What's going to be the response here from T1? Because I'm assuming that mid lane is actually going to be the one getting the counter pick rather than the top lane. There are some extra utility picks here still left up.
I was wondering if they're going to try and ban the Victor, something that can kind of play off that zone of control and opt in towards an early Zhonya's and try and keep yourself safe, but not going to be the case. Going to ban away the Aatrox instead, which to me says they would like to try and bait Flandre into an early Renekton pick, but you still have things like Doran that can go back towards the Gnar, so I think they'd rather keep that OR5 for Flandre.
These are all the ones that we're talking about, sifting through the options here.
I'm just waiting.
So it's funny because he started out with a Vex hover, and Vex is a viable counter pick into LeBlanc. You also think about Malzahar, you think about Lissandra as far as these deep dive combinations.
Well, it's the 4-0 LeBlanc so far at Worlds, locked in for Shanks here. And instead, they're just going to pick a very standard control mage of Victor into this. There could be some serious potential there for AL to try to abuse this, as Ornn will be the last pick of the draft for T1.
Yeah, you're setting up T1 basically to have a very strong front to back, honestly. Like, yes, you have some dive components that are in it, but the ability to just try and keep your backline safe while putting a lot of threat down with the Ornn, having that zone control with the Victor, then actually opens up for the utility of the ultimate of the Nocturne to shine more so, as you were talking about, to enable the Nico in fights.
All right, we are in an elimination game for T1 at Worlds. They're putting Gumayusi on the controversial Kai'Sa pick for him. They have a lot of dive to set him up. Ornn ult with Nocturne, with the Nico. Lots of aggressive opportunities there. For Faker's pick, as you say, with the Victor, it is something that definitely can be attacked, especially if you get roams from the Leona to go up to this LeBlanc lane and put some extra pressure there. So very interesting stuff. And with Flandre getting that counter pick, I do like the Mordekaiser into Ornn having priority up there. AL, it just feels like they are on the attack.
Even when you get in towards fights, Doran trying to call in the Ornn Horn gets brought into the Shadow Realm. Yeah. Same when you look at the Nocturne as he tries to dive onto people. There's a lot of ways to disrupt the game plan from T1, which I really like from anyone's Legends composition.
Yeah, Mordekaiser is a great combo breaker, taking someone to the death realm.
I'm excited for this, man. We get to see the Mordekaiser slammed in response to the big team fight meatball. We get to see Faker saying that he's got the confidence to play Victor into LeBlanc, which can be a very, very scary situation. You're already talking about the dive potential on the T1 side, but with Skarner and Leona also drafted for AL, there's some serious engage there too. With how the first 3 games in this series have gone, I'm expecting nothing less here in this 4th one.
Ooh, the tension could not be higher here. AL are 1 game away from making history. Faker is undefeated for 12 years at Worlds versus the LPL.
And it would guarantee an LPL team in finals as well if anyone's Legends were to do it, which for every fan in China would mean a huge amount as they move off towards Chengdu next week.
All right, let's take a look here. On your screen, you can see the history of what we're talking about with Faker against the LPL. All of these best of 5s, 11 of them as of the IG series this year in play-ins. Of those 11, 5 were 3-0s, 4 were 3-1s, only 2 went the distance of 3-2, and AL is demanding that at the minimum.
And I want to highlight the very first one that it showed there, all the way back in 2013, when Faker won his world championship. That was over the coach of AL. It was over Tabe when Tabe was still a player.
And when Tabe became a coach, BLG was up 2-1 last year in the final. Didn't quite work out. RNG was up 2-1 in 2017. Tabe played for them. And now AL up 2-1. Having to hope that Tabe can actually finally get a team that can take down T1.
T1 have a lot of good stats at Worlds, by the way. They're also 5-1 when they're in this situation, down in a series. Have been very successful, so we'll see about the actual gameplay, because it all comes down to these big moments when all of the pressure is on. Can they survive? Can they pull it out and push us to a 5th game, to a Silver Scrapes? AL, I do like the attack that they have gone on in draft. The attack, the entire series here where they're whittling away at T1 champions. But Keria did get his hands on the Nico, a very dangerous one.
Yeah, Nico is such a powerful champion in the meta. I feel like this champion has just been all over everywhere the entire year long for the playmaking, for the utility that it provides. Both junglers now on to their 2nd buffs. Both did start into the top side, so we'll see if they want to try to get involved with this bottom lane.
I think for Tarzan, he's just going for more of a defensive clear here, trying to clear out the camps that are at the front, knowing that T1 have that push on the bottom side and making sure that no sort of made. But Guma!
Yeah, immediately Guma under some pressure. As Kyle and Hope trying to push back against the T1 duo who have been shoving them in so far in this lane.
And that's meaningful with both junglers pathing down there. Skarner now is actually wrapping back to Wolves and looking towards most probably the topside Scuttle Crab. So Owner is here. Ward does go down in Tribrush from AL though. They know they are at risk. And so they're going to play safe, or at least try to, under tower.
Exactly. This is so dangerous, though. Hope only at 150 HP. He doesn't have any potions left in inventory. The heal was already used by Kyle. As Owner now paths through the mid lane, he already secured the bottom lane Scuttle Crab for himself, and Faker has priority and control over the mid lane with the topside Scuttle not yet claimed. Tarzan has to use Ishtal's impact to just dig through the wall backwards towards his own side of the map, and it means Owner should have total control over both Scuttle Crabs.
Nice adaptation from T1, even though that trade looked decent for anyone's Legend on the bottom side, but Tarzan snuck his way back in. Can he manage to get on towards Faker here?
Let's see. Wants to move towards him there with the Ishtal's impact, forces the flash. Faker stays safe, but now Summoner Spell down.
Patience there from Tarzan and a sneaky play. We talked about how vulnerable this Victor can be. Now no flash in the early game. You constantly have to respect each distortion from the LeBlanc, looking for these trades. Faker now gonna need some extra vision. You have to call your support sometimes or your jungler to come get you at least one side to ward. Maybe Owner's gonna have to go find this Skarner, try and mark Tarzan to make sure the extra threat's not there, because neither T1 carry has their flash to evade the next gank.
And honestly, the early laning phase is feeling really good for T1, despite losing those flashes on the carries. Bottom lane, it's been pressure all lane long for Gumayusi and Keria because of the advantage that you have with Nico against a melee support. Top side, Doran's been doing great with the Ornn into the Mordekaiser pick, and he's got a CS lead for himself as well. So for AL, you're feeling the pressure to want to make some kind of a play, even more than normal.
But I think when you're Tarzan, that's perfectly fine. You're on the Skarner, you've got an opportunity to take really good fights, and you've got setup now, because don't forget, Shanks can distortion in, set up for the chain, follow up then from the Skarner, tear Victor away from the safety of his turret and try and set up plays there. Even on the bottom side as well, you've got the setup from Kyle, and Cleanse will be back up shortly, but you've got so many different routes that this Skarner can take into the bottom side. That Owner, you can see here, needs to babysit as this wave starts to push in and make sure his bot lane doesn't get caught out.
And look at the EXP difference between Owner and Tarzan. Look at the farm difference between Owner and Tarzan. Owner only needs one, maybe two more camps to get level 6 on the Nocturne and have that massive playmaking of the Paranoia. Tarzan, a lot longer to go.
And even though the AL bottom lane, with their attempt at Guma's life, they got both of those summoner spells, Guma still kept up his farm. Good farm for the Kaisa, especially with that Nocturne providing the jungle pressure and securing the bottom side Scuttle Crab. And Owner once again patrolling between mid and bottom. Those two T1 carries relying on the extra presence there, and it has rewarded them.
Yeah, Doran also level 6 was teetering down towards the mid lane in case anything kicked off, but going to make his way back up towards that top side. So T1 trying to shift to control Tarzan, which was the big focal point for the game wins that anyone Legend were able to take.
I like what Guma did there, you know, going through, grouping up the minions to try and focus fire and deny one of them during the recall. It is going to be a reset after that recall, by the way. Hope going for the swap first into the top side.
Flandra with his level 6 on Mordekaiser comes down into the river, and that means that Owner does not have the chance to try to contest this Scuttle Crab at all. So Tarzan's going to claim that one, and now the EXP advantage that Owner had in the jungle pretty much entirely alleviated, as Tarzan will also hit level 6 as soon as he clears these Krogs.
They also lost the wave on bot lane as Flandre had late reset, now TP'd into the bottom wave. So this was in the hopes that they could actually set up their Corki for success in anyone's Legend, but there's so many members on the top side of the map for T1, and they don't know Doran's here.
Yeah, Doran's still there, the call of the Forge God, the Paranoia over the top. Hope tries to get away with the flash, but he's still caught up in the fear. He waits to use the cleanse. Hope locked up by the Ornn, but he gets enough distance. AL staying alive for now. Kyle and Hope both get away. T1 goes in. Gumayusi with a killer instinct, but Hope still lives underneath the turret. Doran's going in with a bellows breath, and it's first blood over to Keria. Kyle tries to counterattack with Zenith Blade, but he does not have what he needs.
Doran now the target. Shanks doesn't need him with a chain. He's got to try to get away as Tarzan wants to kill Doran. Shanks still in the back part of the fight. Tarzan with a 3-man impale. T1 still trying to fight as Faker arrives in. Shanks down to 150, and the blooming burst from Keria gets him. It's a 4-2 game, 8 minutes in, and T1 take the fight.
And the only thing they have to pay for it is the bottom side. Mordekaiser did get left alone with this tower, but it is so good for T1. It is Guma that does not give up on the play. Even though Hope was able to escape from the Ornn ultimate, Guma says nobody's getting out of this. He ults in, he continues to play for T1, and all of T1 commit to the top side.
And it nets them so much. The extra kills, the Void Grubs, and it's a great call from Doran to stick around to find this pick. Owner and managing to get the lockdown as well, and Kael gets hit by Keria, so can't actually get underneath this tower to protect Hope. So they're so low, and Gumayusi shotguns himself into the backline, makes sure that they can finish off these kills. And Tarzan tries his best with Shanks to bring back this play, but there's just not enough consistent DPS. Tarzan doesn't have it. Shanks has to wait on his distortion cooldown, and despite the great ultimate, again, you only manage to get barely enough back on the end of it.
Yeah, Tarzan is able to set up for the 2 kills back for AL. Of course, T1 very happy with this still. They get the first 3 for the feats, they get a bunch of extra gold, and they got the 2 grubs out of the 3-pack.
And now we're right back into it though. Keria in some danger. Shanks misses the chain, so Keria will stay safe for now. Also did still have the flash, but the vast majority of the gold lead, it's almost a 2,000 gold lead for T1, but 1.3 thousand of that is on Gumayusi's Kai'Sa. 2-1 and 2, set up in a great spot here in game number 4.
He truly is. Cold down to 45 stacks as well, and on the other side, Shanks, the one to get those 2 kills that Tarzan set up with his Skarner ultimate. This LeBlanc is going to have to do a lot of work.
Especially if he can get on towards Guma again, that's going to be the main focus, but Kai'Sa is so slippery in these fights, it's going to make it incredibly difficult. And even still, Evan Keria move up towards his top side, protect Faker against the Fed member of AL.
All that early money for the side of T1 resulting in these item completions means that Owner is going to have a very low cooldown on that Nocturne ultimate with his Hex Plate rushed here. So he can start to spam out and really, really apply this pressure to AL across multiple lanes. Of course, the Mordekaiser lane's not the best one to go to because, of course, he has ultimate and can remain fairly safe. But it does put more pressure onto Hope here. You know, the Corki trying to remain safe in mid lane, but he still has no flash. Shanks has no flash as well for the LeBlanc. And if Owner can just ult and apply some pressure or even hover around, he can reduce the income of those carries on the side of AL.
And even though Shanks does have a...
It's also just nice to be tanky against the LeBlanc. It means the one-shot potential isn't particularly high. So that's where, again, I think for the AL focus needs to be on finding some picks on towards vulnerable members like Keria and Gumayusi. But you can just see how much has been invested by T1 to keep them safe. Our Owner is hovering around in this mid lane. They're setting up a ton of vision, just making sure they can spot out whatever AL is up to.
And there's the Kanik Rookern for Doran as well. This is the most annoying item in the game for these AP top laners to have to deal with against a tank like Ornn. It makes his trades so much more effective into the Mordekaiser. So Flandra having to deal with that now makes it that much harder to find an opportunity to get anything against this guy. And we'll see if Flandra can get any big death realms in the middle of a huge fight. Because not just taking out a carry or something like that, if you can remove Nico from having a Pop Blossom, if you can ult Ornn before he can use the second half of the Ornn Horn, there's a lot of playmaking opportunities there, and I think Flandra has been a core part of the wins so far for AL.
Yeah, definitely going to have to at least take out one of those big engaged components, because if you let T1 use them all, you will get destroyed. 2.4K, the gold lead here. And they just have pressure in all of their lanes. You were talking about Doran. He's just going to keep on pushing with that Kanik Rookern. Gets the pressure on top side, bottom side as well here for Faker, shoving in on the LeBlanc. Even though the LeBlanc is this champion that can go in for some scary moments, it does not have great wave clear unless you are forced to use everything on the wave itself, and then that takes away from the attack mode that you're supposed to be in. So should allow Victor easier wave control as long as you've got a Nocturne to cover you. Yeah, Owner is just providing so much safety for the lanes, for the team.
Yeah, and you got 50 seconds until that Dragon, so resets coming through, first items completed, like T1 feeling in a good spot. You just continue that pressure to the lanes and then move that over into some vision control that's already been established and continue to make it difficult for AL to set up on the objective and look for plays with Shanks or, Tarzan finding a good angle of attack, and making it easier to just find picks of your own for T1.
25 seconds until the next Drake spawns. I don't think since he's purchased the Kanik Rookern, I have seen the shield break on Doran's health bar. He just goes up, he gets bonked a little bit, but now Tarzan is looking to change that around. Nice use of the Bellows Breath, but he is pulled back by the claw from Flandra. He tries to get underneath the turret. Doran flashes away. Flandra does secure the kill, but now he's got to get away from the turret. His teammates coming up to guarantee he survives. It's AL overloading the top side, and T1 are bringing in backup, but they've already lost their top laner.
It's a nice timing window from AL. Right as Dragon spawns, they go for the play, they get the kill, and sure, Faker will get some damage on the bot tower, but now they can actually reset and get back out onto the map and look to contest the Dragon.
Well, I don't think it's just going to be damage on this bottom tower. It looks like it's going to be the entire turret, but that means they could try to have a teleport punish here. Flandra coming around. He did not have to use the Death Realm to get the kill onto Doran, so he still has it, but Faker backs away in time, and critically for AL, they keep that turret alive, so no feats of strength for T1.
Faker trying to now move in to recontest onto the position. Dragon was started by Flandra, but will end up just being pulled out for a little second. Still waiting to see now if they can move in with no Ornhorn and no Nocturne ultimate, though. It's a little spooky for T1 to contest onto the objective.
Well, looks like they are going to go ahead, seize control over the area, start this one up. AL is nearby, but the Dragon dropping down to half HP already, and AL looks to be saying that they have no interest in contesting this one. Flandra's just staying top. He has no teleport. So 1-1 now. Split Drakes between the two teams.
Yeah, T1, they've got the luxury of pushing in on bottom side, and they do have the ability to dive here. Be careful.
Yep, Tarzan's coming in. They want to try to stop this T1 force onto the first turret of the game. Keria over the wall is going to be pushed back as Tarzan throws a rock over there towards him. Meanwhile, topside is Flandra putting the work in on this turret to take the first one. Nice deny there on the feats of strength.
Yeah, and the fact that now you get to use this wave push to move over towards the Rift Herald is going to be super nice as well. So it means T1 will have to overforce on that bottom side again, whereas Shanks can look for his reset. He has the teleport to move into position, and there's some deep wards as well on anyone Legend side, which is perfect for Shanks if he wants to TP into the fight.
Okay, Rift Herald alive. This could also be feats of strength for T1 because they have already secured a single Dragon and 2 out of 3 of the grubs. AL are going to get themselves at least the Scuttle Crab beforehand. Tarzan grabs that one, but T1 has multiple men in the area. Taking stock of everything on the map, you can see Faker and Shanks, both in the bottom lane, both have their teleports ready to join a Rift Herald fight. No teleport available on either one of the top laners on either team. And we're starting to hit level 11 in a lot of different roles. Owner critically still only level 10 here on his Nocturne. Faker still needs another 4 minutes before his Rod of Ages hits full stack, so that's not going to happen anytime soon. Tarzan over the wall here with the Blast Cone. Kyle and Hope approaching from mid. T1 forced back away from the Herald.
Yeah, I like that. You immediately just drop it. Just immediately leash the Herald for T1 because Faker can finish this bottom tower and then teleport in, and they do.
Yeah, Keria's going to be the target here from Kyle, but he's not going to go in any further. Blast Cone gets Kyle back away as Doran tries to escape. Tarzan punches him a couple times, but again, that's a very tanky Ornn. Herald's going to lose all patience, and we can see Faker using the teleport to make his way over to the fight now after claiming that tier 1 turret in the bottom lane. Shanks still has a TP, but he's held in mid by Faker because of the wave clear of the Victor. Faker winning the trade against Shanks as Tarzan trades with Keria and Gumayusi. T1 with control over the Herald as AL approach. Flandra's going to look for a target, potentially here for the Death Realm. Herald down to 4K. Claw hits 2, but Flandra can't get any closer. Owner wants to take the objective. Paranoia's already gone out. Herald secured by Owner as the Ornhorn comes in, but
only finds one. Carrier locks up Hope. Gumayushi into the back line, and the AL AD carries already down. Owner tries to flash away. Doran in the middle of everybody, but Flandra barely stays alive. He should surely die right after the shield falls, and Owner kills him. Kael's on the run. T1's on the hunt. Everybody on AL's dropping, and T1 are absolutely demolishing the LPL team. Tarzan tries to dig through the wall. He'll barely escape, but it's Rift Herald plus 4 kills to the side of T1.
Even Guma lived! Shanks tried to go back in to kill him, but he couldn't get the vision, he couldn't get the damage! T1 have taken control of this game!
Tarzan wants to see if he can get Faker on the way out. May get the damage down, but AL are so far away. Carry is still in the vicinity. And T1, this composition from this position is so difficult to fight against as AL. And we see it as they come in. So you end up with Shanks trying to get access to the backline, but it doesn't really work. Doran ends up getting good value, but it's Carry's ultimate here onto both the carries that sets up perfectly for the play, as Tarzan and Flandra just can't do enough with Shanks to carry a fight like this.
Exactly. The other side of the fight, the Mordekaiser that just ulted this Nocturne, Owner had already gotten the objective, and then Owner still lived as well. It's just T1 dismantling AL on both sides of the team fight. That gold lead that they already had gets more than doubled, and adding the extra objective here, T1 seem like they are going to be able to push us to a Game 5. This early game lead is just so big, so quickly, Captain Flowers.
Exactly. This is so much larger of a lead than we've seen at this point in the game in any of the previous 3. Nearly 6,000 gold ahead for T1. The Drakes are even, so it's not like AL has this sole comeback condition. And now, Otacon's going to spawn here in 20 seconds. Remember what I said about that Rod of Ages? Faker's at 9 stacks, so the lead is about to become an even larger problem. T1 just continuing to build this advantage, keep this pressure on. They're going to try to take the tier 1 turret, but not quite enough damage thus far. But you can see everybody's up here. They've got Doran down in the bottom lane. He's the one answering Flandra. He has his teleport to join up for this Otacon fight whenever they need him.
It's just so difficult if you're AL. Those item completion points just aren't there. And now with the push on top side, how do you try and enter in towards River? How do you try and spot that Otacon has already been started by T1?
AL charged with a nearly impossible task. They are going to walk forward. They are going to see the Otacon started. They're bringing in the teleport. AL have to send some sort of a Hail Mary play here. Tarzan jumps in, only finds Doran. Carrier looking for the Pop Blossom. He only finds it onto Kael. The Ornhorn flies through and Hope is already down. T1 have found their marks, and they want even more. Owner is smashed by Flandra in the Rift Herald pit here at the same time as Faker stays alive, and they cannot quite do it. Finally, they get the shutdown. AL's winning the fight. T1 may have overplayed. They may have overstayed. AL find their way back into the game. Flandra chasing after the lone survivor as the Otacon will be taken by anyone's legend.
AL, they deleted Carrier, and then they set their sights on Owner. They chunk him so low that Flandra is then able to follow, and Mordekaiser ult does kill the jungler this time around. Here's another look at how it all started. Carrier tried to get in here, but he got locked up by Kael. It was just so good peeling there from Kael. He basically nullified that ultimate from Carrier, and then Owner, you see him in the pit, completely trapped here. So AL, they did a very good job dealing with this engage of the Nocturne plus the Nico, and they did it at the most critical moment. The Otacon that they claim in the aftermath.
The Otacon is so dangerous. The shred that it applies to everybody on the team creates the opportunity for AL to come back into the game. 33 flowers to 8 now is about 2,000 golds worth of adaptive force that AL has over T1. The lead that T1 had, that 5,500 gold, may as well be nullified now because of the Otacon throw. The big deal in this game is still Gumayushi with a personal 3,000 gold lead over Hope. If T1 wants to win this one, it's all Guma all the time.
But that's what we just saw in that last fight, was Guma wasn't able to get into positions to do what he needed to, and then eventually it was Faker who fell with the dive in the back line, and Shanks was able to finish off Guma. Like, there is so much damage, even from the beefcakes now on Anyone Legend. that you need to deal with everyone. I mean, only really Tarzan isn't going to deal much damage in these fights. And for Gumayusi, that is a terrifying prospect.
What a game. This one, the one where we finally thought that we were having a game that felt one-sided instead of close the whole time. And you can see there on the stats, that plummet of the gold difference so far here in the game 4.
Just such a critical fight to play out like that. And so many eyes been on Kyle here. Such a young player and performing that well in a critical moment. They have to win that fight. And they peel the Nico, they kill the Nocturne, they push back. The beefcakes, as you said, looking good, Dagda.
I have to see if they can continue it, because still, even though AL won the fight, T1 still finding their pressure in the lane, still pushing the waves in.
Yeah.
And it's anyone's legend trying to hold and bunker down in towards these choke points to deny T1 any sort of deeper access in towards the vision control that they need. Also, flashes starting to come up crucially for people like Keria, making him a little bit more vulnerable in these upcoming fights.
Taking a stock of where we are with levels, Flandra about a level up over Doran, Tarzan 2 levels up over Owner, about to just be 1 because Owner nearly level 13. Faker 1 level up over Shanks because of that Rod of Ages we were already talking about. Hope almost has his Muramana fully stacked up here on the Corki. 24 minutes in, that feels very, very late, and it has been a very tough game for Hope. 0-3-2 on the Corki. Gumayusi has been going after him nonstop.
Yeah, certainly has. All right, let's take another look at this, though. Top tower so low. Ale trying to use it.
Okay, they go in. The Solar Flare from Kyle. Tarzan wants to swoop around, but the Impale misses. AL threw a lot out there. The Arcane Storm from Faker going to fully push back anyone's legend. Shanks all the way down in the bottom lane. Not going to teleport up for this. AL wanted to defend their tier 1, but when they swing and miss, it's easy for T1 to finish the job.
AL ever so slightly desynced on the play. The stun lands, but Tarzan not there to follow up. It means that T1 able to step away, don't have to burn any of those crucial summoner spells. And now T1 going to continue, reset, move back out onto the map. Especially when I look at, like, Faker being a target is so hard with this build that he's gone for. He is so tanky.
Yeah, I mean, most of this game, he has been just standing and trading with the LeBlanc. He's not flinching at all, and he has been able to trade quite effectively. We'll see if they're able to create another pick, because T1 still have the cover of darkness here with this Nocturne ultimate, and that with all of the engaged threat that they do have, should basically guarantee applying plasma to somebody for Guma to come in and kill. He's 3-item Kaisa, 3-item plus some to only the 2 of Hope at the moment. So this Kaisa really should be able to shred, and they do have the Baron in their sights. They're trying to draw AL to them. This is going to be a turn from T1. Watch out for the engage.
Yep, keep your eyes on Keria specifically here with the Nico. Teleport coming in from the AL side. Also T1 ready to reinforce. Ornhorn sounds off. Doran goes in. They're going to knock up Kyle here at the very start, but into the back line. T1, Faker under pressure. The burst over the mid laner. They found him, but Hope is also over the gap. Shanks next to die. The Arcane Storm is a Typhoon, but AL is fighting back. More damage to Gumayusi. Flandra wants him. Flandra can't find him. The mace will not connect over the wall. And now Tarzan goes on a killing spree. AL are winning another fight. Doran locked up. He gets away with a teleport to stay alive. 3 for 3. A bloodbath at Baron.
Flandra and Tarzan survive. Flandra's doing so much on this Mordekaiser.
The one of 3 non-Korean top laners to ever win Worlds, and Tarzan and Flandra are doing so much work in this fight. They turn on towards Faker, and even though Keria goes for the Pop Blossom, it only hits onto Flandra, it hits nobody, and Gumayusi goes into the backline, but the lockup, and Flandra holding on to this ultimate for so long to focus onto Gumayusi to make sure he can't continue in the fight. And again, it's this front line from AL that stays alive and deals the damage, and just when you think Hope is gone, it is still there for the LPL.
Yeah, it's actually crazy because this fight, we just watched Hope get deleted, and Guma also then killed off Shanks right at the beginning. Those are the 2 main carries for this team. You thought, nope, the main carry is the Mordekaiser, and Tarzan got a triple ultimate with the Skarner to buy the necessary time for the Mordekaiser to destroy them.
Hope did 100 more damage than Kyle did in that team fight, and full tank Skarner did over 4,000. The Mordekaiser cracking 5,000 damage as AL now moving into this topside river yet again. Solar Flare used by Kyle does not find anything meaningful here. Taking a look at summoner spells, there are no flashes available on T1. There are none available on AL except for Kyle on this Leona, so keep your eyes on him.
AL are trying desperately to pull T1 away from the Dragon, but T1 just going to walk down the mid lane, keep this pressure up, and AL, they're looking at a little split.
Yeah, Gumayushi's going to take down the tier 2 turret. Keep your eyes open for the paranoia. That's the sign that T1's going to look for something, but they don't want to use it here. Instead, it's Gumayushi off on a solo mission looking to take the Drake. It's not soul point just yet, but if he can secure this one, it's going to put AL in a very difficult spot. The Kaisa clears this very effectively, just as a lone unit, and it looks like they're going to grab it here. The Scryer's Trinket used to see what T1 is doing. Shanks goes after Keria, chunks him out, but doesn't chunk him super low. T1 takes the Drake, and now they're ready for the 5v5. Doran summons up the Ornhorn. They're going in after Flandra. They want to focus the Mordekaiser. They've got him locked up in the CC, and Faker strikes him down. AL have lost their strongest player. Tarzan with the impale, and Owner continues moving forward. AL in a 4v5 have got to be mindful now. T1 may try to go for the Baron as they clear out mid-wave. Flandra's still dead for 35 seconds.
T1 found the thorn on their side and they yanked it out immediately. Now anyone's legend have to defend the Baron. 4 versus 5.
T1 going after the big objective. Tarzan wants to step forward here, try to find a little bit of poke. Kyle and Hope now. A nice catch from Doran. Hope is already down. Tarzan has to retreat. Ishtal's impact through the wall. They can't slow him down. They can't lock him up. T1 back onto the Baron yet again. Owner down to 25% HP. AL, they're going to have their top laner back up here in 5 seconds. So it may have cost them hope, but it buys them enough time to stop the Baron.
Ooh, Doran gets the double knock up there to grab another kill for T1, but as you say, the Baron goes unkilled here, still on the map, so we have to get the reset and the return to the objective. T1 though, they did such a good job at the beginning keeping this Mordekaiser at distance and actually chunking him down, then going for the full commit there. Owner goes in, they remove the biggest threat from them in the previous fight. See about round 2 though.
That was the thing, as long as they remove Flandre before he gets that ultimate off, they're in a good spot. And even there, you can see Flandre didn't want to pull the trigger on the ultimate, thought he could maybe survive and then find a higher value target. But if T1 continue to focus Flandre, it becomes a little bit more difficult for anyone's legend.
And good lord, Gumayushi, man, 5,000 gold ahead. He has almost 2 fully completed items up over Hope. He only has 1 slot left to build into, while Hope doesn't even have 3 fully finished big items. You can see Seeker's Arm Guard also fully completed now for Faker, in case he is the one who's attempted to be focused down with the big burst like we saw in the previous big team fight. This one is way closer than I thought it was ever going to be when we saw a 5,000 gold lead at 19 minutes.
And we are also at Soul Point, 2.5 minutes here for T1. T1 returning to the Baron though once again. They're looking to draw AL in.
All right, AL ready to try to stop him, but Gumayushi kills this objective very, very quickly. TP coming in from AL. Keria on the flank, off to the right, ready for the pincer attack. T1 gonna pull off the Baron. They do not want to allow it to get low enough for Tarzan to try to steal. Doran jumps in, knocks Kyle up into the air. Shanks going in after Keria, wants to stop him. Ornhorn through the middle of the fight, and once again, Flandra's gonna get focused, but he is not dead. Big impale from Tarzan. A lot of damage comes through. Keria dies before the Pop Blossom. Flandra in a little bit of trouble now, but he's still fighting. The shield keeps him alive, but T1 is too strong. AL running now. They've lost 2. T1 have only lost their support. It's both supports down. Flandra, the extra man dead, means T1 win the fight.
Yeah, they melt the front line. Shanks is actually creeping around, but there's not much he can get. He's looking for an angle onto Guma.
If he can find Gumayushi, that's the angle. That's the only way to win it, and there he goes! Shanks with the hero play as Hope tries to escape from Doran, but the Bellows Breath takes him down. Tarzan wants to get away from Owner. From
from Faker. He can't quite get there. He's feared up. Shanks nearly kills off Owner, but a beautiful spell shield keeps him alive. Shanks is trapped inside the gravity field, and Faker takes him down. Tarzan on the run. He's the only one left alive from the original fight. Kyle has finally respawned. Faker and Doran are going to continue the chase now. If they can get a delayed kill on this jungler, they can almost guarantee themselves either a soul or a Baron, and that's exactly what they're doing. Tarzan will not be allowed to dig through the wall. The Arcane Storm silences him as he tries. Faker's gonna recall, and T1, the enemy jungler, dead for 45. The Drake spawning in 30. Take another look.
Let's take a look, Flowers. Indeed, Guma, he's over here, and Shanks sees him, goes right up into his face, bursts him for the shutdown, but they are able to turn it around. Faker here is so tanky with this tanky Victor build, under no threat from Hope, and Doran is able to finish the job, take down the Corki.
And we're back to live. It's Baron that it started for T1. They're trying to burst it down. Kyle has the smite, but there is nothing that he can do to get into the pit.
Exactly. It's free Baron for the side of T1. It's still 10 seconds before Tarzan is back on the rift, and look at Faker's position. He's already in the bottom side river, making sure that AL isn't trying to sneak the Drake early. Baron plus Soul plus 7,000 gold lead for T1 has to spell victory, and that's exactly what they're looking to do. The Mountain Soul belongs to T1 34 minutes in.
It's a MasterCard price this moment is T1. Pick up the Mountain Soul, and that mountain feels insurmountable for anyone's legend right now. They've had their moments, and they have fought damn hard in this game. But now T1 will march on the Nexus and march towards the potential Game 5 here.
Yeah, honestly, I think a Mountain Dragon does seal it for T1. How is a LeBlanc supposed to burst through all this extra durability on these T1 members? It's going to be very, very difficult. There is also a Skarner flanking on Vision. Tarzan's just going to keep going, though, because hell no, they don't have a lot of good angles to go for in the first place.
Owner level 16, maximum range Paranoia, so he knows he can join any bottom lane fight from the mid lane. Tarzan still looking for a chance to make some kind of a move here. Owner just guaranteeing that he keeps 2 separate waves of minions enchanted at the same time. T1 continues to push here in the bottom lane. Cannon minion doing most of the damage under the tier 3 turret as Tarzan is stunned up inside the gravity field, but again, not a ton of damage either way. Shanks wants to try to get some poke, but he won't find a lot. Hope on this Corki still hopelessly behind this entire game. Nearly 6,000 gold lead for Gumayushi as AL try to keep defending, but it is the health bars of the tier 3 turrets slowly whittling away to the Baron empowered minions. Kyle on the side of the terrain here in bottom lane, looking for what might be AL's final desperate chance to stay in this game. Doran continues playing the point man here for the T1 side as another wave crashes into the tier 3 turret. A little bit more damage onto Tarzan, but it's not a lot. They don't need a lot, they just need time to chip away at these tier 3s. Doran with a bellows breath to get through the claw. Flandra loses half his HP. The Mordekaiser's gonna be your target. Here goes the Ornhorn. They knock Flandra up into the air, but again, nobody under serious threat. Tarzan with an impale onto one, but he's about to die. He flashes away. Guma flashes in. Carry with a 3-man Paw Blossom will seal the fate of anyone's legend. Guma with a triple. Guma with a quadra. Only Flandra stands. Gumayushi finally dies, but AL will die with him. T1 will not go quietly. They will force down the Nexus turrets. They will move to the Nexus, and they will take us to Silver Scrapes.
Leave it to T1 at Worlds to deliver us a Silver Scrapes. Analysts, are you ready?
Yes, we are so ready for Game 5. This series has been absolutely delivering, and may I say, perhaps through an unlikely hero, because I have a man on my desk who had no faith in the Kaisa from Gumayushi, but he damn well wins the game.
Yeah, I'm not nervous at all. I have zero emotional investment. I'm feeling great.
Yeah, whatever.
When your back's against the wall for I can't believe it, the risk that they took with this, because as the cast highlighted, obviously for 4 out of 5 members, this is pure comfort. but it needs to be repeated. The fact that they are still willing, everything on the line, to trust the teammates, go for Guma on the Kai'Sa, and it ends up working.
And I gotta say, I gotta put you on the spot, but you came in saying, okay, I've got my 2 LCK teams on the other side. You know, T1, they're not gonna do it. Maybe I have to give them the benefit of a doubt, but my heart's not really in it. How do you feel now?
No, that's too soon. Yeah, I'm, as it turns out, a little bit more emotionally invested than I thought. And then they threw it out of God! I didn't know I was invested, and then they did that!
I was thinking we were going to get a repeat of the Genji Icon crash out.
No, because everyone keeps doing it. It's not one team specific.
All right, let's bring us back down to earth. Emily, talk to me about the things that did go well early on for T1 in this one.
So I think we're going to run through a dive on the top side, and this is where Guma really gets ahead, right? We've talked about how deadly this Nocturne Nico combo can be. Here we see, just watch Guma as, okay, Kyle and Hope, they're able to stave off the initial play, but then Guma goes in. The only redeeming thing for AL in this entire exchange is that on the backside of this fight, Shanks is able to get a few kills, but this sets Guma ahead, and he ended this game 11, 4, and 10, 7.4k gold above his lane opponent in Hope. And that was massive because, like, you had reason not to necessarily believe in the Guma Kai'Sa.
And credit where credit is due. To me, this was not just about Guma, it was about him and Keria. They took control of the lane starting level 1. It was Keria that set it up, but in the past, I think Guma has had issue knocking it down. His teams has had issue actually setting up for him as well. And in this game, with elimination on the line for T1, it finally came together, because I can guarantee you every T1 fan was right there with me when that got locked in.
Yeah, and when Nico does get locked in, I did think this is a good sign if Keria is having a good game, and I think that was possibly a bit of a question mark, but he has an unbelievable instinct here in this fight.
Yeah, and he sets up this fight beautifully with feigning the Nocturne, then going in under cover of darkness for this sick Pop Blossom, then the Guma follow-up. That's perfect execution of how you want this comp to go.
And it's specifically that Nico Nocturne combo that you can't, like, it's basically impossible to play against this. There is Fog of War, and credit to AL, they actually pivoted really well after this. Kyle, the next time he tried that, he got him.
Yeah.
He didn't let him make the play, and that was what set up the Otacon throw, which is that gold dip that you see there right at 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Tarzan was trying his hardest as well. A lot of great impales there. But what are you looking at?
I'm looking at Tarzan's damage graph. It was 25k.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Mordekaiser was also doing well, but they took him out of the fight. And it's, how did we get here? I think we maybe saw it written in the stars that we might get here, but do you believe in the fight on the side of AL after this momentous swing?
You have to, it's pure 50-50. We're going down to, we're going down to one best of one, right? And the draft is obviously going to be a big deal, but both teams have had amazing moments. Both teams have had throws. We had Tarzan Kal going too deep in the jungle, then we had T1 at the Otacon repeatedly. Like, it is so evenly matched, and this quarterfinals is delivering.
It's delivering. We'll talk a little bit more about how either team could do it at the other side of the break. But now it is time to listen to the most beautiful song in the world, Silver Scrapes, to close out our last quarterfinal. Isn't it poetic?
To get low enough for Tarzan to try to steal. Doran jumps in, knocks Kyle up into the air. Shanks going in after Keria, wants to stop him. Horn through the middle of the fight, and once again, Flaundra's going to get focused, but he is not dead. Big impale from Tarzan. A lot of damage comes through. Keria dies before the Pop Blossom. Flaundra in a little bit of trouble now, but he's still fighting. The shield keeps him alive, but T1 is too strong.
Well, we arrive at the 5th game. After all is said and done, it is actually not at all said and done, because everything's going to culminate in one last battle of an AL that has to do it in front of their home crowd, do the unthinkable in terms of an LPL team at Worlds versus T1, and T1 who just say, you can't count us out, ever.
And as we talked about, the Nico Nocturne composition, they ran incredibly well, something they're super comfortable on. Previously, we'd seen Nico banned out. I want to take a look at the support picks throughout this series, because I feel like we talked going into this about Karia's performance, how he has really stepped it up in this matchup. As we look at the supports each of these guys have played, I am curious to see if we might start seeing maybe hyper carries, maybe like an Aphelios Lulu angle, something like that coming out of these teams.
And there are 2 picks I'm looking towards if they're not banned away. That's Alistar and Rel. There are still these really big, high-profile, wombo combo engage supports, because in Game 5, in a fearless format, I think a lot will come down to the draft as the crowd goes crazy, because there isn't as much goes into everything, easy pickings for picks. You need to figure out a way to get an upper hand in this game.
You need the better drafting. You need to lock in whatever the pick may be, as Silver Scrapes also hits Shanghai. Let's talk about the bigger picture here, the history of Faker versus the LPL. But let's also talk about T1's Game 5 win rate at Worlds. They are 6-2. That combined with the fact that T1 still has that moniker as LPL killers above them. Do you think that is in the heads of AL right now?
And right there, I don't know if you caught it, but it was Tarzan and Owner giving each other a little fist bump.
Love to see it. That's so great.
As you make a great point, there is so much on the line here for both teams. For AL, the opportunity to do something that many teams have come close. Many teams at MSI have been able to do it countless times, but at Worlds, this is their moment. And I think that when it comes to the picks they've taken away from T1, they're in a good position.
Yeah, I mean, by contrast, right, AL Game 5 win rate across this year, LPL and MSI at 3-3. One of those losses did come against T1 at MSI, right? In another great best-of-5 series. So, yeah, I'm super curious to see what Tabe has cooked up for this draft.
Oh, me too. And I'm just thinking of all these moments that Faker has sat on the world stage hearing this song being played. I wonder if it invigorates him in some way when he hears it and he says, you thought I locked in before? I'm about to lock in for real now. And it would be as we expect from him, because these are the placements of his Worlds runs every single time.
So
it's
insane.
just a lot to break. How do AL do it?
It's trusting themselves. They've shown the level of gameplay necessary today. Already for me, Tarzan today has found his revenge in many ways for that disaster with LNG back in 2023. Yeah. I think he's been performing out of his mind today, and if he can keep down Owner, if he's able to get Faker behind early on, because T1 with a leader hard to deal with, we've seen AL with their resilience can get it done.
We did have a lot to talk about Gumayushi in that last match, but I do also need to mention that Faker had a great game up versus a LeBlanc that was getting really dangerous out of Shanks, right? How much is gonna come down to a single person here? Because I can see identifiable things, especially in Fearless, when it comes to that support, when it comes to that mid lane. But is there anything we haven't mentioned in terms of what could really be a backbreaker for either?
I want to look towards the top lane, where we really, I think, have seen Flanders had a wonderful game today. I mean, that's Emily's fault. I'm going to blame her for that one. Because he has been, to me, a standout today when it comes to his performance. I want to see him on something that with impact, because that Mordekaiser was always enough. On the flip side, I think that Doran has actually had a much better day today at Worlds. This is still not domestic Doran. This is not MSI Doran. We're not seeing the Krug Lord, but we are seeing him be solid enough where Owner and Carrier can take over. And I do think, based on very recent evidence, that when everything comes down, there is literally no player in the history of League of Legends you'd rather have sitting beside you than Faker himself.
Yeah, and for me, in these drafts, like I said previously, I think the big thing is, do we see a pivot to hyper carries, right? Like what you did mention, the Alistar and the Rel are both potential picks in the bot lane. However, with the way that we constantly also want to team fight, one of these teams could pivot, and that does usually give you not only a pushing bot lane, especially if you lock in something like the Lulu, but insane 5v5 potential in these mid to late game fights. And a lot of times, despite what we've seen from both of these teams being very scrappy, right? A lot of times in game 5s, things slow down, and it really, really comes down to who is going to be better in those 5v5.
Yeah, it's true. And in games like this, Maurits, I know it becomes stressful to watch if you have any type of investment, but the way these games have been playing out, we haven't seen a game-winning early game fight. There has always been a throw. There has always been a rebuttal, and that's where the presence of mind really comes into play.
It's the tenacity of both these teams, right? No matter what the game state is, both in a positive sense, because sometimes they should be a little bit more respectful, particularly towards Otacon, because again, a reminder, teams, your resistances are going to be gone. You need to be a little more mindful, because neither team has gotten, I think, in any of these games to a point where a deficit is so big that you can't contest. And for me, going into this final draft, I'm looking at jungle, I'm looking at support. I think Tarzan and Kael, as well as Owner and Keria, have been what have mostly been the game deciders to me, because this series has come down to team fights. We've seen so many of them, but when it comes to actually setting up your team fight, we saw it in the Bard game from Kael, we saw it with the Nico in this game. That is what, for me, has been one of the big deciding factors, and what I think is going to decide this game 5.
Oh, amazing. I love we see team fights from start to finish. You can't be allowed to make any mistakes, because the other team will slam you down. We will see if Faker has it in the tank, if it's Shanks who can take over from him and bring LPL to the semifinal to give us a guaranteed LPL LCK final.
We just moved away from him, but that man on your screen, Tabe, is who I'm looking at also, because I know Kobe called it out in cast, but during Faker's first Worlds, right? It was against this man playing support for Royal Club. So it'd be incredibly poetic if he was the one to finally step up coaching this AL team and potentially move on past T1 in this bracket.
We've been going to a Zenith a couple of times, but I just got the word we still have a little delay before getting to the stage. Obviously, you want to make sure that the teams are in their best capabilities going into that game 5 indeed. I'm wondering, Maurits, if the doubts that you had coming into this best of 5 being, right, can they attack that early game? Can Keria have a standout performance? Can the top lane have a stable performance? How many of that has been shored up?
Well, I mean, we've gotten to game 5, right? I want to echo what I said earlier. It really does feel like these teams are insanely evenly matched. A lot of the questions that we had for T1, I think for me were answered after game 1 already, because I knew that if, and that was by no means a guarantee, but if T1 played the way they have done at MSI, they have played domestically for a large part of the year, particularly towards the main part of summer, I knew this was going to be a close series. And the fact that we're actually getting the 5 again, the only quarterfinal that actually go the distance, is a beauty to watch. As
watch party back home for you.
Well,
kind of. Sorry, I don't want to bring it up.
No. Still in spirit, and I can't wait to see what we're gonna get in this game 5.
We'll see indeed as we get into this draft in just a second. But Emily, real quick. Anyone's Legend jumping up as an unexpected hope for the LPL from Rogue Warriors to today.
And I feel like so many.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Oh, I just want to give it to the crowd.
Absolutely colossal energy out of the crowd.
AL and T1 chance. I almost said A1. The big thing for me is every single player on this team kind of was seeking to make their name or kind of strike out and get revenge for being passed over, right? Like Hope replaced for Viper, replaced for Ruler, Kyle trying to make a name for himself on a different team, Tarzan seeking redemption from some of his international performances, as we talked about, Shanks being on WE for so long, being stuck there, coming to this team. And then Flandra, I feel like Flandra's always just kind of vibing, but he's proving still that he is a top LPL top laner.
Oh my gosh, the energy is absolutely electric. You know, this is the thing that when you get to a World Championship, these are the unquantifiables. When you step into an arena like this, and I'm so glad that we had hoped that it would come to this for this specific matchup between the hope of the LPL and the LPL killers on the side of T1. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm trying to see if we get an update on when we're going to the stage. I think we still have a small delay, so let us ask the casters a question. We've been talking so much. Is there anything we missed? What are you looking out for in Game 5?
Thank you very much, Shocks. I am looking for this game to be the best one yet. Game number 4 looked like it might have been more one-sided than our first 3, but even then, we had the hero moment from Flandra up in that topside river to turn a fight that looked like it should have been the end of the game back to a pretty close game state, but ultimately it was Gumayushi having probably the biggest individual player gap so far in the series that carried it home for T1. We've had an amazing series, and I want Game 5 to be the best game yet.
I tell you what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a Game 5 jinx. That's what we got. That's what we got at MSI. And Taba has gone on record talking about the power of Game 5 jinx for AL as well, and them being able to pick it and find, you know, wins in those must-win games. You know, Deep Fearless is where a lot of people have doubted this T1 team, not thinking that they'll be able to survive in this world where we're constantly in Fearless. But pushing them to game number 5 in the first place is such a big feat. I mean, Hope is looking for revenge, got eliminated by T1 in 2022. Of course, Tarzan is, because him and Scout had a really, really embarrassing 2023 elimination at the hands of T1, so it would mean so much to return the favor here in 2025. So a lot of revenge is on the table for the taking, but it's not easy. There's a reason no one else has been able to do it to T1 at Worlds.
I mean, it's been 12 years since the LPL has ever been able to take down T1 in a best of 5. They haven't been able to do it. 11-0. And now Anyone's Legend has an opportunity to finally put one on the board for the LPL. And I mean, Emily started into it a little bit, like, what was a roster that was just a band of rookies. When you look back at like ZDZ and Xiaohao, they're on Anyone's Legend, a team that would essentially would finish at the bottom of the pack for so long, and then they add in Tabe, and so suddenly they start to pick it up, where they have Hope, they have Shanks, and they have this core with Kyle that they can build around. Adding in Tarzan and Flandre this year, finally, not only did they make playoffs for the first time, they didn't drop out of top 3 all year long, thanks to the play that they had, thanks to the coaching staff that they have. And now they stand on the precipice of finally being able to do what no LPL team has done, but they're not the first LPL team to have ever stood in this position. But we have to believe that maybe, just maybe, the LPL can get one.
And then there's T1 and Faker at Worlds. The aura is strong. When they walked back into this arena, the crowd was deafening. You heard it, we heard it. Let's get into Champion Select for our final and deciding game.
I am so ready for this, and Azir and Orianna throughout the entire series have not been allowed. That will not change in Game 5. The Trundle remains banned as well. AL, having lost Game 4, are choosing to play from the blue side here in our 5th and final game. Caitlyn and Misfortune, double marksman bans in the first half of the draft from AL. When you're already on Game 5 in Fearless, that AD carry pool is shrinking to a puddle.
Also, potentially setting up for something like a Lucian first pick, which is the other AD carry that we've seen at in this meta that is still rising up in priority. Something that you can have that flexibility with, especially as the desk was already talking about, like both the Alistair and the Rel still up and available if they want to try and go for it. Annie, also a mid laner that you have to keep your eyes on, has drifted out of the meta, but certainly still a very strong pick. But it's the Jinx immediately, Kobe.
You called it.
You gotta feel that it is coming because AL, they know, they remember last time T1, they got the Jinx and they beat them in the 5th game at MSI. And you know how much success AL have had in their 5-game Jinxes. They get it, first pick, it's worthy. Now you have to protect it though, okay? Jinx in itself is not a team comp. You have to be able to keep that Jinx up. You have to be able to get the first kill to get excited and stay alive.
Meanwhile, the response from T1, a tried and true evergreen top laner that has made it all the way through Fearless up until now. It'll be Doran piloting the Renekton in the deciding game.
But it was the Renekton and the Lee Sin that in that game 3, I believe, at MSI was able to get T1 that very early lead where they played through that Renekton on the top side, got the kills, and then were able to start that snowball for themselves. So wonder if Owner wants to fall back towards that style. This would be crazy though.
Skewmond, is that you? Owner on the Mundo. The front line here looking pretty beefy so far. T1. All right, let's see the response from AL though immediately. You're thinking like percentage health damage. What are they going to use to melt through it? Is it just going to be buff up the Jinx?
Gotta see here. He's picking through a couple of different options. It will be another tank. So tank versus tank in the jungle here.
Sejuani into Mundo is not a great one-on-one matchup, but they're, I don't know.
I really like this early pickup of the Lulu though, because essentially what you've realized is, hang on, there's very little dive threat on the side of T1. Sure, you can have like the Alistair or the Rel come through for carry it, but unless they lock that in now, you're still going to be playing this front to back. You still got an enabler for the Jinx, and there's very few responses that can actually come through for T1.
The Sejuani also very, very effective at just being that big brick wall to keep Jinx safe. And I have been informed by our producers, hold on 1 second. Is that really? Okay! Faker Mel, potentially, could also be a support Mel. Here, the first one in the tournament so far. This is also Owner's first Mundo in his career.
And this Mel can reflect so many different objects here. You've got the Sejuani yield, you've got the Super Mega Death Rocket that he can send back as well. These things that, in particular for the Jinx, where she wants to try and get a reset, can be devastating if she doesn't actually set that up. So if this Mel can manage to step into the front line, cause a bit of disruption, that could be huge. But now, Jack's going to be banned away. Renekton counters like the Gnar are going to be taken away as well, I feel like, by T1. And for anyone's legend, focus on the AD carries, or at least on the supports, has to be the call.
Oh man, we are getting into game 5 and we are getting the dark magic coming out here. Yeah. See what the response is here. How do you further protect towards this Jinx? Take away the Pike. Okay, playmaking support there. No T1 Pike in this entire series.
Yep, they're going to get rid of the Pike. He can also do the X marks the spot for the execution through things like the Lulu Shield or a Locket of the Iron Solari, so they'll take away that execution potential. Over on the other side, you're going to see Jax and Akali banned out, looking at the solo lanes, looking at these big potential threats, these massive damage sources that could come in from those two roles. As AL have one ban left. Do they want to further pinch the marksman role? No. Instead, they're going to go with that Alistar that we already mentioned earlier has been banned a lot throughout this series.
So you got to think about other things to pick into this Mel as well. At least by solo queue standards, Syndra is fairly successful. Xerath, Cassiopeia, and of those, I would kind of lean towards Cassiopeia. Or the Syndra as possibilities. They provide a lot of structure to 5-on-5 team fights.
I don't like this Ashe over from Gumayushi. You're fairly low damage in that regard because Mel doesn't have the highest DPS in the game either. I would have preferred the Aphelios, maybe end up opting in towards something like the Thresh and trying to play your game through that. But there you go, Kobe. The Syndra hovered. And honestly, if AL sticking out Tanky Boy for Flandre in the top lane, I think they're in a relatively okay spot with the way this draft has gone.
Oh man, the tension, you can feel it here in the arena. They do lock the Syndra, one of those champs here, into Mel. Looks pretty good. honestly, I think AL are setting themselves up with good chances in this game. Gumayushi, though, on the Ashe, we assume, could be flex to Keria. He does have a history with it. Ooh, Ashe plus Seraphine, the goated combo. Ashe slows into Seraphine, immediately upgrading into the root, into the stun.
And what a terrifying bot lane that is to try and play against, because if anything lands onto that Jinx, she's going to be locked down immediately. And Ashe so strong at those early levels where Jinx struggles to find any sort of plays. So for AL, it is definitely a hope that you can get your Jinx online and play for these massive team fights. But for T1, a lot resting on a strong mid game into hoping that Owner can actually be an unkillable Mundo later on.
AL's composition looks like textbook League of Legends 101 to me. A bruiser top, a tank in the jungle, control mage mid, hyper carry bottom with a pocket Lulu for support. But over on the other side, you've got the first non-Scumon Mundo in the tournament, Owner's first pro play Mundo ever. You've got Faker on Mel. He's only played this champion once before in pro play, 0-1 on it thus far. And then the Ashe Seraphine duo, so oppressive, so powerful, so much synergy. And it was Gumayushi in Game 4 that was the X factor for T1.
But it is a different story from what T1 found themselves here with. It was Owner stepping up for T1 so regularly to carry the early game. Now on the Mundo, he doesn't have that pressure. So instead, T1 have gone back to their roots. These hyper pushing bot lanes that made them win 2023 Worlds, that set them aside from the rest of the LPL. And they started that play in quarterfinals and the LPL could not find an answer. Now it's on anyone's legend 2 years later to see if they can take down a T1 that no one else could.
I want everyone to soak in this moment. This is what esports is all about. We're in China with LPL looking to try and for the first time ever eliminate T1 from Worlds. The fifth and final game here between AL and T1. Everything on the table.
And once more, just a reminder to everyone here, so far, Faker has faced the LPL in a best of 5 11 times, counting the play-in match against IG earlier this tournament. They have not lost a single time. They 3-0'd their opponents 5 times, 3-1 4 times, 3-2 only twice. And even if T1 wins this one, that will still be the 3rd time that an LPL team has taken them the distance in the best of 5 stage. Anyone's legend has as good a chance as anyone's ever had at stopping T1 here.
All right. Looks like we're going to get opposite side jungle clears. Mundo going to be clearing towards the Ashe Seraphine lane. This lane is so strong because Ashe, with the guaranteed slow, can upgrade the Seraphine. And the poke damage is also very substantial.
Definitely going to make it tough, especially because you have to go for a cleanse in this lane with the slow and that setup then. So it means you don't have access to the barrier. So when you hit that level 6, the combo, even though you can get rid of the ult from the Ashe, you still have to deal with Keria. There's so much follow-up. And even trying to play team fights as Hope, if that cleanse is ever burned, becomes so difficult to do.
And interestingly enough, no summoner spellbooks on either side this game since we're running double enchanters. Means it's just the heals for the supports the entire game long. Faker stepping forward, trying to maybe steal away these chickens from Tarzan, but no, not gonna get them.
Yeah, able to get some of the small ones, I think, though.
Yeah, it denies the level 3, which is crucial for Tarzan.
Yeah, get some execute. I mean, Mel, the passive, is the bane of so many junglers.
The overwhelm, yeah.
And Faker goes in. Faker's able to apply that little bit of extra pressure. It's those small things that do end up adding up. And Mundo into Sejuani is a good one-on-one matchup because you can just shrug off a lot of the immediate Sejuani CC and look to scale.
Yeah, missed the big chicken, but the little ones are enough to slow down that Sejuani clear and just try to set up a good situation for Owner here on his Mundo. Down in the bottom lane, we can see Gumayushi and Keria having control over the lane like we would expect them to. Jinx is going to need time to scale up. Owner with his double buffs going to now walk towards mid lane. Could just walk through here and try to contest the top side scuttle first.
But that's why I like the pathing from Tarzan. He did his front 2 camps, went back to Wolves, and now is completely completely wrapped around. So when Owner goes to the top side, Tarzan is actually going to be able to show in on this bottom side, avoiding all that vision as well. You can see Owner now realizing, trying to run back through mid to deny Tarzan the smite, but it's bot lane that might be in trouble.
Yeah, Gumayusi and Keria having to back away. The zap does not connect on Gumayusi. Tarzan down here in the bottom lane. Guma wants first blood on the Kyle. It's going to be secured by Keria. A 1-for-1, but Hope gets the money critically for AL.
Tarzan with the wraparound, the first move here on the Sejuani. He doesn't even get an assist, but him approaching applies the pressure and forces the all-in. That is going to be a lot of summoner spells blown for the bot side of the map. It's going to be a bloodbath as they swap themselves up to the opposite side and top laners teleport down.
So T1 actually doing that really does hurt Hope. He wanted to pick up that big wave in bot, now can't because he has to reset, but you'll see here Kyle, an offensive Lulu, trying to crack down on Gumayusi on the Ashe. Hope flashing forward to set up the play in for KL. Gumayusi in these early stages has so much damage on the Ashe, is able to take him down, but look at that big wave there at the end. Like Hope resets because the TP from Doran, and look at the CS at the bottom of your screen, that's how much he's now behind because of it. So even though you get the kill, it's still Gumayusi with the gold lead.
Exactly, the farm matters so much down there in the bottom lane. As we see Hope and Kyle, Gumayusi and Keria, both bottom lane duos, swapped up to the top lane now, as Flandra and Doran will head down to the bottom side. You can see a lot of wards here in this topside river, along with the Scuttle Crab vision in both parts of the river for the T1 side of things. And again, there's that powerful burst. If Keria ever catches you, the follow-up damage is guaranteed to be huge.
And T1 have a long history with very potent duo lanes. Back in the double 80 carry meta, they were the ones most feared. And now, although it's not 280 carries as a duo, it is very, very annoying poke damage. Tarzan here as well is going to find his way back to that lane that is just constantly going to be under attack.
Great heads up from Gumayusi though, ends up spotting him with the hawk shot, and it means that then Tarzan has to run away. Now on the bottom side, because they spotted the Sejuani top end, Owner able to sneak away this Drake. Well, sneak away, he's on vision, but able to steal it away. And it'll be a nice little early game for T1.
Yeah, and I think that's the comms there. Hey, I'm gonna just take this neutral objective, maybe play some defense on my top side jungle, and they see him as he's going in. So first dragon for T1, gold lead for T1 out of lane phase here. They do look comfortable, but AL, they learn from MSI. They're the ones with the Jinx, and they even added a Lulu on top of it. If they can get some money into Hope, then they can look to take over the team fights that way.
And that's what T1 did at MSI, was gank for Gumayusi, get him ahead on the Jinx, and make sure that he was able to be a major threat. And that's what Tarzan's trying to do, but Keria spots him out.
Yeah, Keria sees him right there, walking into the tri-brush with the sweeper. Yes, Tarzan can tag him with a W, but it doesn't matter.
But the thing is that it's very difficult to continue to play for Hope in this scenario. You're getting spotted out consistently by the hawk shot by Keria. Also then, you would like to go for some sort of swap here with a minute until the Void Grubs, so then you can trade Void Grubs for some pressure on the bottom side for plates on towards Jinx. But with the pushing lanes, it's so hard to get that moment to reset. You can see they've even had to cancel the reset in the top side again, and it's constantly putting AL under pressure.
T1 just maintaining this massive farm advantage here in the 2v2 top side as Gumayusi 20 CS ahead of Hope.
So nice for Mundo. Just power farming away when you got your pushing lanes to work with. Push, push, push. It works on towers. It works with your lanes as well if they're going to do it for you. The farm here looking good for him, and the timers on those dragons are going to be very quick. It's actually good that the second one is a Chem Tech dragon here. We'll see though. Shank's going for his reset now as well after T1 have rotated Guma over to mid.
This is the swap I was talking about though for Hope and Kyle. I think you need to get them out of this matchup and hope then you can push in bot side into getting some turret plates for them. But look at the vision that's already been set up by T1 on this bottom side, right? They know if Tarzan ever tries to make a play on the bottom side, and Gumayusi and Keria clear out mid, get a farm advantage, now rotate bot, can match that push, and are constantly matching anyone's legend in those plays.
Yeah, and they're going to have a big advantage for the Void Grubs. Guma at the moment on Ashe is walking away. He can throw a long-range Ashe ultimate up there, but he's actually throwing it to stop the bottom lane recall. Very, very, very high value here. Two of them interrupted. They have vision. T1 no. these objectives are ours.
Yeah, the kills are only 1-1, but T1 is solidly controlling the side lanes. They are controlling the objectives. They are controlling the tempo of the first 9 minutes of this game. That is both early neutral objectives claimed by T1. No contest from AL for that first Drake. Any attempted contest stopped, like you're saying, by the arrow from Gumayusi.
And it's not like it gets easier. T1 spikes so well off of a single item that at least when you look towards like both Mel and Gumayusi and even Keria as well, the next couple of objectives kind of feel like they're T1 favored. And at that stage, it's T1 pretty much out of control before AL can really get online. Like Hope is so far away from completing his items, completing the cull. You're heavily reliant on can Shanks and Flandre do enough, but Flandre slowly starting to fall behind to Doran as well, not having the best of times.
AL's early game off to a bit of a struggle here in the 5th and final game of this series. You'd have to think that MSI is in the back of their minds getting to this same point against T1, nearly qualifying for that MSI final, but missing out. Owner looking maybe to try to set up for a dive down here, but Tarzan reads the play. He's ready to defend here in a 3v3, but it's still going to be another turret plate going the way of Gumayusi and Keria. The Ashe Seraphine so strong.
And Owner is kind of losing some health. He misses every briefcase. He lost his passive already as well.
Okay, Tarzan still moving forward, and Owner and the rest of T1 push back a little.
But the triple void grubs are doing so much value. Guma with the ultimate, trying to see if they could go for Kael, don't get anything. But even if they don't, I mean, the Ashe and, well, Kalista, I mean, Caitlyn, I mean, Seraphine, like this looks like we've seen it so many times before from T1. And as long as they can continue to chip away at this turret, they're getting the goal they want. Hope is being denied some of that CS, and you're even sharing some of that experience with Tarzan.
Tarzan's not done.
Yeah, Tarzan wants to make the play here yet again. Gumayusi and Keria trying to get away. Once more, the zap doesn't connect. Gumayusi sidestepping that the same way he did in the last time Tarzan came to the bottom lane. Gumayusi and Keria, again, reinforced by Owner here. They can't just throw out the Glacial Prison on Gumayusi because he has the cleanse.
Exactly. He can just hover on that side. He's not scared of the Sejuani at all. They complete the push, and they do get the early rotation over to the Dragon that we were talking about, and the stacking should continue.
Topside, Doran continues putting that pressure onto Flandre, who immediately pops the World Ender. Q1, Q2, both not going to find a lot, and Doran has more than half a bar of Fury, so he has an enchanted spell if he wants to try to make a move.
Doran's going to have ult advantage. That is actually pretty big for the one-on-one. Owner.
Yeah. Tarzan wants to try to steal away this Drake. Keria and Owner, though, they don't care about that at all. They will smite it down, and that is 3 neutral objectives to 0 for T1.
And what you start to think about in moments like this on the big stage is how people will deal with pressure when all of the eyes are on you and you have to perform, and it just comes down to a single game. And sometimes even in that game, a single moment. AL right now are losing so much on the map. T1 constantly just pushing in, gaining little advantages, objective after objective going their way.
And in these sorts of situations, you'd like to fall back to your basics of guys like Tarzan and Kael, who AL played through for so much of this split. Oh, Tarzan though.
Tarzan with the Arctic Assault trying to get back into it now. Shanks could be the one under pressure, wants to fire back into the T1 lines. Owner flashing away, staying alive, but there's the Glacial Prison. Only connects under the tank, but Flandre's arrived into the fight. They fight too! Anyone's Legend got exactly what they were looking for. Faker at least gets one back, but he falls as well. Anyone's Legend got exactly what they needed.
Anyone's Legends found the TP spot where T1 had overextended and managed to finally get something back in their favor. Even Hope picking up a kill on the back end.
And who is it in the big moments we're talking about? Flandre, he finds the teleport, and he is able to make this flank. Look at him go straight for Keria. He's able to lock him down, even with the Seraphine ultimate only hitting 1. It just hits Tarzan. Flandre's able to get him. They get the first 3 kills. They get even more than that. And AL, they are back.
There is a reason that this man is one of 3 non-Korean top laners to ever win Worlds. There's a reason why the LPL has relied on him before, and just now, Anyone's Legend once more find themselves being carried in the back of Flandre.
It's not just Europe that has nightmares of Aatrox at Worlds this time. The LPL Aatrox is such a raid boss in so many huge moments in the history of League of Legends Esports. It looked like back in that fight, it was Faker's rebuttal on the Mel that guaranteed that he got the kill back onto Shanks to not just make it a total wash, but Hope getting 2 kills there. This is so big for the Jinx to not fall behind and make sure that he stays on tempo to be relevant in this game. 4 stacks left on the call before he cashes in, and Hope's going to have a gold lead over Gumayusi.
And that is incredible with the way that this game started. Anyone's Legend getting the perfect gold in the places they needed. Flandre started to fall behind, he's now up. Hope has started to find, he's now going to be up as soon as this call pops. And now, when it comes towards the Rift Herald, when it comes towards Dragons, Anyone's Legend have a fighting chance to contest T1.
Flandre, he did so much work on the Mordekaiser in the previous game.
Yeah.
But in the end, it wasn't enough. This time around, setting up for the team as well and trying to put as many resources into the Jinx as they possibly can. Jinx as well with a nice little interrupt here onto Doran, which is going to give Flandre a little bit of extra tempo. They continue to interrupt again, I believe. That was the redemption used to interrupt the second recall from Doran.
It's a 1-to-1 game for the snipes from the AD carries to interrupt these recalls. Now Doran popping the Dominus to make sure that he can clear the wave and stay healthy enough to avoid the dive that he knows is coming. If they're using Super Mega Death Rocket and the redemption, you know they've got to have some kind of a follow-up. So that'll force the ulti of the Renekton, and it forces it right as the Rift Herald spawns.
And that's what I was going to say. Hope's ultimate will be back up sooner than the Dominus. Same when you look at that redemption. But the timing for AL, it feels like, is not about the Rift Herald. It's about going for this bot lane turret instead.
Exactly. This is the first turret of the game. That's going to win them the feats as well. There's already the monster slaying for the side of T1. There's already warfare for the side of AL. They're saying, fine, take the Herald. That'll get you a turret later. We've already got a turret now alongside feats of warfare.
And how far do you want to push? Is T1, you see Faker trying to clear out that top wave, but you have to be so careful. And excited Jinx starting to rip through that play on the bottom side. T1 don't overcommit for the top lane, instead respecting it, and they will just back away.
AL coming to life here, putting pressure back onto T1, and now there is a dangerous extended lane here that T1 are going to have to deal with. Doran trying his best to get some defensive vision for himself. This is also a map with the Hex Gates, so you have to worry about some of those very quick plays, getting right back out and trying to take advantage of those small timing windows. At the moment, the side lane, the long lane, is actually the Syndra. Shanks is all the way down there for AL, so he's got to be very cautious about pushing that one out. He bides his time in the brush before deleting the minion wave and then can rotate over to the rest of the team.
And even though they did throw the lead that they had when AL was able to punish with Flandre's TP to join the fight in the last big engage that we saw in that topside river. T1 still has the first 2 Drakes to their name. If they can secure this third one that has just now spawned, they'll be on Soul Point on a Hex Tech Rift. A very scary situation for AL to then have to deal with. AL knows it, and they've brought everybody to the party nice and early to control the bottom side river. Now Doran is still up on the top side of the map, taking down that tier 1 turret, but he's going to go ahead and decide to teleport now to join up with the rest of the team. The Rift Herald is summoned up mid. Flandre separated from the rest of AL, and there's chunks under the AL health bars. T1 staying mostly grouped up. Keep your eyes on Keria over the wall. The arrow collides, but it's only onto Shanks, and he's at a safe distance, so no real value there. Redemption coming in. Seraphine ulti, no value. Owner's going to be in some danger as immediately Tarzan jumps in the middle of everyone and has to try to flash away. Flandre on the flank. Drake owned now by T1. They will force AL back, and they will earn themselves Soul Point.
I feel like you can tell they are on a knife's edge right now. Everybody very antsy with some of these abilities being thrown out. In the end, though, T1, they win out. They get the dragon. They're going to get the tower as well. This is going to chop down on the gold lead.
Yeah, and they're basically getting top tower as well because that so much damage went through before Doran TP'd. That'll go down with a stiff freeze. So at this stage, Anyone's Legend, they really needed to try and find something there. But again, like, your Jinx hasn't come online. You're sitting on 1 item on Shanks. You did get 1 hero play, but in the straight front to back, this is where T1 are just so strong with the composition that they have.
Yeah, you can tell. So Tarzan had to play the mind game with Mel, and he goes in with the Q, and then Faker's going to go for the reflection, so then he holds the ultimate, but then they've already taken enough damage, so then as he's going out, he throws his ultimate back, and there's no engage there. But we also saw, you know, T1 themselves, just throwing out Ashe ultimates, not having anyone in place to follow up there, and then Keria trying to snipe over the wall, but that one also not finding the engage. And then if all of that is down, then T1 are just going to win out with the pure brute force on the Dragon and set themselves up with a Dragon Soul point.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Keria failed to flash over the wall or was trying to flash to reposition to catch Hope as he stepped backwards, but either way, he wasn't quite able to connect. And still, T1 get the objective. They're going to continue to push out waves, and now we just wait 3 minutes until 3:30 until that Dragon is up, that potential Dragon Soul for T1. And as long as they don't end up over-forcing that Atacon and anyone's Legend find a fight, it feels like T1 should be able to brute force their way in once more.
Total gold, 7,000 for both of the AD carries in this game. Hope with 2 fully completed items, Kraken Slayer plus the Phantom Dancer. The Jinx having a pop-off moment in the team fight is exactly what AL needs if they want to find a huge win. He still only has the brown boots, but remember that they do have the feats of strength claim, so once he upgrades the Berserker's Greaves, he can upgrade even further. Hope is going to have to step up for AL.
And it's going to be hard for him to get the first kill because of the durability of this front line, empowered by a Seraphine. As long as Keria's positioning is good, Owner can walk on the front line, and they start out with a little bit of poke here.
Yeah, they wanted to at least get the cleanse out of Hope there with the arrow, but fortunately for AL, Tarzan recognizes what might be happening. He steps in front of Hope, throws out the Glacial Prison, not going to find anybody. Keria was going to be the potential target. Chompers are used. Owner with the flash over the wall, trying to stay alive. Scatter the Weak from Shanks, does find the Mundo, but he's healing up an awful lot. Hope at about 1/3 HP, steps back away from the Seraphine. Gumayushi looking for the opportunity to find some more slows, but it's only a volley. Redemption for AL, heals up Kyle and Hope. Pings coming out from T1 towards that top side, looking at the Otacon.
Hope takes so much poke off the back of it, and now T1, they immediately want to go for the Otacon with the TP from Faker.
Exactly, and they know that Flandra doesn't have a TP, so Flandra has to walk all the way from the bottom side. He's going to do it though, pincer on Doran.
But I'm sure T1 have it in their minds what happened at the Otacon in the previous game. They do not want to overstay. They do not want to force on this objective that can shred that tanky front line that you're talking about and let Hope start to get some resets. Now AL moving in. They're going to start up the Otacon. TP ready to arrive from the T1 side. Otacon loses his patience. AL have to be a bit careful. Flandra here on the side. He's going to find Doran, who finds him, as now the Solar Snare finds Tarzan, and T1 are moving forward. They charm up the enemy jungler. Tarzan's already down, but Doran dies. Hope is excited, but where's the rest of the fight? Keria tries to get away. Gumayushi right beside him. Flandra here on the front line as Owner's going to be chopped up. The Mundo dies. Hope's on a killing spree. Flandra going forward, but Faker takes him out. Hope, Shanks, and Kyle trying to get away. Guma, Keria, and Faker stepping forward. The Otacon, it's impatient, but it's so close to dead. It is stolen away by Faker himself.
Mel wins those every time.
I can't believe what this series is turning into. Anyone's Legend looked like they found the fight where they pull the Atacon away. They turn onto Doran as Flandre gets access to the backline here, but with the charm onto Tarzan. You can see the ultimate from Shanks gets them set up, but Gumayushi and Keria are able to move in towards this top side. And at that stage, Anyone's Legend try to group onto Owner, saying kill the jungler. We have a chance at the smite. But Faker gets the kill onto Flandre, and then the follow-up onto the Atacon as well.
Oh, now they're on the hunt once again. Wow, these big moments. I mean, everyone else at Worlds is looking, wait a second, Faker draws the dragon out. Are we actually going to get the engage here? Tarzan and Kyle wrapping around the outside.
This is massive. If T1 gets it, it's a Hex Soul 23 minutes into the game. AL knows they cannot afford to give that away. Hope looking for a little bit of poke, only finds Owner. AL with Shanks off to the side, looking to try to get some important burst there with the Syndra. One quick stun on the Doran isn't a whole lot. Faker 3-1-0 on the Mel. Rebuttal timing is also going to be huge in any of these fights. Flandra off to the side is going to be seen there by the ward, jumps over the wall there with the Umbral Dash. T1 taking a little bit of poke here, Scatter the Weak, no target found. Shanks still looking for a little bit more opportunity there. Owner losing about 1,000 HP here so far, but he is the Mundo, has plenty to work with. More zaps fired through. T1, they have the Dragon down to 2/3 HP.
AL continuing to step forward. Gumayushi trying to stay very far back, goes for the arrow. He finds it on Shanks. AL's mid laner is under pressure, but he gets away for now. Doran creating space. Dragon at 40%. Tarzan still nearby, but so is Owner. Dragon losing patience. Flandra's World Ender is about to expire. Doran still here on the front line. Hit for the Q1 of Flandra. Owner at about half HP. Shanks looking for a little bit more. Dragon at 2K. Glacial Prison fired out, but it's claimed. The soul for T1, but Owner has already died. AL have got to find more, unless they want to lose the game here. Doran takes a ton of burst. Scout of the week, the damage from the unleashed power. Shanks has another kill, and Tarzan is chasing after Faker. He gets the smite for the slow. They're gonna find another kill, but it's Hex Tech Soul for T1. 3 kills to AL, a 2,000 gold lead, but Baron's not on the map.
It's not quite up yet, but anyone's legend getting more gold into their pockets. T1 getting the Hex Tech Soul. It all comes down to this next couple of fights at the Baron, but we get to see this again.
This standoff was so intense, and it comes down to the smite fight, and it is Owner who finds the smite to get the soul. Then, as you said, AL, they just have to chase down as many kills as they possibly can because they need money now. This is going to be such a powerful soul for the entire duration of the game now. Hex Tech slows are so annoying for AL. The Ash poke, the Mel poke. T1 can utilize this so effectively.
And you can see there, Hope couldn't quite get the damage onto the targets that were falling, never got excited, never able to follow up and really use that pocket Lulu to turn that fight completely in their favor. And now Baron on the cards and an early third item for Hope. It feels like T1 have the advantage, but this could still break in AL's favor.
This is so big. 3K gold lead for AL, but all of the power of the Otacon and the soul for the side of T1. Hope really wants to get that third item fully completed to break through that front line and get excited as fast as possible.
Clutch moments, Flowers. Faker secured the Otacon. Owner secures the Dragon Soul.
Gumayushi.
But AL...
Oh, Gumayushi hit by the Scout of the Week, but there is enough distance and the shielding from Keria to make sure that there's no follow-up from AL after.
Still, I like this from AL. See if they can find those picks. See if they can play off a vision. That's some damage onto Owner.
Yeah, they're going to commit onto the Doctor. Mundo! Shanks has killed him. Owner is dead. You want to talk about clutch moments? There you go. Tarzan and Flandra going forward. Faker's going to be caught. So much damage from AL. Faker about to die. Shanks in a rampage. Anyone's legend. 2 huge kills.
The soul is not enough when the heart of the LPL is with anyone's legend. They will move over towards the Baron as Shanghai erupts.
Doran, Keria, and Gumayushi, 3v5 if nothing else. They need to stop the Baron from going over to AL right now. Shanks on the side, no ulti available for the Syndra here just yet. Tarzan over the wall wants to go in after Keria. Infernal Chains are going to connect. This Seraphine is down. Tarzan is traded, but Doran has died too. It's Gumayushi against anyone's legend as he tries to kite and fight, but he's stunned. Good night, but kill for Shanks. AL delayed ace.
Oh my God, AL are still in this. They increased the gold lead. It's almost 5,000. T1, they stopped the Baron though, critically. AL just delete Dr. Mundo.
And they managed to end up turning this, but there was so many clutch plays. Shanks with the stun onto Doran, Tarzan with the lockup onto Keria, Hope able to kite back, and Flandre setting up for another stun to barely clip onto Gumayushi and set up for the play. Even at the start of the fight before this, it was Hope who had Tarzan jump in front of Gumayushi's arrow that denied the follow-up from T1, that kept the Jinx alive, that kept the LPL alive in this game.
Oh, it is the Dragon Soul, it is the Otacon versus the gold lead in this one. And Game 5 Jinx, Flowers. Can Hope carry this one? He has double summoner spells available for the next fight.
And he's got the Executioner's calling now for when he hits that Mundo. This is a 5,000 gold lead versus a Dragon Soul and Otacon. And gentlemen, we are now less than 2 minutes away from an Elder Dragon entering the Rift as well.
And you're still a ways away from the main late game of T1 coming online in Owner. He's only level 13, won't be able to hit that level 16 before he gets to this next dragon. Whereas when you look at Hope, should be able to reset and pick up his his third item in this game, have that opportunity to cut through some of these beefy front lines. And oh my god, Flandre's performance in this game has been insane.
What a hero.
Shanks as well has hit the execution threshold on Syndra. He's over 100 splinters. He has 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. That will be pain.
That execution is so big too against something like Mundo that wants to get low and then regen all of the health. A little bit of miscalculations could be doom for T1. It was Owner getting picked. You don't see Dr. Mundo and you think, man, this guy should be scared of getting picked. But that's what happened in the last fight. That's how AL found their moment. And now, less than 60 seconds on the Dragon spawn. The Elder Drake, the great equalizer, the objective to end the game. We're not even 30 minutes in, and this thing is about to spawn. Pings coming out from both sides. As you can see, AL take to the bot side, River first.
All eyes on Hope. Kael is sticking with him. The pocket Lulu to keep him safe. Cleanse at the ready, Flash at the ready.
You think of the teams that have stood in this position before. Billy, Top Esports, LNG, so many teams that have fallen at the hands of T1, and it's this band of misfits that are taking T1 the distance that may just find their chances this Elder Dragon.
Okay, Tarzan eating a little bit of damage there, will lose the Arctic armor. Hope does not want to suffer any poke here as T1 will strut into the bot side River. Shanks taking the Hex Gate, making sure he doesn't get caught out. Does not want to try to stay there and look for a pincer that could get him caught. AL backing away from the pit now with Keria starting up the Elder. Just a little bit of damage over the wall to make sure that AL are not going to begin that one themselves. Elder aggroed by T1 here, as now it's going to reset. AL, they send Flandre into the mid lane to answer the wave, clear that one out. The rest of AL remaining by the Drake.
You have to be so careful as AL. One of these spells lands and that Hextech so slows you, it can give T1 the opportunity to chase you down. As Flandre on the reset picked up his GA.
Okay, T1, they're moving into the river. They're taking total control now. Hope wants to grab the red buff, and Flandre needs to get back out and join up with the rest of AL here for the fight. Red buff secured. Elder Drake started, but so slowly. Flandre gonna move forward, try to clear away the control ward. They're going in after the Aatrox. They set him up with the arrow. Flandre has been caught at a critical moment. Over the wall goes Tarzan. Wild Growth coming in from Kael. Guardian Angel will blink Flandre back, but where is the damage on AL's side? Doran into the back line. Kael is already down. Doran killed in response. T1 pushing forward. Shanks the next kill. Hope trying to kite. He needs to get away because T1 have won the fight 2-1.
Flandre is trying to reset and teleport back in. He's trying to link up with the team. The minions are here. They need to turn it. That's the teleport.
Okay, T1, they've got to understand this Aatrox is probably their target. Flandre arrives. Solar Snare looking to lock him up. Owner taking a ton of damage. Hope is excited. Flandre's got the kill. Solar Snare on Hope, but it's not going to do any more. Flandre's going to try to get away. Goes back in here for the Q1. Tarzan wants to engage on the Gumayushi, but he cannot find him. Flandre over the wall. Wants Faker. Can't get the damage. Hope can't do it either. Gumayushi's still alive. T1 out team fight into Legend for another delayed ace.
T1 kite into the alcove of death. They take down AL and they're going to reset. The Elder is still on the table and the Hex Gates are at the ready.
The Syndra is up. It's Kael that is up. But can they stand against so many members of T1? Doran going to start to push out this wave, and in just a moment, all 5 members of T1 will amass around the Elder.
There's no way to contest for AL right now. Everybody on T1 ready to go. Owner going to join up in just a moment. Kael and Shanks, even with the level 16 Syndra, there's just not an angle. And now, with the Elder in their possession, you would have to think that T1 is going to take a stroll up into the top side of the rift and add Baron to it.
This now becomes a game of delaying, of trying to deny T1 from taking down the Nexus. Having both of these buffs means that they can tear through anyone's legend.
With the power of the Elder, they've got to secure this one. AL, what are they even going to do? You have to try and turtle and wait out these super powerful endgame buffs now.
The Elder, the Baron, the soul, the Otacon, every possible advantage you could have in League of Legends, T1 commands for the next 2 minutes.
While everyone else at Worlds are trying to earn their legacy, Faker knows his has already been cemented in history, and T1 will assault the base. Here comes the push. Baron empowered, Elder empowered. T1 are on the warpath.
T1 just going straight to the enemy base. Tier 3 turret doesn't stand a chance. Inhibitor knocked down right after. Tarzan and Hope meaning to join up with the rest of the team. The Tier 2 over in mid still standing for now. There's still half the duration left on the Elder Dragon.
That's all that anyone's Legend are trying to do. They will lose the top inhibitor, but they managed to take out the wave in mid. Flandre pushed in that bottom wave, and with just a little bit of time left on this Elder Dragon, how much more can T1 get?
Do you believe in the Game 5 jinx? The hope for LPL right now. The hope for AL.
Well, it's gonna need a lot more than just some hopes, some dreams, some prayers. They're gonna need this Elder timer to expire if they want to have a chance against T1, who now have nearly a 3,000 gold lead on top of all those buffs. Elder getting down very low, about 30, 20 seconds or so left here on this buff. The next wave about to arrive, and you know T1 are going to force their way in for a second lane of super minions. Doran guiding the top lane minions up now as well as the second inhibitor falls, and T1 are looking for the end of the game. The Elder's got 15 seconds left on it. T1 guiding the Baroned up minions toward the Nexus turrets. Solar Snare not hitting a target. Flandre and the rest of AL scrambling to try to defend. Nexus turret's down to about half HP. Honor takes some burst. Tarzan takes more. T1 looking for the engage. They found Flandre, but he gets away. Half HP on the front line of AL. T1 pushing forward. They've made their way on the Nexus. AL scrambles to defend. Doran can't do it. History is written by the victors. And yet again, T1 turns the page of the LPL. They will once again earn their place in the semifinals.
Faker has never failed to make the semifinals at Worlds when he has attended. And today will be no different.
It's another chalk line on what has been a very one-sided scoreboard for T1 as they take to the stage in Shanghai, securing semifinals and one more date with an LPL squad.
12-0 in World's Best of Fives over 12 years for Faker. T1 remains the nightmare of LPL teams at the height of League of Legends competition.
But man, it was close. AL pushed them to the absolute limits. Respect.
And they will now take the stage to bow to the home crowd. It is heartbreaking for them. They came so close. But once more again, T1 just better on the day, better in those clutch moments. And I'm going to send it to our better halves of the desk to break it all down for us.
Thank you so much, and absolutely wonderful cast of what was an unbelievable best of 5, and what was also a stellar Game 5 to watch. But the emotions on the losing side, I can't be in their place, but I can feel it, how much it hurts. Emily, you saw that they had it in the palm of their hand at certain moments in this game, but it all goes away.
Yeah, I mean, this team has accomplished so much throughout the year. I know that's not a comfort now, but like I said, this team, with adding Tarzan, adding Flandre, the things they were able to accomplish throughout the season, they were my personal favorite team to watch in LPL because of their play style, because of how they could punch up against teams that, like, on paper should have been better than them, right? So it's a very crushing loss.
And on the other side, elation once again. We asked the question at the beginning of the day, is it happening? Will it be just a rerun versus the LPL, Maurits? You did say at the end, you cannot bet against T1, and you were right.
You gotta take the it's happening sign now.
Okay, well,
yeah, there we go.
I guess it is happening. And I Words really fail to describe the breadth of emotions that you have after a series like this, right?
Yeah, it was so good.
There is so much elation, there is so much devastation for the team that gets knocked out. And even though it's no solace right now, this is why we do it, right? This is the sport. Yeah. All the moments, that bot lane fight, the steals, the turn from Flandre in a desperate attempt to cling on to the game. Mundo and Mel. By the way, what was that?
Yeah, I mean, we were going to the drafts. I saw the Jinx locked in. I was like, yeah, me and Kobe were calling for hyper carries. Let's go. And then this comp that they put together, the Mel actually did so much against what AL wanted to do. So it was a really interesting Game 5 draft. This is like a series that makes me so, I feel so lucky to be here, right? This was amazing.
Man, absolutely crazy. I'm really happy I was here to see this and see all the emotions, because I think I saw a microcosm of the emotions on stage and in the arena in U2. Because that Game 5 and the back and forth, right? The times that I heard, it's over. No, we're back. It's over. No, we're back. It's over. No, we're so back.
Yeah. And it's not just the teams, it's also the fans. This is, I think, both in terms of fan intensity, but also in equal number of fans. Yeah. It really felt like both teams had the home advantage, which is just such a luxury.
See who's on stage? Do you see who's on stage?
Oh, there he is again, of course.
I mean, you have something to explain to this arena, also knowing that it'll take on TES in the next round. Yeah, I wonder what the GOAT has to say. He must be feeling very relieved and happy once again. And let's say he also put on an absolutely stellar performance, we have to say. It will be Jackson and Fanny who are on stage with Faker in the Verizon post-game interview with live translations provided by G-Sun.
各位好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人刘航。我们要恭喜 T1 获得了这场比赛的胜利。来到赛后采访环节的嘉宾是 T1 的中单选手 Faker， 欢迎 Faker 来先跟所有的召唤师们打一个招呼吧。
먼저 인사 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
大家好，我是 Faker。
欢迎 Faker。
Thank you so much, Faker, and thank you so much for joining the interview.
鏖战5局，最终 T1 拿下了比赛的胜利，而且也成功进入到了本次全球总决赛的4强。我想知道的是，此时此刻 ，Faker 你现在最大的感受，在打完这个 BO5之后是什么？
먼저 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on the victory. It was a very, very close best-of-5 series.
오늘 좀 경기 마친 소감이 어땠는지.
How do you feel about the match today, and how do you feel about advancing to the semifinals?
AL이 워낙 강한 상대라서 오늘 굉장히 즐거운 경기를 할 수 있을 거라고 생각했는데 실제로 너무 즐거운 경기를 했던 것 같고 또 상대팀이 강했기 때문에 오늘 좋은 경기를 했던 것 같습니다.
Because AL is such a strong opponent, I was expecting a great series together, and it actually happened. Because the opponents were very strong, we were able to make this great match together.
也是给到了 AL 足够的夸赞。AL 在今天确实也展现了足够的韧性。那在此前的瑞士轮，他们也是接连战胜了来自 LCK 赛区的 HLE 以及真奇2支战队。所以你们在准备这场对阵 AL 的 BO5 之前，你们会认为这场比赛获胜的关键对于 T1 来说应该是什么？
스위스 스테이지에서 사실 AL은
In the Swiss stage,
HLE도 그렇고 젠지도
AL
그렇고 뭐도 상대해서
was able to beat HLE and Gen.G.
준비하면서 오늘 승리할 수 있는
how did
포인트가
T1 prepare for this
핵심점이
best-of-5
무엇인가요?
series up against AL?
가장 중요한 거는 이제 저희가 최대한 실수를 줄여야 된다는 점이었던 것 같고 그리고 또 이제 이런 경기에서는 좀 저는 운도 많이 따라줘야 된다고 생각했기 때문에 저희가 할 수 있는 최선을 준비하면서 실수를 줄이려고 하면서 그냥 최선을 다했던 것 같습니다.
The most important thing was reducing our mistakes. And in this kind of a critical matches and important moment, you also got to get a little lucky. So we were doing our best in order to do our best in terms of preparation and reduce our mistakes.
Faker 选择了梅尔这个英雄，有点出其不意。其实之前玩的并不多，最后一局把这个英雄掏出来，你当时是怎么去考虑的？
사실 오늘 5세트 보니까 좀 T1은 매를 챔피언을 선택했습니다. 이 챔피언 선택한 계기가 무엇인지 들어보겠습니다.
5세트 같은 경우에는 좀 미드 챔피언이 많이 빠지기도 했고 좀 대치 상황이 좀 많이 나올 것 같다고 생각을 해서 그렇게 선택을 했던 것 같습니다.
As we headed on to Game 5, there were already so many mid-lane champions removed from the options. So I thought Mel was a really good champion when it comes to dancing around some objectives.
看到了 Faker 的英雄时，出道至今职业生涯已经玩过将近90个不同的英雄了。如果我记得没错的话，应该是89个。所以掌声也可以送给 Faker 好吗？真的是令人尊敬的对手。今天的比赛。 是在1-2落后的情况下，后来又连追2分，这样的画面我们看过太多次了。每当 T1 陷入到悬崖边的时候，又总能力挽狂澜的赢下最后的胜利。所以我想知道的是，这到底应该是怎么做到的？
사실 오늘 T1은 먼저 1승 2패로 이렇게 불리한 상황
backs against the walls, going all the way down to 1 and 2, and then managed to bounce back and win 2 games in a row. T1 always finds a way to clutch in such situations. How are you able to make it happen today?
오늘 사실 질 수도 있다고 생각하면서 경기를 왔고 또 최대한 그래도 저희가 할 수 있는 최선을 다하자는 마음가짐으로 경기를 임했던 것 같고 그리고 팀원들도 다들 집중력 있게 잘 해줬으면서 저희가 그리고 또 5세트 같은 경우에도 아타칸을 먹는 거나 그런 부분에서 운적인 요소도 많이 작용을 했기 때문에 승리할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Honestly, coming into the venue today, I thought to myself, maybe we might lose the match today. You know, we don't really know, but let's just do our best and give it our all. And throughout the series, my teammates that did a fantastic job maintaining their focus. And you know, in Game 5, for example, we were able to take the Arakan, you know, which kind of requires a little bit of a luck.
Faker 也是解锁了一个非常特别的成就，拿到了自己在全球总决赛的第900次助攻。 今年是 Faker 第10次全球总决赛之旅了。过往的全球总决赛 ，Faker 已经拿到了太多的第一，总出场数、总击杀数，包括是夺冠次数最多的选手。现在也在向着自己的第6冠发起冲击。我最后一个问题想知道的是，全球总决赛对你的意义是什么？
사실은 이번 월드는 선수님 통산적으로
This year's Worlds, you were able to hit 900 assist milestone. This is your 10th Worlds, and you're now fighting for your 6th Summoner's Trophy. So for you, what does this year's Worlds mean?
월드는 이제 프로게이머들이 모두가 생각하는 꿈의 무대라고 생각하고 그런 자리에 제가 올라온 기회를 얻은 만큼 또 그 기회를 잘 잡아서 많은 분들께 좋은 모습을 보여드려야 되는 자리라고 생각하면서 남은 경기도 잘 준비해 볼 것 같습니다.
Worlds is a dream stage for every professional player, and I got the chance to be able to participate in this one, so I want to make the best out of it. I will keep on doing my best in the upcoming matches as well.
努力，我想一直在感染着无数的召唤师们，也希望 Faker 能够在今年的全球总决赛有更加出色的表现。我们最后掌声再次送给，时至今日，他仍然是英雄联盟最长的山。 最高的山，最长的河。再一次的恭喜 T1 赢下了今天这场比赛的胜利。以上就是今天赛后采访的全部内容。
They love him over here and everywhere, but our GOAT is only dropping PR.
Yeah, come on. I know Faker. You're very funny. I've seen enough LCK content to know that you can do better. That was. We've heard these exact answers for 10 years.
Yeah, it's true.
To be
but
fair,
he keeps winning.
If you had the secret, you would not tell other people. But give us something.
True. I like that. If you had the secret, he also said, "Well, you got to be a little bit lucky."
Let's be lucky.
I think he makes his own luck.
Yeah, let's be lucky.
To be completely honest with you.
You know, I thought we were going to lose that. What? This was a crazy best of 5!
It was crazy. But what was also crazy is those supports, namely Keria, who really found his own in this match, and he is your Oppo player of the series because there were the biggest question marks next to his name, Emily, but he erased them.
Yeah, going into this match, we were like, you know, of all people, Keria, who's been a world's mainstay, is not looking as clean or as strong as he did domestically or at previous internationals. He was so good today in setting up these fights, especially with this Nocturne Nico combo was insane. So yeah, I mean, shout out to Keria. The entire team played well, but I thought Keria was a huge difference maker alongside his lane partner Gumayushi.
Yeah, that's really what I want to highlight. I think picking here was actually so hard.
It was so hard.
There were so many Faker moments. I think if Guma didn't play the Ashe the way that he did, as the crowd
at everybody
is going crazy.
We missed it because we were looking at Oppo Player of the Series, but Faker actually went around the stadium bowing to every part of the audience for the honor that they bestowed upon him.
Skating. Yeah, that's really cool.
It was absolutely lovely. Man, it's always so double, right? Because I really saw the AL story, you know, the treacherous journey that they have overcome, the fact that a lot of those members had the revenge that they wanted to exact upon Faker and upon T1, and to fall short at the final hurdle, because that is really what it was. It is what Worlds is all about, but it's tragic nonetheless.
We were like 3 Jinx autos in some of these fights away. Not as a dig on Hope, but just more so to indicate how close it was. I think single auto at any point from anyone could have changed it, and it could have been Tabe, you know, sprinting around, crowd going crazy. And that is why, you know, moments like this you just don't forget. Like the heartache, the intensity, the back and forth, that we're so back, it's so over, the pendulum swings.
It's up there with some of my favorite best of 5s in the history of Worlds, I have to say, and I hope it kicks us off for a bunch of best of 5s as we head people directly into the semifinals tomorrow. KT versus Gen.G, and then on Sunday, no break. And then on Sunday, TES, now really the last hope of the LPL.
Oh my gosh.
Versus T1, Emily.
You guys can't see it yet, but Mao is staring at me to talk about TES. I do want to highlight, there are so many, like, yes, we're going to do the whole can TES do their thing, overcome the narrative of their organization, blah, blah, blah. No, I want to talk about Jackie Love, okay? Because this is a person who has experienced, was kind of the missing piece in an IG roster in 2018 in his debut year, reached those highest heights with his debut team, and is now searching to regain that, right? And I think that's an amazing story, especially with all the things he said about potentially taking a break going forward. Sorry, I have a lot to say.
Your nerves are not going to survive.
No, not only that, I want to highlight the same for KT, right?
No, okay, no, get KT out of here.
We get Fakers ring around the arena, we get the bow.
We're not talking about KT.
No, we have to do that about KT's in semis.
Can we get a nerve check on Emily? Because after KT versus Gen.G and TES versus T1, I think she's going to be a little pile of emotions, no matter of how it goes. But hey, that's what we do it for. This desk has been almost as fun as the series. Thank you so much for being at my side. And of course, tomorrow we will determine the first team off to Chengdu to play in our grand finals. This will kick off at 3 p.m. local, at 8 a.m. CET, at midnight PDT. And we'll be live this time 30 minutes ahead of the first game, because our pre-shows are getting a little longer. And that is not it for today. If you want to watch some more League of Legends, you can stick around, because the League of Legends Game Changers 2025 Rising Finals is live now from Paris Games Week. Right now, Eterna versus G2 Hell. You can head over twitch.tv/LEC to watch. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow to kick off the semifinals of Worlds 2025. Let's go.
It's time for the final quarter-finals battle. Anyone's Legend faces off against T1 for that 4th spot in those penultimate showdowns. Okay, T1, they've got to understand this. Aatrox is probably their target. Flandra arrives, Solar Snare looking to lock him up. Owner taking a ton of damage. Hope is excited. Flandra's got the kill. Solar Snare on Hope, but it's not going to do any more. Flandra's going to try to get away. Goes back in here for the Q1. Tarzan wants to engage with the Gumayushi, but he cannot find him. Flandra over the wall. Wants Faker. Can't get the damage. Hope can't do it either. Gumayushi's still alive. T1 out team fighting to Legend. History is written by the victors. And yet again, T1 turns the page of the LPL. They will once again earn their place in the semifinals.
As a brand new day begins, I'm ready to leave the past behind. I've shed my skin and made up my mind. It's a new time. It's a new time. It's a new time.